The strongest sage saved humanity from the monster invasion and their terrifying king. Exhausted by the brutal battle, he perished. Yet, his fate did not end there. Reborn 50 years later into a boy's body, he enters the Magic Academy to reclaim his supreme title. Will he succeed? Let us find out. Atsumu wakes up stunned. His magic was entirely drained, yet he lives. He questions reality, unable to accept this. Staring into the mirror, his unfamiliar reflection leaves him stunned. A doctor and nurse enter. The doctor calls him Kusanagi. Hearing this strange new name deepens his absolute confusion. The doctor tells him to rest and checks his wounds. Removing the bandages, he is stunned to see the boy is completely healed. The doctor cannot believe his own eyes. He recalls the boy's critical state from yesterday's traffic accident before losing consciousness. Such rapid recovery is baffling. The doctor thinks it resembles the power of holy magic. Kusanagi is baffled by the accident story. He explains his body naturally heals itself using holy magic. He asks if his mana is completely depleted, but the medical staff remains utterly confused. He claims he was fighting monsters during the Calamity. His unbelievable words leave them both speechless. They check his memory of his name and the year. Ichami states his name, insisting it is 1970. The doctor assumes this is severe trauma, diagnosing it as memory impairment. He informs the boy his name is Kusanagi Manato, and the year is 2022. Kusanagi reels in disbelief. Yet, looking at the doctor's serious expression, he knows it is the truth. He spots a television, amazed by its paper-thin design and crystal-clear display. A calendar confirms the year is 2022. The nurse's sleek device further shocks him. Is he truly in the future? The doctor then shares historical facts about the calamity he mentioned. The disaster struck 50 years ago, never to repeat. Unable to process this, the hero demands to know the fate of the remaining monsters. The doctor declares it a peaceful era with barely any monsters left. Realizing the world is finally safe, Kusanagi feels immense relief. He smiles, thanking the heavens. The doctor then reveals that Ikami died during the calamity 50 years ago. He is hailed as a hero who gave his life to save the entire world. The doctor dismisses his identity. Atsumu realizes he died 50 years ago and somehow reincarnated as Kusanagi Manato. He has no idea how this miracle occurred. A week later, he returns to Kusanagi's apartment. Discovering the boy's tragic past fills his heart with heavy sorrow. Orphaned at a young age, he was abandoned by his foster parents and banished to a terrible boarding school. Since then, the poor boy survived solely on the meager inheritance left by his parents. He had never heard of anything remotely like reincarnation magic before. Is this miraculous rebirth the work of a divine god, or just a mere twist of fate? Holding the Magic Academy card, he smiles. Such academies never existed in his era. This new world fascinates him. Suddenly, a device rings. Confused by the strange noise, he picks up the glowing phone. A caller named Tadano appears. Clueless about this technology, Kusanagi simply ignores it and tosses the phone aside. The relentless ringing brings up a text. Tadano knows he left the hospital. He demands Kusanagi return to school immediately, citing severe money issues. The next day, he steps into the Magic Academy. Walking the halls, he feels a thrill experiencing school life once again. Mid-thought, he spots a random student unleashing their magic on a training dummy. Disappointment washes over him. Why is this modern magic power so incredibly weak? Watching the others, he realizes they are all utterly pathetic. He simply cannot believe his eyes. Even the lowest novices of his era were 10 times stronger. These students hold no true potential as magicians. Peace or not, this massive decline in magic baffles him. Shaking his head, he steps into the classroom and takes his seat. Still, excitement bubbles within him. He wonders if this new body has any allies in this class. Suddenly, a red-haired punk approaches with 2 lackeys. He aggressively demands to know why mere Kusanagi dared ignore his texts. Unrecognized, he calmly asks the boy for his name. Tadano kicks the desk in a blind fury, spitting his name again. He calls Kusanagi weak trash, but our hero remains completely unfazed. He suddenly recalls the voice from earlier. He assumes Tadano is just a good friend. Tadano smirks wickedly, holding out his hand for cash. Thinking it's a friendly gesture, Kusanagi grasps it warmly, hoping for a strong bond. Boiling with rage, Tadano grabs his collar and demands cash. He attempts to intimidate Kusanagi, aiming for his parents' inheritance. The truth strikes Kusanagi. His past self was a victim of bullying. Tadano throws a violent punch. Suddenly, A stunning blue-haired girl steps into the room. She warmly greets the class. Her radiant smile halts Tadano's fury. He releases our hero, but strictly demands his payment soon. Though Kusanagi feels deeply annoyed, the bully finally steps away. Lessons commence. The teacher brings up the Great Calamity, known as the Final Calamity. 50 years ago, monsters spawned globally, plunging humanity into pure despair. Yet, great sage Ichami Atsumu swore to save them. With unbreakable resolve, he wiped out every monster alone. He ultimately faced the demon god, the Calamity boss driving the catastrophe. Ikami risked everything to slay the final boss. Calamity never returned. The teacher questions the students about this great sage. Mizuha, the blue-haired girl, eagerly raises her hand. Granted permission, she proudly names Ikami the great sage and the first magician to survive the first calamity. He is the very reason this academy was established. Eyes sparkling, she declares Ikami humanity's greatest hero, the ultimate idol for all magicians. The teacher confirms it. He details how the great sage survived the first calamity and mastered humanity's first magic. This academy exists to forge magicians in his image. He remains the strongest mage in human history. The instructor urges them to study his legacy for the upcoming examination. Hearing praises of Ikami, our hero cringes in embarrassment. Facing such pure torture, he instantly regrets enrolling here. Recalling the doctor's words, he realizes peaceful times made everyone's magic incredibly weak. Glancing out the window, he smiles softly, fully embracing his new peaceful life. Class concludes. The teacher hopes they are ready for tomorrow's magic power assessment exam. Tadano confronts him again, asking if he heard the teacher. He excitedly mocks Kusanagi's pathetic dog magic. He just wonders why the bully refuses to shut up. Walking away, Tadano cruelly notes his parents lacked magic too. The bully brands him a pathetic orphan, laughing wildly. Our hero finally snaps back. Hearing the sharp insult, Tadano's face twists in furious rage. Patience shattered. Tadano sparks a volatile fire magic spell. Panic erupts among the students. They try intervening, terrified he will unleash such a spell indoors. Tadano blasts deadly fire, aiming to kill. The blue-haired girl lunges to intercept the attack but reacts too late. Facing the raging inferno, our hero stands there completely unfazed. The blast strikes true. Students recoil in fear. Mizuha scolds the foolish act, begging him to stop this meaningless violence. Tadano scoffs, shifting all blame to Kusanagi without a shred of guilt. Students gasp in dread. Yet, as the smoke clears, Kusanagi stands perfectly unharmed. Shock ripples through the class. Kusanagi admits he was startled. Trembling, Tadano questions his survival. A mere level 1 magic barrier blocks the hit effortlessly, requiring 0 real power. He ignored the insults, treating Tadano like a child. But now discipline is required. Eyes turning cold, he steps forward. Tadano sweats in terror as Kusanagi unleashes his true aura. Paralyzed by fear, the class freezes. Mizuha watches in shock as Kusanagi stalks toward Tadano, hand raised. Tadano nearly soils himself. Suddenly, the teacher bursts in, questioning the loud blast. The teacher demands who cast a spell. Kusanagi smoothly lies, claiming the explosion surely echoed from outside. Puzzled, the teacher recalls no magic today, but our hero suggests a rogue student is training. The instructor demands answers for the smoke, and Kusanagi calmly points outside. The instructor buys the lie, orders everyone back to their seats, and vows to hunt down the culprit. Kusanagi smiles apologetically. He secretly plans to forge evidence and bury the truth forever. Mizuha and the class stare in shock. Meanwhile, Tadano grinds his teeth in bitter frustration. He pities these weak students, doubting they could ever slay a beast. The calamity ended 50 years ago, but deadly monsters surely remain. He decides to investigate. By nightfall, he steps into the ruins of old Shibuya through a magic circle. Surveying the shattered city, memories of his past life surface. Finding no beasts, he assumes the police cleared the area. Suddenly, a foul aura pierces the air. Sensing a human nearby, he dashes toward the danger. A monstrous beast corners a crying, white-haired girl. As the creature lunges to devour her, our hero strikes. The beast roars in agony, obliterated by a single blow. He then spots a police badge gleaming on her uniform. Guessing she is a police magician, he warns her to stay sharp. She stammers a thank you, but he vanishes through a portal. Stunned, she marvels at this grand mage. How did he obliterate that monster without uttering a single chant? Kusanagi is relieved. His identity remains hidden. As a newly reincarnated soul, he despises unnecessary attention. He is baffled that a police magician nearly died to such pathetic trash. Clearly, modern law enforcement has grown weak. He doubts anyone in this era can slay real beasts. This entire modern generation is painfully weak compared to the past. A smirk crosses his face. Humanity desperately needs his strength again. He sets out, vowing to eradicate every monster nearby. The next day at the academy, the instructor orders everyone to prepare for the magic power exam. He hopes they properly measure attributes and capacity. These are vital for anyone walking the path of a magician. Our hero quietly questions why true power cannot be gauged without that bizarre machine. He understands students need it, but wonders how an instructor could ignore basic magic perception, the foundation of sorcery. Mizuha approaches him, asking for a moment. Whispers erupt across the room as students wonder why she called Kusanagi out. She introduces herself as Yuika, the second daughter of the noble magic house of Mizuha. Confused by the term noble, he listens as she boasts about being one of the 4 grand magician families. Her name means nothing to him, though he vividly remembers the true nobles of his era. Sensing her fragile aura, he scoffs internally. Why boast about a legendary bloodline when her own magic is so pathetic? Mizuha frowns at his cold indifference, expecting deep reverence. Nearby, Tadano grinds his teeth, consumed by burning jealousy. Kusanagi plainly asks why elite nobility would waste breath on a lowly commoner like him. Annoyed, she bites her tongue to maintain her noble grace. He simply stares, wondering if the girl has lost her mind. Mizuha remembers yesterday's fierce magic blast, leaving him completely unharmed. She suspects a deep secret lies behind his resilience. Before she can press the issue, the instructor's voice cuts through, ordering everyone to line up for testing. Kusanagi smirks and slips away. Mizuha narrows her eyes, determined to witness his true strength during the trial. Tadano roars, confidently unleashing his aura. The machine displays 1,000 magic power with a fire attribute, fueling his massive ego. Kusanagi notes the standards have not changed since his era. Next, Mizuha steps up, radiating her own magical aura. Her element is water, and her magic power hits a staggering 2,000. The room erupts in awe. The instructor praises her and Tadano as top-tier talents destined for greatness, while students cheer wildly. Kusanagi sighs in bitter disappointment. To him, 2,000 magic power is nothing but a pathetic amateur trick. Mizuha flashes a smug smile, flaunting her noble supremacy. He simply stares back, baffled by her unearned pride. His name suddenly echoes across the room for testing. As he approaches the relic, whispers mock his terrible scores from last year. A genius in theory, but dead last in magic. Tadano sneers, eagerly waiting for the talentless trash to humiliate himself. Mizuho narrows her gaze, questioning his hidden depths, yet completely confident he could never surpass her glory. Annoyed, Kusanagi recalls the heavy burden of fame from his past. He considers holding back, but chooses absolute domination instead. With a wicked smile, he unleashes everything. He dares this pathetic machine to measure history's greatest sage. The artifact screams with blinding light. A massive pillar of energy pierces the academy roof, shocking students miles away. Mizuha steps back in terror as the device violently overloads. The glow intensifies to absolute white before a catastrophic explosion erupts. Students frantically scramble to survive the devastating shockwave. He sighed as the machine shattered. He barely used any power. None of these ordinary students could even sense his true magic. The panicked instructor checked the students. They nodded, unharmed. He faced Kusanagi. Amazed he survived the explosion's core purely by sheer luck. The teacher assumed the device simply malfunctioned. Without it, measuring Kusanagi's magic rank became impossible. The young man calmly asked why that even mattered. The teacher needed those scores to form combat squads. Now he had no idea where to place him. He begged Tadano to take Kusanagi. The bully smirked, sensing a perfect chance to torment him. Relieved, the teacher stepped back. Tadano approached his prey. A wicked grin twisted his face as he welcomed Kusanagi to combat class. The students arrived at Old Shibuya. This ruined city still harbored lingering beasts, a dark reminder of the Great Calamity. Elite mages and police forces patrolled these shattered streets daily, purging the shadow creatures within. Academy students were also drafted for these purges. The instructor calmed their nerves, promising the pros had already cleared out the real threats. He never expected a live combat class. He figured these grouped students could handle a few weak stragglers. Yet, a dark aura tickled his senses. He had completely eradicated every beast in this exact sector just last night. With no spatial tiers visible, he wondered how these demonic shadows kept infesting old Shibuya. Nearby, girls giggled about kill counts. Surrounded by a deadly battlefield, he watched these oblivious students treat war like a game. From afar, Mizuha watched Kusanagi with piercing intent. The instructor began the survival exam. Instantly, Tadano locked eyes with his target and marched over. Flanked by his lackeys, the bully ordered Kusanagi to stay frozen and out of their glorious path. Tadano growled a heavy warning. One wrong move, and he would crush him without any mercy. Kusanagi calmly asked why they bothered him if he was so despised. Rage flared in Tadano's eyes, demanding his silence. The bully furiously questioned why beautiful Mizuha gave a trash-tier mage any attention. In a flash, Kusanagi realized this entire grudge stemmed from pathetic jealousy. Tadano's rage exploded. Sudden killing intent spiked. The bullies charged spells, but Kusanagi coldly warned them to freeze. Tadano spat back that begging would not save him now. He simply pointed behind them. The arrogant mage scoffed, assuming it was a coward's bluff. But as Tadano turned, a towering shadow eclipsed them. A nightmare stood at their backs. Cold sweat drenched their faces. A high-ranking demon soldier had breached the secure zone. The lackeys begged him to fight. Tadano forced a confident grin, though pure terror consumed his trembling soul. He stepped up and unleashed his flame magic. A massive inferno swallowed the beast whole. Cheers erupted, but died instantly as the smoke parted. The demon stood completely unharmed. Total despair crashed over Tadano as he saw his powerlessness. Kusanagi sighed. A pathetic level 1 spell could never pierce demon armor. The beast took a heavy step forward. The arrogant bullies instantly collapsed to their knees, violently shaking. Tears streamed down Tadano's face. Facing true death, he pathetically soiled himself in pure terror. The deadly blow halted. Sensing an overwhelming aura, the demon flinched and instinctively backed away from Kusanagi. He casually walked forward, amused this brute could actually gauge his true strength. He stared the monster down, letting his aura bleed out. In pure panic, the demon manifested multiple deadly magic circles. The terrified group deemed him suicidal. They blindly accepted their bloody fate. A level 2 spell, Rockreek, roared to life. A massive boulder plummeted down, but Kusanagi just smiled. He raised a single finger, casting the most basic level 1 spell, Fire Arrow. The tiny spark collided with the boulder, obliterating it. The blinding shockwave tore right through the demon soldier. Peeking through the dust, Tadano froze in pure shock. The mighty beast was dead. His brain short-circuited. Did this garbage-tier student just do that? His shattered pride refused to accept such an impossible reality. Looking back, Kusanagi stated a simple truth. In his hands, even level 1 magic was absolute devastation. Still, an elite beast spawning in Shibuya deeply troubled him. He had purged this exact grid yesterday. A chilling thought crossed his mind. This was the dark omen of an approaching cataclysm. He wonders if this situation actually demands his serious attention. Suddenly, brutal visions of his past life flash before his eyes. He remembers watching helplessly as his loved ones perished. Devastating sorrow crashes over him, and he clenches his fist tight. He resolves to save humanity, even if that dark fate repeats itself. Elsewhere, the bullies confess they saw Kusanagi slaughter the demon soldier. They question if this is really the same Kusanagi. Tadano smashes the wall in sheer frustration, his mind spiraling in furious confusion. Hiding in the shadows, Mizuha watches closely, stunned by these new revelations about Kusanagi. Unleashing a level 1 spell called Aqua Saucer, she effortlessly obliterates a low-tier beast. Her classmates erupt in awe and endless praise. She scoffs in annoyance, wondering why ordinary humans are so easily amazed. She smirks, crediting it all to her sheer genius. Suddenly, she spots Tadano's wandering gang. Leaving the remaining beasts to her team, Mizuha slips away. Anticipating Tadano tormenting the protagonist again, a cruel excitement fills her. Eager to witness the drama, she sprints toward the scene. She hides behind a concrete wall and carefully peeks out. Pure terror grips her as she spots a massive demon soldier. She knows they stand zero chance against such a nightmare. Swallowing her fear, her pride as a Mizuha family mage ignites. She steps up, absolutely confident her magic can turn the tide. She dashes toward the trembling group, screaming at them to run for their lives. Suddenly, a blazing inferno erupts before her eyes, engulfing the demon soldier. With just one strike, Kusanagi annihilates the monstrous threat. Mizuha freezes in absolute disbelief, wondering if he really cast that. In her memories, Kusanagi was nothing but a timid boy with garbage magic. She simply cannot process that this is the same Kusanagi. She watched the whole clash, yet heard absolutely zero chanting. How could anyone obliterate a demon soldier using level 1 magic without whispering a single incantation? It shatters all her logic. Her mind completely rejects this utterly impossible reality. She knows a demon's true power is measured by the glowing crystals on its flesh. This absolute system dictates the dark hierarchy. Magical beasts sit at rank 6. Demon soldiers claim rank 5. Demon captains hold rank 4, while terrifying generals take rank 3. The legendary demon king rules at rank 2. Finally, the supreme demon god dominates at rank 1. These absolute power levels never change. Every modern mage knows defeating a demon soldier requires at least level 3 magic. She refuses to believe level 1 spells could pierce its hide. Suddenly, Kusanagi turns and walks right toward her. Knowing her cover is blown, she steps from the shadows to face him. He calmly calls her out for lurking around like a desperate spy. Flustered, she demands to know how he sensed her presence. He bluntly replies that missing a mage's aura would be pure idiocy, leaving her bewildered. A heavy sigh escapes him as he realizes modern mages truly cannot sense raw mana. Without another word, he turns his back. She desperately tries to halt him, but he ignores her completely. Demanding answers, Mizuha chases him into the alley, only to find empty air. Leaping high onto a rooftop, Kusanagi watches in mild annoyance as the girl frantically searches the streets below. Scanning the chaotic battlefield below, he confirms that not a single demon soldier remains breathing in the sector. However, a massive horde of magical beasts still roams free. Judging by Tadano's pathetic display earlier, he highly doubts the other students can survive this swarm. To prevent an absolute bloodbath, he decides to exterminate the lurking beasts himself. Suddenly, blinding mana erupts from his core as his ancient power fully awakens. Expanding his aura across the ruined city, he summons twin magic circles and unleashes his level 2 spell called Barret. Countless radiant beams pierce the dark sky, raining down over all of Shibuya. Below, Tadano's crew stares up at the blazing heavens. They foolishly mistake the devastating strikes for shooting stars. But Mizuha senses the sheer mana, terrified by whoever cast such overwhelming magic all at once. Deep inside Shibuya, 2 trembling students are fully surrounded by savage magical beasts. Absolute despair crushes their souls as the monstrous horde closes in. Falling to their knees, they close their eyes and embrace their grim doom. But just as the beast lunges for the kill, a devastating beam of light falls from the heavens, making the monster shriek in pure agony. The stunned students frantically check if they are still alive. High above the carnage, Kusanagi watches his flawless extermination with fierce satisfaction. As thousands of beasts drop dead instantly, reality hits him. He pushed his limits way too far and accidentally wiped out nearly every monster in Shibuya. A heavy wave of concern washes over him. He deeply regrets not holding back, wondering if the practical exam will even continue after this massacre. Riding his magic circles through the night sky, he silently descends into a shadowed alleyway. Hiding his true strength feels pointless, but the endless attention would be far too annoying. Keeping a low profile, he casually rejoins his stunned class. The teacher examines the beast's corpse, baffled by the sheer numbers left behind. He assumed these monsters were already hunted down. Only a true master could have slaughtered them. Slaying these creatures in a single strike is no ordinary feat. Recalling the spell that annihilated them, he realizes something impossible. Firing countless magic bullets belongs strictly to the null attribute. Utterly stunned, he confesses he has never witnessed such power. Without those bullets, catastrophe was certain. Casting even 2 of them is considered a monumental achievement. Shaken, the teacher knows the truth. Conjuring 6 or more is a realm completely beyond any ordinary student's grasp. The furious students demand answers after nearly losing their lives to the horde. Deeply ashamed, the teacher bows in apology. The police had assured him the threat was cleared. Now, he bitterly regrets not verifying the area with the academy. He sincerely begs for forgiveness for endangering them all. Suddenly, a girl asks if a hidden savior rescued them. The teacher has no clue. However, it wasn't authorities or a sanctioned mage, but likely a rogue, unregistered magic user. He silently thanks their mysterious guardian. Hearing this indirect praise, our main character allows himself a quiet smile. Nearby, students whisper about the devastating magic bullets, desperately wondering who cast them. Kusanagi is relieved everyone survived, even his tormentors. Tadano grits his teeth, his gang glaring daggers at our protagonist. Mizuha recalls Kusanagi crushing a demon soldier using mere level 1 magic, followed by a display of infinite power. She wonders if Kusanagi orchestrated both of these miracles. Fire and null are entirely opposing attributes. No student could possibly wield both, not even Kusanagi. Brushing off the impossible dual attribute theory, she credits the null magic to another savior. Yet, Kusanagi's solo victory over the demon still baffles her. Tadano's lackeys suspect Kusanagi might be the one who fired those devastating lasers. Tadano snaps that it is impossible. But when a friend mentions Kusanagi's demon-slaying feat, a furious Tadano threatens him with death. His cronies tremble in fear. Tadano vehemently refuses to accept that a loser like Kusanagi possesses such monstrous strength. He believes Kusanagi is hiding a dirty trick. His flunkies agree, recalling the boy's usual cowardly nature. Howling in pure rage, Tadano vows to expose Kusanagi as an absolute fraud. He vows to corner him and unmask his true identity. After classes end, Kusanagi walks directly into an ambush of bullies. Stepping from the shadows, Tadano smirks, claiming he has waited patiently for this. Irritated, our hero advises them to channel that obsession into studying magic. Tadano barks that a cheater has no right to lecture them. Kusanagi is baffled by the cheating accusation, but Tadano insists he is relying on pathetic, hidden tricks. Exhausted by their childish nonsense, Kusanagi realizes reasoning with fools is completely pointless. Tadano barks an order to follow, mocking him for not fleeing. Kusanagi calmly replies he has zero reason to run. Refusing to believe him, Tadano throws a vicious punch, exploiting the rule against using magic in public parks. The strike lands flush, yet Kusanagi remains entirely unfazed. The gang swarms him with blows, but he patiently absorbs the impact. Taunting him, Tadano sneers that without his cheap magic, Kusanagi is utterly helpless. The relentless assault continues. Tadano threatens to kill him even if he begs, leaving our protagonist deeply disappointed. Not a single strike leaves a scratch. His latent aura automatically nullifies every pathetic physical attack. Mildly annoyed, he fakes an injury just to humor them. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, demanding they stop. Tadano whips around to find Mizuha glaring at him. Flustered, the arrogant bully scrambles for an excuse. He stammers that they are just playing around. Unmoved, she ruthlessly calls out his blatant bullying. Disgust fills her eyes at her classmates' behavior. She questions how they can live with such absolute shame. Stung by her rejection, Tadano blames this entirely on Kusanagi. In his twisted mind, the protagonist ruined his image. Grabbing our hero's hand, she attempts to drag him away from the chaos. Tadano fixates on their intertwined fingers. Blind jealousy shatters his remaining sanity. Losing all restraint, Tadano recklessly channels a lethal magical strike aimed right at them. Kusanagi sighs in sheer annoyance. With deadly intent, Tadano and his lackeys ignite their magical auras in unison. Mizuha cries out in horror. Ignoring her pleas, the thugs unleash a blazing inferno straight at our hero. Recognizing the fatal danger, she desperately lunges to protect him, but she is too late. Kusanagi takes the devastating inferno head-on. Tadano laughs like a maniac, certain that no cheap tricks can withstand such overwhelming destructive power. The trembling lackeys wonder if they just committed murder. Tadano mocks their cowardly panic, relishing his supposed victory. He fabricates a lie, claiming their magic simply spiraled out of control beyond the academy walls. They claim Kusanagi was merely caught in the crossfire. His followers realize they crossed a line. But as the smoke fades, Kusanagi speaks up. He tolerated them because they were just childish brats in his eyes. But absolute foolishness demands discipline. He finally steps up to deliver a harsh lesson. Tadano freezes in shock. He cannot fathom how Kusanagi survived their devastating magical barrage. Kusanagi's gaze darkens. He coldly states they crossed the line by dragging Mizuha into this, disgusted by their completely rotten nature. Tadano shrieks in fury, blaming them both for his humiliation. He vows to make them deeply regret mocking him. Summoning another magic circle, he ruthlessly declares they will relentlessly attack until Kusanagi draws his final breath. The main character reveals a pathetic, tiny magic circle. The arrogant bullies immediately burst into mocking laughter. Believing it is a pathetic bluff, they launch an all-out strike to completely destroy him. Yet, he calmly activates Magic Drain. Eerie green tendrils erupt from the tiny seal, instantly snaring the entire gang. Panic sets in, but their desperate struggles prove utterly useless. Their energy is completely drained, and the bullies quickly fall unconscious. Tadano and his followers completely stop moving. Kusanagi sighs in disappointment. He truly expected them to endure a little longer. He hopes this crushing defeat forces them to finally reflect. Meanwhile, a deeply bewildered Mizuha questions if she truly just witnessed magic. She stares in absolute shock at the unconscious gang, utterly baffled by how they were so easily defeated. Kusanagi turns to walk away, but Mizuha frantically stops him, demanding to know what just happened. She frantically questions his magical abilities, remembering he lacked even basic skills mere days ago. She asks who he truly is. The main character sighs in pure annoyance. He coldly brushes her off, advising her to stop asking such pointless questions. Mizuha's cheeks flush with color. She nervously bows, offering her deepest gratitude for his heroic rescue. She gently asks for his answers, only to find the space before her completely empty. Embarrassed, she wonders why he vanished again. Under the moonlight, Kusanagi silently glides through old Shibuya, using his magic seals. A dark premonition from earlier haunts his thoughts. Driven by pure instinct, he returns to investigate the unfolding chaos. Horrifyingly, new monsters swarm the area he completely cleared just hours ago. He immediately senses an approaching catastrophe. He remains fiercely confident he could solo Shibuya's threats, but his acute senses suddenly detect monstrous auras erupting everywhere. The local police are severely outmatched, and truly competent mages are dangerously scarce in this era. Yet, defending the entire nation alone is an impossible task. Faced with this overwhelming crisis, he resolves to formulate a strategy. His first absolute priority is eradicating every single beast in Old Shibuya, all while remaining completely unseen by the public. He unleashes his deadly magic bullets, instantly obliterating multiple beasts. Nearby, an oblivious drunk stumbles into the highly dangerous combat zone. A bloodthirsty monster suddenly lunges at the man's back, but the main character instantly executes it. The stunned man briefly spots him, but dismisses it as a drunken hallucination. Kusanagi silently prays. His identity remains absolutely hidden. He summons a magic seal and vanishes. However, a hidden bystander captures the legendary escape on video. Astonished by this jaw-dropping footage, the bystander knows this will definitely break the internet. He immediately uploads the clip online. The very next morning, the principal strictly summons Tadano, Kusanagi, and Mizuha to his office. Their instructor reveals horrifying reports of illegal magic usage outside the academy. He severely warns that the guilty party faces immediate expulsion. He coldly demands a full explanation. Tadano immediately points at the main character. He shamelessly lies, framing Kusanagi as the brutal instigator of the entire fight. Kusanagi is genuinely amazed by such shameless deceit. Despite his deep annoyance, he realizes he must forcefully step up to defend his name. Just as he prepares to speak, a fierce Mizuha suddenly steps forward to defend him. She boldly exposes their disgusting lies. She reveals how Tadano's gang viciously cornered Kusanagi, ruthlessly launching highly lethal magic at him first. The teacher analyzes the situation. Realizing Kusanagi only used magic to survive the lethal assault, she officially rules his actions as absolute self-defense. Her ruling genuinely surprises Kusanagi. A desperate Tadano immediately scrambles to loudly proclaim his innocence, but Mizuha fiercely shuts him down, loudly exposing his deeply pathetic and cowardly actions. She condemns him for relentlessly tormenting Kusanagi, and then cowardly deflecting the absolute blame. She questions how he can live completely without shame. Boiling with pure rage, Tadano calls Kusanagi absolute trash who is unworthy of their prestigious academy. He fiercely defends his cruel actions as taking out the garbage. Mizuha glares back, bluntly stating that Tadano himself is the true garbage. Tadano remains arrogant. He claims he rules the class, believing only he is worthy to stand beside her. Kusanagi is unworthy. She has no idea what absolute nonsense he is spouting. Tadano warns her to stop protecting Kusanagi. He tells her to wake up and become his woman instead. Pure disgust crosses her face. She would never choose trash like him. The brutal rejection leaves Tadano shattered. She condemns his violent nature and mocks his foolish confession. Our hero understands her anger, but thinks her words were far too ruthless. The crushing rejection knocks Tadano unconscious. His gang started this fight. Kusanagi merely defended himself against their magic strikes. The principle is clear. He rejects students who weaponize magic to harm others. He expels Tadano and his gang. Tadano's lackeys beg for mercy, claiming they only followed orders. The teacher finally sends Kusanagi and Mizuha back to class. They step out. Fury burns in Mizuha's eyes as she curses Tadano's awful behavior. Our hero wonders about their fate now they are expelled. Their magician path is forever ruined. Yet, she wonders why Kusanagi remained silently defenseless. He planned to speak, but she stole the spotlight. A memory flashes in his mind. She asks what is wrong. He admits he thought about every time she tried to save his life. From the fierce class brawl to the principal's office, he praises her kind heart for always standing by his side. Deep crimson paints her cheeks. Flustered, Mizuha tells him to be quiet and sprints to class to hide her burning face. Kusanagi smiles at her retreat. He knows the truth. The original Kusanagi died, and his soul reincarnated here. Did relentless bullying kill this body? Or was it truly just a tragic car accident? The truth remains hidden. Still, seeing those bullies punished brings him peace. He hopes for a brighter future and smiles. The principal briefs two seniors. He details the brutal clash where reckless students unleashed forbidden magic publicly. He confirms no one was hurt. The senior questions the summons. Why call them if the issue is already solved? The principal reveals a crucial detail. Yuika Mizuha was involved. The blue-haired senior understands and gives thanks. The principal asks her to send his deepest regards to her father. She tells him to rest easy. Her prestigious family plans to heavily invest in this academy. She exits with her friend. The principal falls into deep thought. Could Kusanagi possess monstrous strength to survive alone? A normal student would be crushed. He must hide some terrifying, mysterious power. Could Kusanagi surpass their elite ranks? The blue-haired senior coldly says no. His curiosity piques. He must meet this mysterious boy. She silently ponders if her little sister deserves expulsion based on his worth. She is Ruka Mizuha, a third-year elite. Her friend Katsuragi Ryuji is also a powerful third year. Peace returns, yet Kusanagi feels totally devoid of motivation. Whispers echo about a legendary black mage. He wonders if this connects to the powerful magic nobles he recently studied. He ignores it for now. The teacher arrives and calls Kusanagi outside for the crucial assessment test. Students who failed to register a score before are granted one final chance to be officially measured. Mizuha watches eagerly. She is thrilled to finally witness our hero's true power. Suddenly, her older sister Ruka and Katsuragi step onto the scene. Why would they appear out of nowhere? The teacher calls his turn. The moment of truth arrives. The magic assessment begins. A dangerous memory surfaces. He shattered the machine last time. He decides to carefully hold back. He releases his magic. Suddenly, a bizarre sensation strikes. Crushing fatigue hits, and he breathes heavily. The teacher asks if he is okay, checking the machine for his final results. Absolute shock freezes Mizuha and the teacher. His attribute is blank. His magic registers at a pathetic 100. A mocking grin spreads on Katsuragi. Mocking whispers erupt. Students brand his power the lowest in their batch. Without an attribute, they declare him completely useless. Katsuragi snorts in disbelief. The principal's tale must be a lie. There is no way this weakling defeated those fierce delinquents alone. Bitter disappointment hits Ruka. Having no reason to stay, she decides to leave. The crowd mocks his sheer exhaustion from the simple test. With such pathetic magic reserves, his weakness makes perfect sense. The teacher steps in. He comforts Kusanagi, insisting that raw magic power is not everything. Mizuha, however, cannot believe her eyes. She remembers him destroying the demon soldier alone. She knows he wields both fire and null attributes simultaneously. What trick is he using? She has never heard of a mage manipulating their magical aura to conceal their true power. The protagonist exhales, satisfied with the flawless result. He manipulated his magic to forge the results, ignoring the physical toll. Confidence surges within him. He finally mastered this technique. Exiting the room, he spots Mizuha. She admits curiosity drew her to the assessment hall. She reiterates her simple curiosity. Suddenly, Ruka blocks their path in the academy hall. Kusanagi demands their identities. She introduces herself and Katsuragi. Recognizing her noble surname, he asks her purpose. Feigning zero interest in him, she approaches her younger sister instead. Mizuha grows deeply concerned. A disappointed Ruka notes her sister failed to defeat mere delinquents. Hearing Mizuha was saved by a mage with 100 magic power, she demands the truth. Mizua's confirmation ignites her sister's fury. Ruka orders her to abandon the academy. Confused by this sudden cruelty, Mizua hesitates. Ruka sharply reminds her of her flawless losing streak. In academics, sports, and magic craft, Mizua always suffers total defeat. Ruka declares her utterly unworthy of becoming a mage. She commands Mizua to drop out and embrace the mundane life of a normal school. Tears stream down Mizua's face in silent despair. Pressed for an answer, she anxiously voices her submission. Kusanagi steps in, calling Ruka arrogant. Her expression turns to ice as she demands he repeat it. He ruthlessly calls out her endless stream of toxic nonsense. She ignores her sister's voice completely. To him, she embodies nothing but pure, blinding arrogance. She fiercely defends this as a family matter, denying his right to interfere. He mocks her idea of a conversation. It is merely a dictator crushing her sister into absolute silence. Her anger flares, but he stands firm. Nobody holds the authority to destroy another's chosen destiny. He fearlessly labels her cruel for trying to crush her little sister's lifelong dream. Ruka smirks. Her incompetent sister lacks all magical talent and cannot land a single blow on her. A weeping Mizua accepts her sister's harsh verdict. All self-belief crumbles. Her self-proclaimed genius was a lie. She lacked the talent to defeat her sister even once. Kusanagi confidently claims she can defeat Ruka. His fearless smile stuns them. Ruka senses a challenge, so he requests time to properly prepare Mizua. Ruka grants them 2 weeks, proposing a 2-on-2 magic duel. Surprised yet agreeable, he dismisses it as nonsense. Smiling, he asks if Mizua is ready, halting her tears. A fiery determination awakens in Mizua as she accepts the duel. Pact sealed, he demands they never insult Mizua's dreams again upon his victory. Ruka swears her sister must leave the academy if she and Katsuragi win the duel. Promising no mercy, she tells them to face reality. Shortly after, Mizua and Kusanagi meet on the academy rooftop. Bowing deeply, she begs him to teach her the true essence of magic. To rapidly grow stronger, he finally understands this rooftop summons. Why learn from a trashy mage whose power level is merely 100? She sees past his lies, fully aware he conceals his true monstrous strength. She knows his power dwarfs hers. He realizes her absolute resolve will not shatter. She trusts he holds the secret to strength. He knows Ruka is a tyrant obsessed with absolute control. Control is in Ruka's blood. He intentionally provoked her, a dark secret he must hide from Mizua. Bowing low, she begs for salvation. Defeated by her earnest spirit, he agrees to train her. She asks again to confirm his words. He issues a stern warning. Obey every command, for this training offers no escape. She instantly accepts his harsh conditions. Rejecting her pleas felt impossible. Besides, the Shibuya monster swarm proved he also needed urgent preparations. Raising a mage could be a brilliant move. He decides to begin her training today, searching for a place to practice. Blushing deeply, Mizua shyly invites him back to her estate. They soon arrive at her estate. The massive mansion leaves him astonished, but she finds it perfectly normal since her father is a noble mage. Mizua suddenly realizes this is her first time inviting a boy back to her home. She hopes he did not find the invitation strange, as she holds absolutely no hidden motives. Kusanagi suggests they begin, but notices her drifting focus. Breaking her daydream, he calls her by the name Uika. She grows flustered hearing her first name. He explains it simply prevents confusion, as her sister shares. His blunt answer leaves her slightly deflated. He asks if she prefers another nickname, but she accepts Uka. With that settled, he formally kicks off the training and asks for her cooperation. To begin, he asks her to define magic power. Smiling at the easy question, she calls it the inner energy required for spells, found within everyone. Next, he asks about incantations. Uika confidently claims they act like automatic programs, instantly converting magic into a precise attack. He then asks if magic capacity can grow. She firmly denies this, believing potential is locked at birth and peaks at a certain age. Uka flashes a confident smile, swelling with pride over her seemingly flawless answers. He bluntly tells her every answer is wrong. Her face falls. Tearing up, she asks if he is calling her stupid. Feeling genuine guilt, he silently laments how ignorant modern mages have become. He is stunned by this massive decline in just 50 years. He explains that magic power exists far beyond her own body. It flows constantly throughout nature and their entire environment. Incantations merely serve as support for crafting spells. Furthermore, intentionally expanding one's magical capacity is completely possible. Struggling to believe him, she calls it all a lie. His claims directly defy the Academy's core teachings. Such truths would completely overturn the Magic Academy. Yet, he remains unfazed whether she believes him or not. He plans to teach her these 3 absolute truths during training. Ordering her to sit, he prepares to channel his magic into her body. He instructs her to speak up the moment she feels its flow. Sensing magic astonishes her. However, he bluntly warns that without feeling its presence, she can never grow stronger. He tells her to close her eyes and makes physical contact. Surging his magic forward, he realizes she remains completely numb to it. Pushing out denser aura, he wonders how she could miss such overwhelming power. Finally, Eureka senses a spark. A burning heat spreads across her back. He explains this awakening sensation is known as magic power perception. At last, the truth of his earlier words clicks into place. He commands her to engrave this exact feeling into her soul. Detecting inner magic is the first step towards sensing the vast power hidden in nature. Her first goal is seeking out this energy and mastering the feel of magic power. Smiling with pride, she promises to master it instantly, boldly claiming the unmatched talent of the noble Mizuha bloodline. He deeply doubts this bold promise. After all, she completely failed to detect the massive aura he channeled directly into her spine. He accepts she may lack a true mage's talent. 1 week later, a crying Eureka confesses she still cannot sense a trace of magic. Her massive failure deeply disappoints our stoic protagonist. He stands shocked that 7 full days weren't enough to grasp such a basic concept. Despite her relentless practice, her comprehension remains painfully slow. Running out of precious time, he decides to forcefully inject his magic once more. Touching her back, he unleashes his powerful aura, instructing Uka to open her eyes. Hesitantly looking up, she gasps in pure shock. The glowing magic aura is finally visible around her body. A bright smile forms. The true essence of magic power is finally clear to her. Yua marvels at her awakened vision. Now capable of seeing aura, she eagerly attempts to measure Kusanagi's true power level. Yet strangely, his presence feels entirely empty. The absolute void of energy leaves her baffled. He praises her hard work, but she boldly claims it is just the natural talent of a genius. Having unlocked magic perception, he declares their next grueling step. They must now focus entirely on adjusting her magical output. He details the precise method of rationing aura for different spells. She must abandon all previous habits and focus strictly on absolute efficiency. She must exhaust her core to its absolute limit. Pushing past this threshold will exponentially expand her magic reserves once she recovers. With her senses finally awakened, he trusts she can easily conquer these upcoming trials. He knows his teachings defy every basic rule of the Magic Academy. Yet, her belief means absolutely nothing to him. Smiling, Yuka vows absolute trust without a single doubt. Hearing her resolve shift brings him quiet joy. The next phase begins. He commands her to step back and prepare. A brutal combat trial is about to unfold. She accepts without fear, eager to finally witness his true power. Yuka casts first-level aqua sorcery, unleashing water strikes. He deflects them flawlessly, leaving her stunned. Bewildered by his absolute defense, she realizes he cast a first-level non-attribute magic barrier. He coldly declares failing to shatter this fragile shield means certain doom against her sister. Driven by pure desperation, she fires deadly ice bullets. He warns her to move while striking. Standing completely still against a capable mage guarantees absolute defeat. Frustration fuels her relentless assault, but total exhaustion forces her surrender. He exposes the fatal error of wasting magic power without efficiency. Mastering the precise output of magical energy will finally unlock the art of chantless casting. Kusanagi demands her total focus. He hurls twin fire blasts at a dummy, demonstrating his superior casting methods. The brutal reality hits. Her magic force entirely pales against his might. He confirms her thoughts. Perfecting her mana control will completely erase the need for spoken incantations. The revelation strikes. Chanting is obsolete. He nods, stating her first trial is learning to drastically compress spells. Refining her magical output renders all verbal incantations utterly useless. Compressing her chants will grant her a massive tactical combat advantage, eliminating wasted breath and mana. This guarantees her magical prowess will reach unprecedented heights. He commands her back to her feet. Ignoring her pleas for rest, his freezing gaze demands she train as if death is looming. Paralyzed by sheer terror, she violently collapses. He casually declares this hellish routine is now daily. Her shattered mind registers absolutely nothing. Under the veil of night, he patrols Harajuku. Sinister monster auras brought him to these neon streets. Despite his endless crusade to eradicate every beast in the shadows, their numbers never drop. Suddenly, a beast ambushes a victim. Without hesitation, he lunges forward to save the kid. Arriving in a pure flash, he annihilates the vile creature with sheer ease. He checks on the kid. Instead of any gratitude, she just starts snapping pictures of him. Fleeing the flashing lights, he questions her bizarre lack of thanks. Modern society's deeply twisted priorities baffle him. Vowing to mask his face from now on, he vanishes into the night. Dawn breaks, and Uka's brutal training resumes. Exhaustion crushes her instantly. The fated duel draws perilously near. While her progress is decent, her power is still completely overshadowed by Ruka in every way. At this pitiful pace, victory is impossible. He casually offers her an easy out, telling her to surrender now. Fighting the pain, she rises. Her whole life has been a shadow of her sister. Defeat after crushing defeat had forced her into agonizing submission countless times before, but her burning resolve remains unbroken. He predicts her downfall, yet she violently demands an even harsher regime. Accepting her fiery resolve, he drops all restraints. A thrill of hope sparks as she poses. Their relentless clashes continue, forging her raw talent with hidden secrets. As twilight paints the sky, the hellish session renders Uka unconscious. Kusanagi quietly carries her home. Days of brutal torment pass. Finally, he declares Uika worthy of facing her sister. Overwhelming relief sends her down. Kusanagi praises her fierce willpower. A radiant smile breaks through her sheer exhaustion. The fateful day arrives. He asks if her heart is truly prepared to fight. Her confident nod answers him. Approaching the academy gates, a massive mob blocks their path. Vultures of the press swarm, confirming if this is the noble Mizuha Yuika. Flashing cameras demand statements about the imminent magic duel and the bitter sibling rivalry. Kusanagi stands baffled. She explains her massive family status makes this media frenzy inevitable before a sisterly duel. The massive hype over a simple student match shocks him. He figures the Mizuha family name carries heavy weight. They step into the training arena, greeted by a massive, roaring crowd. He finds it overwhelming. She explains student duels are rare, treated as grand events rather than mere challenges. This revelation takes him by surprise. Their names echo across the arena. Uka braces herself, but sudden tremors take over her body. He reassures her, urging her to focus solely on her efforts. She relaxes and smiles softly. Resolve fills Uka's eyes as she marches toward the stage. She finds him mysterious, but admits his words deeply touched her heart. The two sisters finally stand face to face. Ruka smirks, surprised her little sister did not flee. Uka firmly confirms it. Ruka scoffs at her audacity to challenge her older sister, but Uka firmly declares her absolute victory. Ruka grants her a chance, noting her immense growth over the past 2 weeks. Uka knows her sister's overwhelming might. The gap in their magic power is massive, yet her self-belief remains unshaken, certain of her ultimate triumph. The announcer declares the duels start, granting both fighters permission to engage. Yuika instantly deploys her magic circle, attempting to shorten her chance. Ruka launches her assault. Kusanagi watches closely. He knows moving while firing magic spells is fundamental in combat. He figures Ruka at least understands these basic mage battle tactics. Conversely, Uka let nerves consume her. She abandoned the basics, standing completely frozen in combat. Faster chanting cannot save her lost advantage now. Both sisters violently clash with first-level water magic. Yuika fiercely withstands her older sister's strike. Ruka watches in shock, realizing her sibling grew stronger. Ruka admits her power surged in just 2 weeks. Uka beams with joy at her sister's rare praise. Ruka swiftly humbles her, demanding she stop smiling. It was merely an observation, not actual praise. Ruka escalates her magical output, unleashing a devastating strike. She casts a second-level water blitz. Yuka fails to block it. She is sent crashing down violently beside the protagonist. He watches her, acknowledging her improved enchanting skills boosted her odds. Yet, her older sister's sheer power remains unmatched. Ruka mocks his cruelty for refusing to help her up, especially after protecting her earlier. He states she needs no assistance. Ruka scoffs in confusion, until Uka shockingly forces herself back up to her feet. Ruka stares in utter disbelief. Surviving a level 2 blitz should have kept her down. Uka declares her absolute victory. Without magic craft, her entire existence holds no meaning. She would rather lose everything than abandon her magical arts. With burning resolve, Uka attacks again. Ruka fires back instantly. She fights desperately against her sister's might. But her drained magic core finally gives out, bringing her to her knees. The announcer declares Ruka the winner due to Yuika's magic depletion. Uka struggles to rise for one last strike, but her body refuses. Kusanagi calls it a raw battle of precise magical adjustment. He notes his friend simply lacked the raw magic capacity. Ruka smirks, asking if he finally gets it. She labels her sister a talentless failure, assuming he agrees. He calmly confirms her utter lack of talent and clumsiness. Her progress crawls at a snail's pace, and real combat constantly shatters her composure. However, he praises her relentless grit. She trained every single day like an absolute fool. Ruka scoffs at the outcome. Yet, he declares his deep respect for unyielding workers like Yuika. Tears instantly flood the girl's eyes. He proudly claims Yuika as his disciple. Anyone who dares to insult her will face his wrath. Yuika bursts into heavy tears. Ruka mocks his arrogance, questioning his bold words despite his pitiful 100 magic power. He makes his absolute vow. He will crush her with just 100 magic power. She writes him off as a loudmouth but accepts. However, his real opponent steps up. Katsuragi enters the arena, thirsting for his upcoming turn. Ruka orders a swift execution. He smirks, claiming he needs no secondary reminders. Katsuragi carries Uika away to rest. He commands her to watch the upcoming battle closely and absorb the real lesson. She grasps his intent. She suddenly realizes her pain has vanished and her arms are completely healed. Stepping onto the stage, our hero admits that 100 magic power won't guarantee victory. Despite his earlier claims, he knows absolute concentration is required to win this fight. He decides to cap his aura at 100, relying entirely on chantless, non-attribute strikes. Fighting without a magic barrier means a direct hit could be fatal. A thrilling rush of excitement courses through his veins. Katsuragi prepares his stance, offering a cold apology as he refuses to hold back. Our hero fires back, warning Katsuragi to restrain himself instead. The roaring crowd begs Katsuragi to show mercy, fearing the challenger will be slaughtered. Ignoring their pleas, Katsuragi unleashes his massive 8,000 magic power. Our hero senses the energy, unimpressed. Yet, restricted to just 100 magic power, one wrong move could still mean sudden death. The second clash commences. Summoning his glowing magic circles, Katsuragi smugly hopes the challenger will not hold a grudge. With this incoming strike, he plans to test if Kusanagi truly crushed those street thugs. He boldly challenges Kusanagi to survive his absolute full power. Before he can unleash it, a sudden impact strikes his forehead. Kusanagi sighs in bitter disappointment, mocking his sluggish speed. Dead silence falls over the shocked arena. The announcer scrambles to declare Kusanagi the undisputed victor. Ruka watches in absolute disbelief as her friend falls unconscious from a single strike. Recalling his lack of incantations, she questions what dark trickery he employed. Kusanagi casually hopes she is satisfied with the swift execution she demanded. His arrogance makes her blood boil. Yuika stands paralyzed, utterly stunned that he actually defeated such a strong opponent. Ruka fiercely acknowledges his strength, but he confidently replies that he surpasses her as well. Warning him to stop his arrogant nonsense, Ruka violently unleashes her 10,000 magic power. Reading her aura through magic perception, Kusanagi immediately realizes her overwhelming superiority over his previous foe. The frantic announcer highlights this unpredictable twist. Kusanagi's unorthodox combat style has fully captivated the entire arena. This final battle will crown the true champion. The third match ignites. Kusanagi instantly fires his signature magic bullets. She ruthlessly counters the assault with her defensive water magic. Limited to 100 magic power, his strikes remain useless against Ruka, unless he perfectly targets her forehead. He notices she has already adapted, guarding her weak point while casting relentlessly. Ruka pushes forward, hurling massive water waves. Yet, she stares in sheer terror as the protagonist stands completely unfazed. Without casting a single defensive spell, he somehow remains entirely untouched. The bewildered crowd gasps in confusion. Despite taking multiple direct hits, not a single drop of water clings to him. Yuika watches in suspense, entirely unsure what hidden technique he is using to miraculously deflect the damage. Ruka launches another furious assault, but the boy evades the blast with godlike speed. The speechless warrior finally uncovers his terrifying secret. Uka realizes that pure magic can be neutralized by an opposing magical force. Even facing an overwhelming power gap, a true master can find a way to evade total destruction. Everyone knows this is the ultimate, absolute method to survive unharmed. Gritting her teeth in blinding frustration, Ruka knows her level 2 techniques possess lethal speed and mass, making flawless evasion mathematically impossible. She questions how he can stand so fearlessly against her devastating spells. Kusanagi easily reads the heavy doubt clouding her mind. To him, dodging magic is simple if you possess perfect sensory detection, though it demands immense, unshakable courage. Her eyes darken with deadly intent as Ruka unleashes a thirdle spell, the devastating Azora Splash. A wave of dread washes over the audience, knowing a direct hit means absolute disaster. Despite her exhaustion, Ruka is supremely confident this strike is inescapable. Suddenly, a phantom magic bullet strikes her directly. Crashing to the cold ground, she stares up, utterly bewildered that he remains standing. Desperate for answers, she demands to know his evasion method. He calmly explains his unique magic draining technique that devours spells whole. He simply strolled through the blast's core using Drain. Stunned into complete silence, Ruka finally bursts into laughter and gracefully accepts her defeat. The roaring announcer proudly declares Kusanagi Manato as the ultimate victor of the match. Yuika rushes the stage, desperately checking their injuries. Flashing a victorious smile, our hero reassures her they are fine. A bright, relieved smile lights up her face. Honoring her absolute word, Ruka solemnly keeps her promise, granting them the ultimate freedom to do as they please. Kusanagi breathes a sigh of relief. He had already noticed through the battle that Uka's previous wounds were surprisingly shallow. He deduces that Ruka was secretly holding back her true power. Flustered and embarrassed, Ruka stammers as she attempts to craft a defensive excuse. He warmly highlights Uka's incredible growth over just 2 weeks. Knowing Ruka saw this awakening too, he gently insists her days of fierce overprotection are finally over. Uka speaks with true resolve. She vows to grow stronger so her sister can stop worrying. Hearing this, Ruka smiles, finally trusting her younger sibling. Kusanagi smiles at their bond. Suddenly, crushing pressure hits him. He instantly recognizes this dark, abnormal magic. The sky bleeds crimson. Kusanagi wonders in dread. Is the Calamity returning? Meanwhile, Tadano's gang searches Kusanagi's bag. His recent duel victory cost them many followers. His lackeys find nothing but textbooks. Tadano curses the diligent student in pure frustration. He knows Kusanagi hides a secret. Otherwise, absolute trash could never cast such powerful spells. Suddenly, a lackey stares out the window in sheer terror. Tadano steps closer to check the view. A blood-red sky greets them. One lackey panics about the Calamity, though Tadano rejects the grim idea. At the training grounds, Kusanagi stares at the crimson skies in deep worry. Why is this overwhelming abnormal magic suddenly here? He suspects the Calamity has truly begun. Panic ripples through the crowd. The fearful audience demands to know what is happening. Someone denies the Calamity could strike here. Fear grips Kusanagi as he questions this sudden disaster. Suddenly, he links this to the dark presence he felt in Shinjuku. The first Calamity also struck Shinjuku. He wonders if this is mere coincidence, or a darker scheme. Portals rip open, unleashing dark hordes of magical beasts. Terrified screams echo around them. The teacher demands order, desperately guiding students to safety. Kusanagi instantly fires magic bullets, slaying the beasts. He then broadcasts his voice using magic. He orders the panicked crowd to calm down. He explains these are only weak starter monsters. He promises they will survive if they stay calm and follow his exact orders. He orders everyone to group up and run for the gymnasium, warning them never to move alone. He tells Ruka's group to flee. The teacher demands to know his next move. Kusanagi declares he will rescue everyone still trapped inside the school. Calling him reckless, the teacher tries stopping his solo mission. But Katsuragi steps up, volunteering to join the dangerous rescue. The teacher hesitates. Katsuragi reminds him of Kusanagi's true power. Reluctantly agreeing, the teacher begs them to stay safe. Katsuragi boasts he will not die, seeking final confirmation from his junior. Shrugging, Kusanagi tells Uka he is heading out. Filled with worry, she begs him to return alive. Katsuragi dashes ahead, claiming the lead. His insane agility clears 100 meters in 10 seconds. He challenges Kusanagi to keep up. Summoning magic circles, our hero launches forward at a blinding pace, shocking his senior. Kusanagi makes it clear he is leading this charge. Katsuragi admits that speed alone is useless. He resolves to observe Kusanagi closely to uncover his hidden power. Using his perception skill, Kusanagi detects 58 magic users inside the entire school building. However, some students might possess zero magic power. To save them, he must sweep the entire school. Meanwhile, beasts corner a few helpless students. Crashing through the window, Kusanagi unleashes a flawless barrage of magic bullets, instantly wiping out the monsters. The girls watch in pure shock. A beast ambushes him from behind, but he effortlessly obliterates it without a flinch. Katsuragi finally catches up, asking if he is hurt. Praying for a safe evacuation, Kusanagi dashes off. Katsuragi tries to halt his dangerous solo charge, but fails entirely. His speed is simply too overwhelming. Katsuragi realizes his own lack of strength only makes him a burden right now. He remains stunned by how effortlessly the boy slaughtered those magical beasts. Just who is this monster? Elsewhere, Kusanagi blitzes through the halls searching for survivors. Though he could easily annihilate all monsters at once with a magic bullet storm, he must hunt them individually. A massive strike inside the school risks injuring innocent students. He is forced to chase every single beast, relying solely on low-grade spells to keep collateral damage at absolute zero. He storms the classroom, striking down the magical beasts to save the desperate students clinging to life. With the monsters eradicated, the terrified students finally express their deep gratitude. Knowing time is short, he abandons individual evacuations and rushes straight for the gymnasium. Elsewhere, Katsuragi rescues several students, promising to hold the beasts back while they escape. Suddenly, a student points at the sky. He turns to look, stunned to see several students slowly descending inside floating magic bubbles. He questions what the main character is planning, wondering about his true identity. Kusanagi forwarded the survivors to Katsuragi via magic bubbles, trusting his capable hands. A sudden presence alerts him. Nearby, a trembling female student is cornered by a massive beast. She sobs, screaming desperately for help. Instantly, a massive magic bullet obliterates the monster. She recognizes that exact spell from her previous rescue. Kusanagi emerges, asking if she is hurt. She realizes he is her two-time savior, and Kusanagi confirms her suspicion. She asks if he caused the practice class incident. She is convinced this marks his second time rescuing her. He admits her intuition is correct. Overwhelmed with relief, she weeps, finally able to express her thanks. She tearfully thanks him for saving her life again. He humbly brushes it off as nothing special. She stands speechless. A breathless Katsuragi finally arrives, asking who needs rescuing next. Kusanagi orders the girl to stick with Katsuragi, preparing to take his leave. She tries to stop him, but he vanishes without a word. She watches anxiously, while a confused Katsuragi stares blankly. Kusanagi knows countless lives are still trapped inside. He cannot afford to wait for police backup. He must push forward and save every last student immediately. At the Prime Minister's office, reports confirm Kamui Magic Academy is under Calamity attack. His officials are utterly baffled. The last Calamity struck 50 years ago. Since then, perfect peace had reigned over the nation. Fearing their nation is cursed, they beg the Prime Minister for an immediate countermeasure. He declares that the Beast Countermeasure Division, the police, and the magic nobles are already mobilized. The ground self-defense force is also mobilizing. However, his cabinet warns their troops only handle natural disasters. They lack genuine mages capable of holding the line against these monstrous threats. He grimly acknowledges this harsh reality. It is the price of their long, peaceful era without facing true calamities. Their military budget was entirely drained by standard national defense and international affairs. Thus, fighting the beasts and demons falls solely upon the police and noble mages. Frustration consumes him as the 50-year-old nightmare returns. Worse, this time, they do not have Ichami Manato. Speeding down the highway, a young officer asks her senior if the Calamity has truly returned. He confirms the terrifying truth. Deep anxiety instantly grips her heart. Shocked that 50 years of peace was merely an illusion, she trembles. Her senior calmly reminds her this is their duty. He is Shidu Shugo of the Metropolitan Police Department. Stealing her resolve, Sergeant Sonata Karen prepares for battle. Overhead, news helicopters finally reach the Magic Academy. A reporter broadcasts live, breaking the horrific news that the Calamity has struck the Academy. He reveals the grim reality. Monsters are swarming out, and the sky has bled completely red. A female anchor reports that magical beasts are spawning from thin air. Meanwhile, the terrified students are currently taking refuge inside the gymnasium. A teacher guides them, confidently claiming they can survive against mere magical beasts. With proper teamwork, victory is possible. The entire world watches the broadcast in suspense. Watching the screen, nearby children realize the nightmare is happening right next door. They immediately flee for their lives. Absolute panic erupts outside as desperate civilians scramble to escape. Two men observe the chaos from afar, realizing the grim odds. Fear grips the global audience. Kusanagi glares at the endless monster swarm. He knows the second stage is beginning, and far deadlier foes will awaken. The higher the stage, the more brutal this nightmare becomes. Killing these grunts is pointless. The monster horde is truly endless. Until the boss finally falls, these magical beasts will never stop coming. The boss awaits at the final stage. Suppressing his growing irritation, he stays fully focused on rescuing the survivors. Rescuing 20 students, he casts magic bubbles to float them toward absolute safety. The scattered students make this search difficult. He pushes forward to the next stage. In a distant classroom, Tadano frantically unleashes his fire magic. But despair sets in. His attacks do nothing, and his magic power is completely drained. Facing the towering demon soldier, the sobbing gang curses their terrible luck. His lackeys cry that they warned him about this. Frustration consumes the bully. He remembers how easily Kusanagi one-shots these beasts. Why is he so powerless? Suddenly, Kusanagi appears, coldly declaring it is because he is weak trash. Tadano opens his eyes. A single magic strike instantly annihilates the demon. Kusanagi steps into the room. As Kusanagi turns to leave, Tadano mutters in bitter frustration. It happened again. Saved by him. Twice. He begs Kusanagi to stop, asking why he would save such a miserable, pathetic bully. Kusanagi glances back. He reveals there is no profound reason at all. He saved them simply because he has the power to do it. Tadano freezes in pure confusion. Crushed by his own inferiority, Tadano lashes out, insulting him as a magicless wimp. He cannot fathom how this former loser obtained such overwhelming power out of nowhere. Kusanagi reveals the dark truth. The original boy died in a car crash. He was reborn. Rejecting this logic, Tadano demands to know how nearing death grants such insane strength. He dreamed of becoming a great mage, only to lose to someone he called trash. Kusanagi coldly calls him weak. True strength protects, while only the truly pathetic oppress those beneath them. Exposing his deep flaws, he calls Tadano garbage, blinded by a fake sense of superiority. Kusanagi lays out the brutal truth. A weakling like him could never even dream of winning a fight against him. Reality finally shatters Tadano's pride. Falling to his knees, he admits his powers stopped growing in junior high. He took his bitter frustration out on anyone weaker than himself. Yet in the end, his savior was Kusanagi, the very person he branded as useless. He just could not accept the truth. Admitting defeat to his lackeys, the broken bully bursts into endless tears. Meanwhile, Kusanagi clears the classroom. Suddenly, a massive demon soldier breaches the building to hunt him. He fires a magic bullet, but the agile beast easily evades the strike. Left with no choice, he unleashes his devastating fire magic. The beast burns effortlessly, but the demon numbers keep surging. The rising tide of enemies means only one thing: the boss is coming. He turns to the terrified students, calmly assuring them the threat is already neutralized. Elsewhere, an angry Katsuragi curses Kusanagi for dumping this burden on him. Blasting fire magic, he defends the students from approaching beasts. He tells a terrified girl to stay close. He swears to protect everyone with his life. His fierce vow calms the panic. The students begin cheering for their brave defender. Staring down an entire monster army, doubt creeps into Katsuragi's mind. Suddenly, Kusanagi emerges from the shadows, offering aid. Startled, Katsuragi yells at him to stop appearing like a ghost. Kusanagi orders him to evacuate the moment the monsters are cleared, but Katsuragi hesitates. Wiping out an army this massive is practically impossible. He suggests changing their escape route entirely. Ignoring him, Kusanagi unleashes his non-attribute magic. The entire demon horde is instantly obliterated with absolute zero effort. The crowd stands in stunned silence. Kusanagi simply reminds Katsuragi to guide the students to safety. Snapping back to reality, Katsuragi commands everyone to move. Fleeing, the students gaze in awe at the lingering magic bullets. A nervous smile crosses Katsuragi's face as he finally grasps Kusanagi's monstrous strength. As they safely depart, Kusanagi turns his back. He heads deeper into the school, hunting for any remaining survivors in the danger zone. The instructor rallies the students, urging them to hold the line and push the monstrous horde back. Uka's stamina wanes, but Ruka appears behind her, warning that she should retreat inside before becoming a burden. Yet Uka refuses to yield, declaring she will fight on because there is no time to rest. Katsuragi reaches the gymnasium with the rescued students. The instructor praises his efforts, ordering him to lead everyone inside. Katsuragi demands a status report. Ruka grimly admits they are barely holding the line. Yuika frantically asks about Kusanagi, but Katsuragi assures her that he is alive and fighting. Relief washes over her face. Katsuragi openly acknowledges Kusanagi's overwhelming strength. He believes they can survive this calamity with Kusanagi on their side, a sentiment Uka firmly shares. Suddenly, violent tremors rip through the ground. Panic erupts as the instructor orders an immediate evacuation. A massive monster army emerges from the choking dust. Spotting demon soldiers within the ranks, Katsuragi realizes victory is impossible against such numbers. They must flee at once. The vicious Stage 2 monsters charge at the fleeing students. Uka sprints for her life but is nearly devoured by a magical beast. A lethal strike saves her. The police have arrived. Shidu commands his unit to eradicate the beasts. The officers lay down their lives to shield the civilians. Hope returns to the students, believing they are finally safe under police protection. Shidu tells them not to worry as the police hold the line. He orders a systematic school evacuation. However, Uka steps forward, declaring their intent to fight. Shidu insists they leave, but Uka firmly states they are not mere civilians. Ruka joins her, revealing they are mages. Grasping this, Shidu urgently requests their backup. He commands them to launch rearguard attacks, admitting his forces are too thin and desperately need mage support. Frustration gnaws at him over the police's limitations. Nearby, Sonata casts healing magic upon the wounded students. The protagonist spots the police's arrival and decides to entrust the front line to them. He is surprised the police responded faster than the self-defense troops. It is absurd that the nation lacks countermeasures for a national disaster. Deeming it a harsh lesson for a complacent society, he presses forward to rescue the remaining students. News broadcasts confirm the police deployment, yet the monster threat is multiplying at an unprecedented rate. She wonders if police can contain the calamity, desperately hoping mage nobles arrive to resolve it. Watching the broadcast, several students buzz with excitement to see the nobles in action. An elderly couple mutters that their lifelong taxes guarantee the mage nobles will handle this crisis. The reporter prays for their swift arrival. Inside a lavish estate, Fuka Jin, head of the Fuka household, and a mage noble orders his butler to ignore the calamity. The butler seeks confirmation, but Jin scoffs, dismissing it as a small crisis that the police can easily resolve. When asked about his plans, the arrogant noble simply heads to bed. His butler bows, wishing him a peaceful night. Back at the school, Shidu realizes the battlefield is spiraling out of control. He demands if the front gate can be secured against the magical beasts. The grim reply is, no, the numbers are too vast. Watching the beasts multiply, Shidu questions if they can save civilians in time. The self-defense forces meant for the rear guard remain missing. Their only option is to summon the mage nobles, but something is wrong. He cannot reach them. They are supposed to be the ultimate shield, yet they are entirely useless. As mages and officers fight shoulder to shoulder, Shidu's mind races through every record of past calamities. Did the heroes of 50 years ago face this same despair? He silently prays the boss remains hidden. Suddenly, monsters multiply as a huge purple beam pierces the sky. A demon captain appears, causing utter panic. Shidu freezes in absolute horror. It is a demon captain, their supreme boss. Ruka recalls this legendary beast rarely surfaces now. Only mage nobles possess the power to defeat it. Realizing they need magic beyond level 5, Uka breaks down in tears. Pure panic sets in, as no one can wield such supreme magic. The demon captain summons multiple deadly magic circles. Uka freezes in sheer terror. Ruka pours all her mana to deflect the blast, but her power falls short. She throws herself in front of Uka as a human shield. The brutal strike crashes into Ruka, but she successfully protects Uka. The younger girl watches in pure horror as her sister takes the devastating blow. Students flee in terror, but Uka remains. She frantically tries saving Ruka. Shidu and his squad fall helplessly to the horde, begging for aid. Katsuragi unleashes his full power, yet the demon captain stands unfazed. Accepting their grim fate, the police surrender all hope. But Yuka refuses to yield, screaming the protagonist's name to the heavens. The captain advances, but an irritated voice echoes out. He finally arrives, apologizing for the delay. He hates that he made her wait. Uka frantically points to her sister. He calmly reassures her, noting the girl has merely fainted. He swiftly mends her injuries. Witnessing the monster's brutal carnage, absolute fury clenches his jaw. He tells her to rest easy while he wipes out this filth. She places her absolute trust in him. Brilliant magic circles burst open, instantly healing the fallen students. Yuika watches in pure awe as her sister's fatal wounds simply vanish. The victims awaken. Nearby, Sonata senses this overwhelming divine aura. She gasps at the third level, holy magic. It completely eclipses her own skills. Who could cast such a miracle? Sonata rushes to her senior's side. He claims he is unharmed, merely drained of his magical reserves. She demands answers. Shidu is equally baffled, but insists their sole mission is guarding the helpless. Sonata weeps and blocks his path, calling his plan utter madness. His resolve remains unbroken. If he retreats, everyone dies. Sonata grabs him again, screaming that victory is impossible when their forces are wiped out. She cries that their entire police force has been crushed. With no troops or noble mages in sight, he faces the crushing reality. They are completely powerless. The demonic commander marches on. Live on air, a reporter breaks the news of the police's total downfall. Despair consumes her. Watching this broadcast, terrified students curse the useless nobles, praying for their own survival. The public watches in dread, realizing nobody is strong enough to slay this demonic captain. Alone, our hero strides toward the terrifying boss. Sonata gasps, thinking he is marching straight to his grave. Shidu screams a warning, but the boy walks on. Kusanagi has arrived to end this beast's reign of terror once and for all. The demonic boss roars, oozing a terrifying thirst for pure destruction. Pure dread paralyzes the students. Shidu and Sonata freeze under the crushing pressure, but Kusanagi stands completely unfazed. He launches a fierce strike, ordering the beast to shut up. The furious captain shrieks. Its monstrous army charges as colossal magic circles erupt, bombarding our hero with lethal power. He recalls fighting the last Calamity with his absolute full strength. Repeating that would vaporize everyone here. To protect the innocent bystanders, he chooses to suppress his godly strength. The vicious blows connect. Shidu assumes he is dead. But before the strike hits the students, glowing shields emerge. He blasts endless magic bullets, blowing the horde away. A stunned Shidu questions the boy's true identity. The shocked reporter broadcasts a lone student battling the horde. She zooms in to reveal his face, but the camera randomly explodes. Uka grins, realizing her savior destroyed it to protect his secret identity. Without prying eyes, she knows he can finally go wild. He rains down a relentless storm of magic bullets. Witnessing this miracle, the students erupt into hopeful cheers. Monsters ambush the students from the shadows. Shidu ruthlessly slays them, vowing to watch Kusanagi's back. It is the only way they can help. He smiles warmly at the brave police officers. Praising their grit, he fires another volley of arcane blasts. Infuriated, the demon captain roars, summoning a terrifying array of complex magic circles. The beast unleashes 6th-level magic. Shidu stares in absolute horror. Such overwhelming power rivals the nobles. Shidu's heart sinks, believing their final moments have arrived. 6th-level dragon flames erupt. A devastating inferno instantly swallows the battlefield. A massive fire tornado devours the area. Panic ensues. Shidu desperately shields Sonata, while the terrified students abandon all hope of survival. Facing certain death, Sonata prays to the heavens, begging for the innocent students to somehow be spared. Shidu refuses to believe any mere student can defeat this demonic boss. In his eyes, Kusanagi's defeat is inevitable. But Yua's faith never wavers. With every fiber of her body, she knows her unstoppable hero will conquer this evil. The giant blast nears, but to Kusanagi, it moves in slow motion. He realizes the demon captain is forcing 6th-level magic. 2nd-level spells simply won't be enough to survive this. Despite his wish to stay hidden, he must unleash his true power. Kusanagi summons 4 magic circles, unleashing the water attribute. Seeing this, Yuika smiles and cheers him on. The water forms a massive serpent. Shidu watches in awe, wondering if it is synthesis magic. Water and fire violently clash. Kusanagi's overwhelming aura begins crushing the demon captain. But the monster refuses to yield. It screams its desire to annihilate humanity as its flames surge. Yet, Kusanagi simply pours in a little more power. Completely overpowered, the demon captain finally realizes its life is over. The monster demands how a mere child defeated it. Kusanagi calmly replies that it simply lacked the proper training. He expected a better fight and feels disappointed by its weakness. Slowly, the dark sky returns to normal. Kusanagi smiles in relief. With the final boss dead, the calamity is finally over. The shocked students can hardly believe Kusanagi crushed the demon captain. Overjoyed, they leap to their feet and celebrate. The reporter and cameraman join the cheers, finally feeling safe. Sanada comforts a trembling student, assuring her the calamity is gone. Meanwhile, Shidu stares at Kusanagi in absolute disbelief. How could a mere student stop a calamity alone? Not even noble mages could beat 6th level magic. Just who exactly is Kusanagi? His exhausted legs completely give out. Kusanagi finds Yua, declaring it is all over. She smiles, thanking him and saying she always believed in his power. He softly smiles back. Suddenly, ecstatic students swarm him, praising his legendary victory. They shower him with gratitude. But an irritated Kusanagi demands space. Just like his past life, he regrets standing out and dreads an annoying future. Yue notices his annoyance. Then an announcement echoes out. The Kamui Magic Academy calamity is over. However, the school refuses to reveal the solo hero who crushed the boss. While several were injured, 0 casualties were reported. Kusanagi's classmates eagerly show him the news. He feels annoyed, but they believe it is only natural for their mighty savior. Promoted to S-class, Kusanagi leaves his old classmates feeling distant. They realize they can never speak to him casually again. Female students eagerly ask about the secret behind his strength. They assume he inherited great noble mage blood. Nearby, an S-class student watches Kusanagi's visible annoyance at the unwanted fame. He doubts such an overpowered student actually exists. Kusanagi's classmates fiercely defend his solo victory over the demon captain. Yet, the S-class student remains skeptical, feeling something is entirely wrong here. Seizing the chance, Kusanagi slips out of class, sighing in deep relief. Yue finds him, mischievously asking if fame is too hard. He hates the teasing, but she just keeps on talking. She calls it natural for the mighty savior who protected the whole academy. Kusanagi recalls Yuika also reached S-class for her heroic efforts during the calamity. Strangely, she does not seem thrilled at all. When asked, she claims happiness only because a certain someone is also in S-class. Suddenly remembering Ruka, Kusanagi asks about her well-being. Yuka smiles, noting that the two of them are talking much more now. Kusanagi finds this comforting, and Yuika shares his joy. Filled with deep gratitude, she warmly thanks him for everything. Out of nowhere, Kusanagi lightly taps her head. Blushing hard, she shyly asks what is wrong. He gently explains he hates endless thanks. Once is enough. Hearing this, Yuka beams with a bright smile. Meanwhile, an official ends a tense global teleconference. Gaining global support for the next calamity seems impossible. Every nation is already drowning in endless defensive plans. Someone brings up the student who soloed the boss. The others dismiss it as an anomaly, noting even the police force was entirely annihilated. Assuming the reports are wildly exaggerated, they expect foreign nations to remain deeply skeptical. He commands his men to recall the noble mages to prepare for the next disaster. Up on the school roof, Ruka and Katsuragi confront Kusanagi and Yuika. A tense, silent stare-down ensues. Ruka breaks the silence with a bold request. She deeply wants Kusanagi to make her his disciple. Days later, Ruka casually chats with her older sister. She recalls how the protagonist single-handedly stopped the devastating calamity. Her sister agrees, reminding her that Kusanagi crushed the terrifying demon captain using highly advanced 4-level synthesis magic. Ruka stands completely paralyzed. Such overwhelming power surpasses even high-level mages. Uka swears it is the absolute truth. Trusting her, Ruka's doubts fade into a gentle smile. Uka simply wonders why her sister trusts her so blindly. Ruka knows Yuika's true nature. She is obedient, honest, gentle, and fiercely hardworking. Admitting her stubbornness, she accepts her sister isn't talentless. Uka sees her deep worry. Standing tall, Uka makes a firm vow. She will forge unyielding strength to protect them, easing her sister's anxiety. Listening closely, Ruka witnesses her little sister's profound growth. Hearing this rare praise, Yuka beams with pure joy. Ruka knows Kusanagi's power defies logic. No student compares, and even her father falls short. She desperately needs Yuika's help. Without guidance, she will plateau as a mere high-class mage. To break her limits, Kusanagi's help is vital. Back in the present, Ruka apologizes for her arrogance. Regret fills her for looking down on them. Knowing her plea is selfish, she swallows her pride and speaks. She begs to become his disciple. To her utter shock, he casually agrees. He confirms his willingness to teach her. She stands baffled by his unwarranted kindness. He simply calls her a weirdo for questioning a request she just made. She knows he is right. Yet, after her past hostility, his boundless mercy makes zero sense. He states firmly that her apology is accepted and forgiven. She is left utterly speechless. Seizing the moment, Katsuragi begs for the same master. The protagonist easily agrees, leaving Katsuragi thrilled. Uka softly reminds her sister of her friend's profound kindness. Katsuragi notes his mysterious aura. Later, the protagonist is summoned to the conference room. Shidu steps forward, representing the police department's elite beast countermeasures division. Sonata introduces herself. They bow deeply, confessing that without his power, everyone would have perished. Kusanagi asks if they need more, urging them to stop bowing. Their endless gratitude is repetitive. He declares it is enough. Shidu confirms the investigation is closed, but one lingering detail caught his sharp eye. Kusanagi silently wonders why. Shidu mentions his sudden mage awakening following a traffic accident. Rumors from classmates and locals echo this exact story. One student claimed he became a completely different person. Kusanagi remains in silent observation. Shidu notes the drastic personality shift and the explosive surge in his magical power. Power immense enough to effortlessly crush a demon captain. Yuika demands his true intentions. Pivoting, Shidu asks about a mysterious figure called the Black Magician. Our boy claims total ignorance. Shidu plays a video, showing the Black Magician slaughtering beasts while protecting civilians. A cloaked phantom operating at night. Shidu seems shocked he missed this viral clip. The accusation hangs heavy. Yuika furiously demands why Kusanagi is targeted with this. Smiling sharply, Shidu notes their identical traits. The age, height, and exact physical build. The Black Magician boasts overwhelming combat prowess. No ordinary student could mirror such legendary feats. More suspiciously, this vigilante's crusade perfectly aligned with his discharge from the hospital. Using unsanctioned magic is a strict crime. Usually, the academy handles students caught casting without permits. However, this massive public spectacle leaves police with zero choice but to intervene. They are forced to step in. Shidu warns that mere expulsion won't suffice. Confessing now could drastically reduce his sentence. Shidu asks one final time if he is the Black Magician. Stone-faced, Kusanagi delivers a cold, absolute denial. Shidu smiles in apparent relief. Thanking him for his time, the detective finally takes his leave. Leaving, Shidu marvels that our boy keeps a completely emotionless facade. He praises such bold courage to deceive so openly, if he truly is the Black Magician. Shidu admits, Kusanagi defies logic, convinced he hides dark secrets. Sonata already recognizes Kusanagi as the true Black Magician by his similar voice. Wondering if he fought merely to protect lives that night, Sonata vows to keep his identity strictly hidden. Though marking a huge failure for law enforcement, she fiercely believes the protagonist possesses a truly kind heart. Shidu vows to relentlessly unmask the Black Magician's true identity, while Sonata quietly plans to strictly shield and support him forever. Shortly after, the S-Class instructor proudly presents both Mizuwa, Yuika, and Kusanagi Minato to the expectant room. She sincerely urges the eager class to welcome them. Excited murmurs erupt regarding his legendary victory over the demon captain. The girls press Yuika on her noble status. The instructor sternly commands silence as the lecture officially starts. She marvels at their rapid fame. Exhausted from answering endless questions all day, Kusanagi feels utterly drained. He bitterly remembers this fame is exactly why he desired shadows. Suddenly, a sweet voice calls out from behind. He turns, finding the rescued girl standing right before him. She shyly hopes he doesn't mind sparing a fraction of his time. Finding himself dragged to the familiar rooftop, he deeply questions this strange school norm of seeking high ground for private talks. Yue shadows his steps, spying carefully from behind a solid wall. Hoping for crucial private training, She seriously questions his sudden presence on the roof. A bitter pang of jealousy strikes, seeing him alone with another girl. The girl eagerly asks if he recalls her, but he flatly denies it. Reminding him of his heroic rescue during the devastating calamity, his scattered memories align. She recalls facing certain death against vicious magical beasts during her brutal combat lesson, until a mysterious savior unleashed magic. She firmly believes Kusanagi commanded that magical strike. Remembering the fateful event, he politely accepts her tearful gratitude, stating he merely did what was truly necessary. The girl blushes furiously, breathlessly calling him cool. Yua strains her ears desperately from the shadows, barely catching a whisper. Baring her heart, the girl confesses her deep love for our hero. She bravely asks him out on a sweet date. Yuka gasps in profound shock at the bold confession. Meanwhile, the stoic protagonist is unfazed. Knowing she lacks standout traits, she desperately promises utmost devotion, pleading to officially become his loving girlfriend. Kusanagi smiles gently, softly thanking her for the brave confession. Her joyful smile blooms, only to shatter as he apologizes. Her bright smile vanishes instantly. He politely explains his crucial personal mission leaves absolutely zero room for romantic dating. Grasping his heavy burden, she forces a painful smile. Deeply grateful for his brutal honesty, she surrenders her budding feelings. The heartbroken girl flees the lonely rooftop in tears. Kusanagi sharply commands Yuka to step out of the shadows. Caught red-handed, she nervously emerges with an awkward grin. Stunned, she truly thought she hid her mana perfectly. He ruthlessly mocks her dreadful mana control, bluntly stating it spills wildly everywhere. This marks the second time he directly caught her lurking nearby. He openly questions her strange peeping habits. Uka stammers defensively, claiming bad timing with zero intention to secretly eavesdrop. She demands why he ruthlessly rejected such beauty. Kusanagi strictly reaffirms his total disinterest in dating anyone at this time. Her shock visibly deepens as he claims a massive mental age gap, despite sharing the exact same school year. Yuika feels an undeniable spark of joy, learning he firmly desires to remain completely single. She stands utterly confused by the deep relief washing over her at his strict romantic boundaries. She gazes up with deep concern. Kusanagi sternly orders her to train that disastrously poor mana control before it fails entirely. He demands rigorous training. Fully aware, she fiercely vows to crush her limits, desperate to surpass her current strength, and absolutely determined to earn his ultimate acknowledgement someday. As night arrives, the protagonist enters another monster-infested zone. Their rapidly multiplying numbers hint an impending, devastating calamity might emerge. A girl screams in total terror. A corrupt man illegally wields magic to harass her. He cruelly mocks her pointless cries in the empty streets. Kusanagi swiftly strikes from the shadows, fiercely proving the arrogant man wrong. The thug gasps in absolute shock, but our hero strikes mercilessly, heavily punching his stomach. Explosive magic violently flares, knocking the criminal out cold. He critically notes the fallen amateur mage possesses tragic combat skills. He figures his foe rarely faces true mages. The rescued girl thanks him, asking if he is the infamous black mage. Annoyed, he ignores her words and vanishes into the night. Kusanagi suddenly realizes he is the mysterious black mage everyone talks about. He has no idea how his reputation spread so wildly. Dining with friends the following day, he brings up this black mage. He recalls Shidu mentioning a rogue night-dwelling spellcaster. Surrounded by endless rumors, his curiosity is finally sparked. Katsuragi assumes this black mage went viral on the internet. With pure innocence, Kusanagi asks what exactly the internet is. He innocently asks if it resembles a fishing net. The absurd question leaves his friends stunned, questioning his sanity. In this modern age, being completely oblivious to the web seems utterly impossible to them. They knew he lived a deeply sheltered life, but this absolute ignorance surpasses their wildest expectations. Uka explains it is a massive global information network. With humanity sharing endless knowledge, rumors of the Black Mage spread instantly. Packed with endless visual recordings, this digital realm holds answers to absolutely everything. Kusanagi finally grasps the concept. Katsuragi then points out that boundless knowledge rests inside his smartphone. He urges Kusanagi to draw his device and launch any random application. A massive grin lights up Kusanagi's face as he finally boots up a modern search engine. They praise his success. Calling it simple, he is soon reminded by Ruka about their promised combat training. Eager for power, she asks when they start. Grateful for their modern guidance, Kusanagi agrees to mentor them right after classes. He vows to push their limits and train them well. An ominous chill runs down Yuika's spine. Soon enough, the brutal training session leaves all three collapsed on the ground. Utterly disappointed, Kusanagi notes they have barely warmed up. He demands they fight as if death is approaching. Forcing themselves up, they refuse to surrender. Pleased by their resolve, he commands them to strike with absolute lethal intent. Igniting magic circles, they execute his exact orders. Meanwhile, near the towering Tokyo skyline, pedestrians recall how peaceful the world was mere moments ago. Gazing at a blood-red sky, sheer terror consumes them. A colossal legion of monstrous beasts, demonic soldiers, and ruthless captains materializes. Back at training, his three exhausted disciples collapse once again. He taunts their broken spirits. Refusing defeat, Ruka and Katsuragi launch a desperate, synchronized assault to prove their worth. Summoning a barrier, he retaliates with blinding magic bullets, effortlessly crushing their assault. Enduring the impact, Uka vanishes into his blind spot for a desperate sneak attack. Dodging with godlike reflexes, he blasts Yuika away with the exact same strike. Satisfied, Kusanagi finally calls for a brief rest. Utterly exhausted, they sigh in relief to catch their breath. As Yuika gulps down water, Katsuragi calls his overwhelming power completely unfair. Ruka fully agrees, stunned that even elite academy students remain absolutely powerless against him. Uka agrees, sensing a terrifying gap between him and ordinary students. Staring at his annoyed expression, Kusanagi suddenly confesses he barely survived a fatal car crash. Awakening from death's door, he inexplicably possessed absolute power. Claiming ignorance to its origin, he orders them to drop the subject. Ruka assumes cheating. Death must have awakened a dormant legendary core deep within him. Yuika easily sees through his obvious lie. Recognizing his evasive looks, she sighs in disappointment at her comrade's utter gullibility. Sensing he guards a massive secret, she respects his desperate need for silence and decides to let the mystery slide. Glad his ridiculous bluff actually worked, Kusanagi finally concludes their brutal training as the blazing sun sets. Katsuragi praises the intense session. Impressed, Kusanagi notes his immense toughness. Katsuragi believes it stems from surviving harsh, solitary training. Starving, Katsuragi announces he must return home to prepare dinner. This domestic revelation completely catches Kusanagi off guard. Judging by his rough appearance, culinary skills seemed impossible. Offended by the blunt remark, Katsuragi angrily flares up. He asks if Kusanagi always dines out. Hearing the boy survives solely on instant noodles leaves Katsuragi absolutely stunned. Kusanagi simply marvels at the sheer convenience of modern life. Warning him about this toxic diet, Katsuragi insists his mortal body will shatter. Kusanagi feels strangely touched by this genuine concern. Katsuragi suddenly grabs him, dragging the hero back to his place for a shared meal. He struggles, but his friend refuses to let go. Kusanagi smiles, secretly grateful for this bond. Arriving at the apartment, the hero gets swarmed by children, while Katsuragi prepares a feast. Returning from the kitchen with apologies, he catches the hero entertaining them with spells. The hero brushes off his concern, effortlessly conjuring magic bubbles for the children. Katsuragi scolds him, warning against casting spells indoors, completely stunned that magic could be used for playtime. A child pats the scolded hero. Katsuragi watches in disbelief at his unexpected babysitting skills. Tragic memories of his past life flash by. He gently calls the children precious. Katsuragi teases his old man attitude, prompting the hero to snap at him to shut up. Soon, he finds himself smiling while reading them a story. They all give thanks before devouring the delicious meal. Taking a bite, the hero is utterly stunned by the incredible flavor. Tears blur his vision, unable to recall his last proper meal. He deeply regrets neglecting his own life for endless warfare. Kusanagi asks about his family. Katsuragi quietly reveals he has no father. With his mother working late nights, the burden of household chores and child-rearing falls solely on him. He even squeezes in part-time work. Kusanagi is stunned by this grueling routine, but his friend proudly loves his family. The hero nods, realizing his friend is a fierce warrior who actually thrives on intense challenges. Exhausted, they all crash together. Katsuragi apologizes for making him stay over just to please the clingy children. He waves it off, truly enjoying this peaceful change of pace. Relieved, Katsuragi bows in deep gratitude. The hero is confused, but his friend quickly clarifies he is actually talking about Ruka. Her bright smiles lately are entirely thanks to Kusanagi's warm presence. Suspecting romance, The hero bluntly asks if he harbors feelings for Ruka. Katsuragi firmly denies any affection. He claims they are just two outcasts who never fit in with others, drawing them together as comrades. Kusanagi relates deeply to this. Morning breaks, and the two warriors stroll toward the academy. Uka angrily demands why they are late. Katsuragi blames the hero for oversleeping like a log. Discovering their secret sleepover, a jealous Yuika immediately interrogates them about hidden training sessions. Kusanagi marvels at how natural this gathering feels, secretly cherishing the bond. Suddenly, Shidu and Sanada block their path, begging for a moment. The hero's eyes narrow in pure annoyance. Shidu apologizes for intruding again, but his grim tone signals a dire emergency. Sanada reports a terrifying spatial breach. Monsters are swarming Tokyo Tower. She suspects a direct tie to the recent calamity. They desperately plead for his power. He tries to reject the mission, claiming to be just a mere student. Shidu fiercely rejects that excuse, knowing this young man possesses the godlike strength to shatter calamities entirely solo. Dropping his pride, Shidu confesses the police are utterly outmatched. They desperately need his overwhelming might. Kusanagi questions leaking classified intel, but Shidu violently shakes his head. They are trapped with zero options left. He bows down, officially begging the hero to slaughter the monsters. Kusanagi accepts. He wanted to stay hidden, but the chaotic situation keeps escalating out of control. Shidu promises massive rewards and full academy clearance. Hearing this, Yua and the gang boldly step up to join the fray. Ruka volunteers for rearguard support, and Katsuragi fiercely backs her up. Shidu praises their courage but coldly denies them. A battlefield like this is absolute suicide. Ruka protests, but Shidu bluntly declares their academy rankings mean absolutely nothing in a genuine, blood-soaked war zone. He asks if anyone rivals Kusanagi's godlike power. A heavy, shameful silence crushes the group. Shidu orders them safely back to school, turning only to Kusanagi to lead the vanguard. The hero smirks, challenging them to catch up to his level one day. Their eyes ignite with fierce, unshakable determination. Inside the police base, the hero joins a serious tactical conference. A commander reveals a nightmare. Hundreds of monstrous beasts are swarming Tokyo Tower. They must strike fast before innocent blood floods the streets. He boldly reveals their secret weapon, a legendary student who single-handedly crushed the disaster at the Magic Academy. The commander orders him to rise. Our hero complies, but cynical whispers immediately erupt behind his back. A veteran scoffs, unable to fathom why a mere child stands among them. His comrade reveals the truth. Kusanagi alone slaughtered the demon captain during the previous calamity. The veteran calls it absolute lies. Sanada lowers her head in deep embarrassment. Shido silences them. He confirms Kusanagi is the student who crushed the calamity and single-handedly annihilated the demon captain. Shidu gives his absolute word, having witnessed the boy's terrifying power firsthand. No one rivals the protagonist's strength. He survived the horrific disaster that struck after 50 long years. Shidu welcomes his alliance. He commands the squad to respect the boy as a fellow warrior, not a mere student. Yet, the veterans refuse to believe it. They see only an arrogant student playing hero, standing among seasoned professionals. Ignoring the tension, the leader declares their mission remains completely unchanged. He orders an immediate advance. Every single monster must be eliminated. Once alone, Shidu apologizes for the disrespect. Kusanagi shrugs it off, knowing his sudden arrival rattled their pride. Startled by such calm maturity, Shidu turns his attention to a trembling Sanada. Crying, she confesses she was too paralyzed by fear to defend him. Kusanagi comforts her. The petty words of lesser men mean nothing to him. A warm smile finally graces her face. Speeding toward the Tokyo Tower, Kusanagi questions their current total combat strength. The officer reveals they have 80 mages. A handful are elites, but the rest are mere mid-tier fighters. Our hero calculates the odds. Mid-tiers cast level 2 spells, while the elite peak at level 3. Shidu admits it sounds pathetic. This makes the protagonist their ultimate weapon, wielding legendary level 4 synthesis magic. Kusanagi demands to know their tactical strategy, but Shidu grimly shakes his head. In pure magical warfare, complex formations are completely useless. He claims victory is assured against basic demon soldiers and beasts. But anything above a demon captain demands strict countermeasures. Their intelligence and sheer magical pressure are terrifying. Shidu bitterly admits this reckless assault barely qualifies as a combat strategy. Kusanagi frowns. He has not seen a single piece of specialized anti-monster gear among the ranks. The officer confesses their grim reality. Lacking anti-magic armor, they fight in simple suits and flexible clothing. The boy narrows his eyes. Anti-beast equipment used to be standard. Shidu sighs. Such artifacts are incredibly rare now, hoarded exclusively by the arrogant mage nobles. Kusanagi is utterly stunned. In his era, magical armaments were as common as breathing. He knows peace weakens warriors. But this level of magical regression is completely absurd. What truly happened during these past 50 years? Shidu studies the boy's dark expression in silence. They finally reach the Tokyo Tower. Kusanagi surveys the battlefield. This is no calamity, yet the monster horde is unnaturally massive. Something is wrong. The arrogant veterans freeze in terror. This overwhelming swarm wasn't in their reports. Suddenly, a towering demon captain emerges. Despair crushes their fighting spirit. They immediately beg for noble mages and special forces, realizing this means certain death. Shidu desperately yells that backup is on the way, but reinforcements will not arrive soon. With beast numbers multiplying and illegal mage syndicates rising, the higher-ups are completely overwhelmed. The officers tremble in fear. Facing these monstrous entities alone is pure suicide. Their courage crumbles into nothingness. Out of options, Shidu swallows his pride and begs the boy for salvation. "Can we win?" he asks. Our hero nods with absolute confidence. The cowards immediately scoff. How could a mere brat annihilate such a massive horde? Suddenly, Kusanagi's gaze sharpens on a bizarre anomaly. The monsters erupt into a frenzy. Above, the sky bleeds into a dark crimson. Sonata and the squad stare in absolute horror. The ultimate nightmare is here. Shidu frantically broadcasts a nationwide warning. A calamity has struck Japan. As ravenous beasts descend upon helpless civilians, Shidu's desperate voice echoes. The true calamity has begun. He commands his squad to prioritize the people and protect all civilians from harm. Trapped in an urban war zone, they must deploy swift countermeasures immediately. Shidu and his squad watch in terror, but our hero remains entirely unfazed. The police freeze in sheer terror as the calamity resurfaces, questioning its return. Calamities are natural disasters, but he realizes these beasts triggered this phenomenon. He wonders how they caused it. Have they mastered new summoning methods over 50 years? Shidu's men refuse to fight a losing battle without backup, begging to reorganize first. The calamity advances, driving monsters toward the populated city while the police bicker. Some argue they must intercept the beasts to protect innocent lives at all costs. Others call it a suicide mission, firmly convinced they cannot win. Someone mocks their cowardice, sparking rage. He shouts that defeating this beast horde is impossible. Kusanagi leaps from the rooftop, boldly declaring their absolute victory. With a fearless smirk, he deploys magic circles and charges the horde. He lands amidst the beasts. The horde swarms him as police scream for him to flee before he dies. Kusanagi casts third-level magic, Wind Cutter, leaving everyone utterly speechless. The beasts perish instantly, but demon soldiers launch multiple attacks. His shields leave him unscathed. Seeing his barrier's absolute defense, he shields bystanders from the calamity. Shidu watches in awe as he slaughters more beasts. He cannot fathom a mage wielding multiple magic attributes simultaneously. He realizes only Kusanagi possesses such talent. Shidu orders an advance, and Sonata provides backup. The officers tremble in absolute fear, but refusing to flee, their fighting spirit ignites. They charge in, clashing with monsters and surprising our protagonist. Suddenly, a fierce demon captain steps from the horde. Despair grips an officer. Only a legendary class mage could ever defeat such a monstrosity. Summoning his water serpent, Kusanagi claims the demon captain, leaving the grunts to the squad. In mere seconds, he obliterates the captain. The shocked squad finally acknowledges his power. Shidu commands the squad to keep fighting until the boss arrives. They will handle the rest, letting Kusanagi destroy any stronger foes. Amidst the raging monster battlefield, he recalls the devastating global disaster from 60 years ago, the very first calamity. Since then, endless calamities ravaged the globe. He refuses to let the nightmare of 60 years ago repeat, stopping it from spreading worldwide. Grateful to be present, he vows to shatter this calamity and save humanity from extinction. A demon soldier ambushes Sonata, but our hero intervenes and executes the beast instantly. The rescue mirrors that fateful night. He checks on her, and a grateful Sonata struggles up. Realizing the parallel to their past, panic sets in. He anxiously wonders if she knows the truth. Sanada ponders his path as the black mage and his true strength, staying quiet to avoid annoying him. Blushing deeply, she shakes off her strange thoughts, reminding herself he is only a student. Another strike targets Sanada. Kusanagi shields her, urging caution as she sheepishly apologizes. Sensing her lack of combat magic, he softly asks her to stay close so he can ensure her safety. Flushed with emotion, Sanada obediently stays by his side. His mature aura makes her doubt his student status. Suddenly, crushing pressure paralyzes the mages. Trembling in dread, they watch a monster emerge. Shidu identifies it as a rare demon captain subspecies. He questions why such an elite demon species is appearing now. Hopelessness infects the squad. They doubt even elite mage nobles could defeat such a terror. Kusanagi boldly steps forward. The police beg him to retreat, terrified that even he cannot defeat it. Unfazed, Kusanagi promises victory. His confidence calms their hearts as Sanada prays for his triumph. Shidu realizes his power rivals the elite mage nobles. Thus, he might actually defeat the fearsome subspecies. The beast finally stands face to face with our hero. Thrilled to see his true power, Shidu commands the squad. He orders everyone to fight relentlessly until the boss dies. Kusanagi confronts the new demon captain. The beast instantly strikes, blasting fire magic at him. The police watch in sheer disbelief. The beast shatters everything around them using mere level 1 magic. Yet, our hero emerges without a scratch. The baffled beast asks what he is, but Kusanagi says he is just a student. He summons his majestic water serpent again. Driven by bloodlust, the demon captain unleashes a colossal fire serpent. Seeing the level 6 magic, the police lose all hope. Kusanagi realizes the grim truth. Dodging or blocking the strike could easily engulf his vulnerable allies in the blazing inferno. He calculates his next move. Suddenly, the beasts swarm him. The baffled police watch as Sanada screams a desperate warning. Yet, he remains entirely unfazed despite the barrage of heavy strikes. He obliterates the demon captain's fire serpent using his water attribute. His non-attribute shields flawlessly block the beasts. Water cascades down. Our hero sighs in sheer disappointment, realizing the battle is already over. Shidu's jaw drops at this sheer display of power. A stunned Sanada cannot comprehend it. Still in shock, Shidu holds his head. He simply cannot process the unimaginable spectacle before his eyes. Only a mage noble wields level 6 magic. It rivals remote activation. A bewildered Sanada asks if Kusanagi truly achieved this. However, Shidu reveals an even more terrifying truth he witnessed. Our hero cast a second type of magic simultaneously while fighting the fearsome demon captain. Casting 2 spells normally needs a buffer period, but Kusanagi launched them at once. Controlling even one magic type is hard. Wielding 2 simultaneously makes him stronger than the mage nobles. Shidu grins, thrilled that everything went as expected. He firmly believes he has found his ultimate goal, the new Ichami Manato. Our hero coldly tells the demon captain to follow him. This battlefield is far too cramped for their impending clash. The demon captain takes flight using level 1 aerial magic. Relocating, the beast admits its shock at his mastery over aerial spells. The beast assumes Kusanagi relocated simply to isolate it from its massive, monstrous army. The boy calmly clarifies that the awful cooperation of the other beasts never fazed him. His eyes turn icy. He reveals they relocated solely so he can stop holding back. Enraged, the demon captain charges forward to strike. But our boy gracefully evades every strike. He easily uses his bare arms to block a few brutal blows. Seizing the moment, the beast unleashes deadly fire magic. It lands a direct hit, instantly slamming Kusanagi brutally into the shattered ground. As smoke clears, Kusanagi stands unfazed, leaving the demon captain entirely shocked. He advances for a counterattack. He knows the beast chose hand-to-hand combat because its magic proved entirely worthless. Calling its efforts completely useless, he asserts it cannot land a strike, then punches its head with bone-crushing force. The monster goes flying back. It barely saves itself by summoning a magic circle. It scoffs, doubting a mere human's punch could do anything. But suddenly, violent tremors tear through its body. The beast cannot comprehend this overwhelming strength. Enraged, it questions his identity. Kusanagi smirks, revealing magic is not his only weapon. He decides to unveil a devastating original technique he forged himself. He grins and unleashes his aura. The demon captain is utterly amazed. Shidu and Sanada feel the crushing pressure, looking up in shock. Kusanagi cloaks his entire body in intensely concentrated magic. Power surges through him, but the arrogant beast dismisses human attacks as useless. Despite cloaking himself in magic, Kusanagi rejects its claim. He steps forward, ready to unleash his devastating physical might. He launches a flawless flurry of punches, forcing the beast backward. Overwhelmed, it suffers brutal strikes from every direction. The monster attempts a pathetic defense. However, Kusanagi mercilessly batters it with his new technique. Watching intently, Shidu realizes the boy is completely overpowering a literal monster in hand-to-hand combat. He wonders how this is even possible. Human strikes should be weak, yet Kusanagi is slowly crushing the beast with his bare fists. Injured, the demon captain cannot comprehend how a mere human strike could ever push it to such a pathetic, broken state. Kusanagi knows standard weapons are useless against beasts. However, infusing immense magical power into those physical strikes makes them devastatingly lethal. Cloaking the body in pure magic power while striking is the ultimate fusion of martial arts and magic craft. He named it Magic Martial Arts. The demon captain refuses to believe a mere human just surpassed his strength. Refusing to accept defeat, the beast lunges straight at Kusanagi. He dodges effortlessly. Without hesitation, he drives a devastating punch right through the creature's stomach. The demon captain calls him a monster for this overwhelming power. The remaining beasts realize their leader has fallen. The sky clears up, and the calamity finally ends. The relieved police forces realize a single boy did it all. Shidu orders the officers to hunt the surviving beasts and keep their guards up. Kusanagi slowly descends with a smile, leaving the cleanup to the police. He realizes it has been ages since he used magic martial arts, making his control rusty. Touching down, he notices a large crowd of officers waiting for him. Shidu thanks him for his hard work, praising him for single-handedly slaying the demon captain to stop the calamity. Deeply grateful for his help, the entire police department gives Kusanagi a respectful salute. Ever since that incident, devastating calamities have continuously erupted across the globe. But thanks to the police and the noble mages cooperating, these new threats were slowly stopped as well. The endless disasters fueled public anxiety, sparking hatred toward the government for its lack of preparation. Disappointment grew toward the mages expected to protect people. But amidst the rising panic, rumors spread that the black mage was still on their side. Hope shifted to the black mage, leaving the entire world wondering about his true identity. Back at the academy, Kusanagi grows irritated. His entire class found out he stopped the second calamity too. They call him amazing, endlessly showering him with praise. They ask if he truly fought a demon captain subspecies during the crisis. Deeply bothered, he just hopes it all ends. Uka notices his exhausted expression. Soon, the teacher begins discussing the recent global calamities. She warns everyone to stay fully prepared since they are not just students, but official mages too. There is no telling when they might be summoned. She points toward Kusanagi, calling him highly experienced. Suddenly, Sanada arrives with a squad of officers. She excuses the class while the teacher anxiously asks what is wrong. Flashing her badge, Sanada assures the teacher she came with the headmaster's permission. She calls for Kusanagi, requesting his help once more. He is stunned to see how far the police have fallen. He wonders why they never care about their image. Annoyed by the gawking students, he decides to simply walk away. He asks Sanada to explain the situation. She tells him not to overthink it, promising high rewards and credit for his efforts. She explains that beasts keep spawning globally due to the calamities. Worse, illegal mages from weird organizations have suddenly become highly active. Realizing they are severely lacking in manpower, Kusanagi notes they came straight to him. Sanada feels terrible for constantly seeking his help, but she admits they have no other choice, as he is the strongest. Kusanagi pulls out his phone, advising her to just call next time. Sanada apologizes and nods in understanding. She gladly registers his contact information. He asks what his next mission entails. She instructs him to eliminate all beasts in Harajuku. He understands the mission. Sanada offers him a ride in her car, but he knows driving will take too long. Summoning his magic circles, he departs the school alone. The officers stand amazed by his blinding speed. In Harajuku, the sky bleeds red above two terrified children. The older brother desperately shields his sibling from harm. A magical beast emerges. The kids try to flee, but the little one suddenly trips and falls. Just as they are about to be eaten, Kusanagi drops in and obliterates the beast instantly. The kids calm down as he praises their bravery. Handing back their toy Ichami figurine, he gives a warm smile to ease their fears. He leaves the children with the police and rushes to clear the area. The children bow in deep gratitude as he flies away, the little brother smiling in pure awe. Kusanagi finds fighting in Harajuku far harder than at the academy, or the destroyed Shibuya. With obstacles and panicked people everywhere, using magic bullets risks hurting civilians running for their lives. He can sense beasts, but normal humans with zero magic are hard to detect. His only option to save everyone is patrolling the area on foot. The police finally arrive to hunt the monsters, leaving civilian rescues to the army and the firefighters. Finding Kusanagi, they call out. Remembering him from the disaster, our hero descends, guessing the officer is back up. Glad for the help. He asks for a status update. The officer admits half the citizens remain trapped, the east side cut off. Firing a few bullets, Kusanagi heads east. The officer warns of illegal mages hiding in that sector, but knows warnings mean nothing to the strongest. Awad officers watch him effortlessly slaughter beasts, questioning his identity. To them, he appears as a divine savior in this dark era. A level 6 burst stream obliterates a demon captain. Kusanagi is shocked to see such a high-tier foe outside a Calamity. This never happened 50 years ago. As the monster horde multiplies, he senses their power violently escalating. The chaos grows so severe that even he feels the overwhelming pressure. A strategy is vital before utter ruin strikes. Rescuing 2 more citizens, he passes them to the fire crews. Weighing his tactics, he hesitates. He summons bubble barriers to shield the innocent. Sonata and the police arrive as he calms the crowds. Officers praise him, knowing his power prevented total devastation. Kusanagi humbly credits the brave officers and firefighters. He merely helped. The officers praise the amazing student, deeply apologizing for their prideful arrogance during the last disaster. Smiling, he urges them to let go of their lingering regrets. Struck by his wisdom, they bow in gratitude. Sonata steps up, thanking him while feeling guilty for relying on a mere student. He reassures her gently. He chose this path. But the beast horde is multiplying, and their raw strength is terrifyingly higher this time. Sonata nods, stressing the need for a countermeasure. She reveals her senior is fighting to mobilize forces. Suddenly, the rescued children run up with grateful tears. Seeing them unharmed warms his weary heart. The youngest gasps, asking if he is the great sage. The older brother apologizes for the boy's fanatical obsession. Spotting an Ichami action figure, Kusanagi softly admits he is indeed the great sage. The child beams with pure faith. A memory awakens. A craftsman once begged Ichami to forge his likeness into a figure. The man enthusiastically pitched not just dolls, but photo cards and keychains of the hero. Ichami scoffed at the idea. But the man insisted the youth needed the great sage as a beacon of hope in their hearts. Ichami doubted him, but the man fiercely pushed back, vowing this symbol would protect spirits for 100 years, not 50. Kusanagi smiles, realizing that man spoke the truth. Toys cannot fight, yet humanity desperately needs him once again. At a shady club, lackeys report the Black Mage's actions to Kuroyato, president of the underground guild, Black Rebellion. Hearing of a rogue mage without a guild, he rises. Boiling with wrath, he realizes this stray dog dares to defy his rule. He demands confirmation, and his trembling subordinate stammers a yes. Kuroi barks orders to unmask this mage, using military force if needed. A shadow asks for authorization to execute the target. It is Executive Kaguji. Kuroi coldly replies that execution comes only after brutal torture. Kaga's face twists into a wicked grin. Meanwhile, Ruka questions Kusanagi about his mana limit. Uka echoes this burning curiosity, guessing his aura hits 100,000 or 500,000. Yuika finds it possible. Blankly, he states his power is 9,990,000. Dead silence falls. Yuika dismisses it as a joke, and Katsuragi backs her disbelief. Ruka recalls, even Ikami peaked around 100,000. Refusing to believe him, they leave Kusanagi genuinely surprised. They explain 1 million is the absolute mortal limit. They are baffled by his ignorance of such basic magical knowledge. He wonders if his true strength is merely 1 million. Attempting a web search, the digital world fully baffles him. Chuckling, he admits total defeat against smartphones. Deeming it a waste of energy, he completely yields. Shidu's call breaks the peace. The hero answers, and Shidu humbly apologizes for the intrusion, begging for his time. Kusanagi casually agrees. The officer then nervously asks if his comrades are nearby. Confirming they are present, Shidu begs him to activate speakerphone. The ancient sage stares at the device, utterly lost. Yuika activates it for him. The officer gravely explains that the swarm of beasts and disasters is rapidly multiplying. He formed an elite anti-monster unit, calling it the Special Magic Team. He offered the captain's seat to our hero. Uka watched in pure awe at this rare chance. To her, it was a legendary rank. Mages would gladly die for it. She assumed he would accept immediately. But shockingly, Kusanagi firmly declined. Uka demanded answers in pure frustration. The officer begged for a chance to explain. Amused by Uka's anger, our hero agreed to listen. Shidu revealed the grim truth. The police were drowning in crises they could not fight alone. The beasts were evolving fast. The police could no longer match their brutal power. He trusted the boy to understand. Kusanagi knew the truth. Modern mages had pathetically low magic levels. Where were the noble families now? Shidu explained that the Mizuwa, Homer, and Kai heads were trapped overseas. Only Fuka remained, yet he was suspiciously unavailable. Kusanagi realized he had never met Yuika's parents. She confirmed they were still away at those same meetings. Shidu outlined the squad's roster, elite police officers alongside a select few academy students. He drafted Yuika, Ruka, and Katsuragi into the unit. He promised to shield them from all the tedious politics and paperwork. Their only mission: awaken their true power and guide the police mages to victory. They would earn heavy rewards and crucial school credits, securing their future paths. Desperation filling his voice, Shidu begged our hero to take command. He prayed for a yes. Mildly annoyed but resolute, Kusanagi accepted the burden. Shidu beamed with absolute relief. The others stood by his side. Ruka refused to let him fight alone, and Katsuragi thrived on deadly challenges. Despite his lingering doubts, our hero embraced the role, eager to forge a new generation of powerful mages. Meanwhile, the media launched a brutal attack on the noble Fuka clan. The nobles had abandoned their sacred duties during the school crisis, showing pathetic delays in hunting the beasts. Watching the broadcast, the Fuka noble scoffed. He cursed the reporters for treating noble mages like gods. A knock echoed through the room. His butler entered, bearing an urgent document from the police department. The noble scanned the files, discovering the birth of the new special magic team. He sneered in pure disgust, mocking the weak for playing pointless war games. Though disappointed, he hoped this circus would silence the public. He ordered his butler to summon his foolish son. The butler bowed and vanished. Back at headquarters, our hero and his allies officially joined the squad. During their first briefing, Shidu dropped a heavy truth. Our hero was shocked to hear the word dozens mentioned. Shidu bowed his head in shame. Despite having dozens of candidates, they had received 0 actual applications. Shidu swore that once our hero showed real results, the applications would pour in. Kusanagi predicted this exact outcome. A mere student commanding a strike force was bound to spark heavy doubt. Friction was inevitable. Shidu then handed them an item, a temporary official mage badge. Though an external alliance, they were all public servants now. If anyone questioned their true authority, they could flash this badge to silence them. He also noted that these items were solely issued to unit members. Since they were not official mages yet, the badges were strictly temporary. Stripping away his student title, Shidu formally addressed him as Captain Kusanagi, entrusting the future to him. A nostalgic smile crossed his face. It had been an eternity since he led peers. He stepped up to reintroduce himself. Claiming his title as the squad captain, he made a divine vow. He would forge them into warriors stronger than noble heads. His allies and the officers gasped. Such a bold promise felt completely impossible. Kusanagi fully understood their heavy doubts, but he was ready to shatter those doubts with absolute proof. He quickly asked Shidu for a magic measuring device. Shidu nodded yes, but remained deeply confused. Once the machines arrived, Kusanagi commanded Ruka and Katsuragi to step up and test their aura. They obeyed blindly. As they channeled their raw magic, our hero reminded the room. Ruka previously scored just 10,000, Katsuragi 8,000. Ruka froze in shock, hitting 30,000 magic power. Katsuragi stands in pure awe. The screen reads, 28,000. The officers freeze in disbelief. It is the power of a supreme mage. Kusanagi calmly halts them, then instructs Uka to test her strength. She steps forward, her heart pounding. Uka hesitates, fearing the crushing gap in power between her and her older sister. Despite her endless blood, sweat, and tears, she still feels like a talentless, ordinary girl. Panic grips her heart. She refuses to look at the screen. But Uka takes a deep breath. She vows to never run away from a challenge again. Casting her fears aside, she unleashes her magic into the device. Staying true to herself, the sheer power leaves Shidu and Sonata speechless. Yuika anxiously opens her eyes. The screen reveals 26,000. Shidu is stunned. Her past records showed only 2,000. He cannot comprehend such an impossible explosion in magical power. Kusanagi breaks the silence, proving to everyone that growing magic power is a reality. It demands raw talent and an unbreakable will to keep fighting until the bitter end. He smiles warmly at Yuika and pats her head. He praises her incredible effort, swelling with pride. Ruka smiles softly at the sight. Kusanagi praises the others too, though they believe such power is natural, especially for Ruka. As a proud heir of the Mizuwa bloodline, she considers this growth standard. To her, such praise is completely unnecessary. Ignoring her pride, he gently pats her head too, honoring her relentless dedication. Katsuragi admires his friend's otherworldly aura, entirely shocked by his fearless, casual attitude. Yuika tenses up instantly. She knows exactly how terrifying her sister's wrath can be. Ruka firmly states she is not a child. Understanding her boundaries, he calmly steps back. Katsuragi exhales in relief, while Yuika quietly thanks the heavens. Our hero reaches to pat Katsuragi next, flustering him completely. Ruka realizes she was never treated with such warmth before today. Not even her father had ever patted her head. Suddenly, a hideous, overweight man bursts inside, finding the group gathered. He complains about hunting down Shidu all day and demands to know why no one is bowing in respect. Flustered, Shidu scrambles to explain, stating he assumed the man was not coming today. The man scoffs, saying he simply changed his mind. Shidu quickly introduces the guest as Shu, an elite mage noble from the Fuka family. Shidu whispers to our hero. He had no choice. Forming the special unit required a noble's absolute approval, forcing him to submit their names. He is deeply apologetic. Kusanagi's eyes narrow. The Fuka family completely ignored their desperate cries for help during the academy's disaster. Shidu explains this bitter truth. The nobles are obsessed with maintaining their supreme authority. To them, answering a simple distress call is entirely beneath the dignity of a true mage noble. Shu sneers, stating he came here expecting to inspect Japan's ultimate magic task force. Instead, he mocks the room full of mere students. Shidu quickly presents Kusanagi, revealing him as the savior who crushed the school Calamity. Due to these legendary feats, he was officially crowned the unit captain. Shu glares, disgusted that a nameless, commoner student somehow halted such a disaster. He viciously stomps on our hero's foot, ruthlessly calling him a pathetic piece of trash. He is furious to see our boy leading the team. He warns the student to know his place. Infuriated, Yuika and Ruka demand he back off, while Katsuragi threatens to obliterate him. Shu scoffs. How dare these lowly commoners give him orders? Then, he recognizes the sister's elite Mizuha bloodline. He smirks, surprised that this room isn't entirely filled with garbage. With a wicked smirk, Shu declares that he will take over as unit captain. Shidu desperately protests. Kusanagi's position as leader is already absolute and cannot be overturned. Undeterred, Shu challenges our hero. Whoever slaughters the boss of the next Calamity will steal the right to rule the squad. Shidu tries to intervene, but the noble violently forces his own rules, declaring it settled. Shidu bows in deep apology. However, Kusanagi brushes it off, knowing words are entirely wasted on such a narrow-minded fool. He remains calm. He simply has to win. Yuika's fighting spirit ignites. She refuses to let this tyrant claim the captain's seat. The other two ignite with resolve, vowing to go all out. He wonders why they cheer for a fool. Standing on the police grounds, Kusanagi plans his next move. Recalling their magic power barely reached 10,000, he sighs. It is expected. He must teach them the basics first. He explains the true weight of magic power. They only use it for simple attacks, but its true potential runs far deeper. He calls Katsuragi forward, ordering him to strike with all his might. Katsuragi hesitates in confusion, but Kusanagi orders him to hurry. Hoping to avoid complaints, Katsuragi unleashes a devastating punch. Instantly, an invisible barrier halts his fist. Kusanagi explains this is a magic barrier. With massive magical reserves, this absolute defense manifests naturally. Katsuragi throws a furious barrage, but nothing connects. Immense magic power flows subconsciously. He reveals this supreme state is known as automatic power. Exhausted, Katsuragi realizes his attacks are utterly useless. Kusanagi demands the squad remember one crucial rule. Expanding their magic capacity must be their ultimate goal, as mages. He channels his own aura into each officer. He forces them to truly feel the weight of raw magic power. The grueling training begins as they push their limits. Yet, Kusanagi knows raw strength requires proper gear. He asks about anti-monster weapons. Shidu's grim reaction proves securing such gear is currently impossible. Shidu promises to secure something if he can just buy some time. Knowing true craftsmen do not exist in this era, Kusanagi decides to forge the gear himself. Despite lacking experience, his confidence remains unshaken. He searches his drawer for any usable materials. He uncovers a cheap but pristine ring. Its flawless condition hints at a hidden potential. It is a start, but far from enough. Kusanagi begins hunting for a suitable shop to gather more supplies. Suddenly, his phone rings. The caller ID displays Ruka. She rarely calls him. He answers the phone, but is met with an eerie silence. She quietly declares he is the only one worthy to lead the squad. Confused, he asks if this is meant to encourage him. She confirms it. Kusanagi smiles at her charmingly awkward nature, then makes a bold request. He invites her out to go shopping with him tomorrow, provided she is completely free. He admits his ignorance regarding accessories and requests her aid. Ruka wonders if the squad is joining them. He refuses, stating a large group would be useless. Sensing her hesitation, he asks if she truly wants to go. She shyly agrees. Calling her a lifesaver, he asks for locations. She suggests Harajuku, setting their meeting at noon. Looking forward to tomorrow, she abruptly ends the call. Thrilled to buy rings for his squad, his focus shifts back. He decides to forge anti-monster gear using the ring he just uncovered. Pouring his magic inside, he trusts it will somehow succeed. Uka calls her sister for dinner but gets absolute silence. This strange behavior immediately sparks her concern. Announcing her entry, Uka checks the room. She freezes in pure shock, finding her sister holding a lovely dress. Ruka asks what is wrong. Flustered, Uka announces dinner is ready. Ruka promises to join her shortly. Uka has never seen her sister so vibrant. She instantly assumes Ruka is preparing for a romantic date with Kusanagi. The next day, Kusanagi arrives at Harajuku Station. Hidden behind a wall, Uka stalks him from the shadows. Feeling massive guilt for spying on their date, she secretly apologizes in her heart. Ruka finally appears in a stunning dress, instantly stealing everyone's gaze. She asks if he waited long. He smiles, claiming he had just arrived. Jealous bystanders assume he is her boyfriend. Meanwhile, a stunned Uka finally realizes her sister and Kusanagi are actually on a date. Ruka asks what he needs. Kusanagi simply replies he wants a ring. She asks if it is a gift. He agrees, but casually adds he needs several. This shocking revelation leaves Ruka stunned. She asks if he has that many partners. He nods, completely missing the point as she reminds him, Japan forbids polygamy. He assures her he knows the law. Flustered, Ruka advises buying cheaper rings if he intends to purchase in bulk. She recalls the perfect store, taking the lead. They hop between shops while a disguised Uka closely shadows their every move. Hours pass in frustration. Ruka admits finding sturdy, cheap, yet simple rings is a massive challenge. Kusanagi sighed in frustration. Every time they found a good ring, something was missing. He checked another piece, quickly noticing its heavy price tag. Watching from afar, Yuika sipped her juice in silent wonder. A pang of jealousy struck seeing them so close. A smiling manager approached, warmly asking what they sought. Assuming it was a girlfriend's gift, she offered expert advice. Kusanagi quickly tried to clear the misunderstanding, but Ruka instantly cut him off. With a freezing glare, she flatly denied being his girlfriend. Flustered, the manager apologized and retreated, burning with deep embarrassment. Ruka tried stopping her, while he stood visibly annoyed. Taking a seat, Kusanagi admitted his deep exhaustion from wandering through the massively crowded mall. Choosing the perfect ring was difficult, making him question his strict standards. Suddenly, he noticed Ruka's dark look. She quietly confessed her inability to show affection. Fully aware he knew about her terrible personality, he bluntly agreed. Ruka then recalled her failure to interact properly with her little sister. Her flaws had caused countless problems. She suggested he shop with Yua instead, claiming she was only holding him back. He firmly denied this. He revealed he knew she had deeply researched multiple store locations beforehand. She even carefully considered exactly which shops to pick. She treated his burden with absolute devotion. Smiling warmly, he assured her she was an irreplaceable help. Ruka blushed, feeling relieved. Spying. Uka suddenly realized she had never seen her sister make such an expression. Feeling deeply sad, she questioned why she was even spying. Defeated, Uka chose to just go home. Hours later, Kusanagi happily exited the mall, having finally secured the perfect rings. Ruka remained deeply confused by the quantity of 5. He simply explained that each partner needed one. She felt certain his partners would cherish the thoughtful gift, knowing the immense effort he poured into it. He clarified the rings were strictly unit equipment, ensuring their absolute satisfaction. Though initially confused, true realization finally dawned upon her. He showed profound gratitude, sincerely thanking her for her vital help. Ruka modestly brushed it off, genuinely glad to serve. He insisted on repaying her, but she firmly declined any reward. He suddenly produced the earlier ring and gently asked for her hand. Shyness gripped her as she questioned his intentions. Taking her hand, he revealed it was his very first self-made ring. He smiled, asking her to treasure it. Overjoyed, Ruka quickly turned to leave. He tried calling her back, but she vanished instantly. He planned to explain the anti-Mon gear's true nature, but decided to save it for their next fateful meeting. Walking away, Ruka suddenly froze, staring deeply at the ring. She hugged her hand, admiring the ring as she blushed uncontrollably. The next day, Kusanagi officially distributed the anti-Mon equipment. Sonata and the officers wore them, instantly feeling a powerful magical surge. Awe washed over them upon seeing true magical gear. He introduced the anti-Mon equipment, revealing it held pure wind magic. By channeling inner energy, the ring allowed them to cast level 1 wind magic. Utterly stunned, Shidu desperately questioned how he obtained such a legendary item. Kusanagi calmly confessed to forging them himself. Shidu stood in disbelief, knowing true craftsmen of such gear had faded into myth. He was purely stunned to learn our boy forged such a thing with ease. He openly admitted Kusanagi constantly shattered expectations. Nearby, Uka noticed Ruka ignored the rings, already wearing an unfamiliar band. Assuming it was a date gift, heavy anxiety hit Uka. She wildly wondered what truly happened after she left. Kusanagi firmly noted they lacked proper transportation. Deeming ordinary cars too slow, he branded them unreliable. Shidu solemnly agreed, recalling their late arrivals. Kusanagi then demonstrated the wind magic spell, Aerial, using the powerful anti-Mon ring. He declared this power would drastically cut down their overall travel time. While too weak to strike down fierce monsters, it granted the miraculous gift of flight. He firmly urged them to test the skies. He instructed them to visualize leaping through the air for maximum flight acceleration. Following his lead, Sonata and Shidu instantly launched into the sky. Kusanagi noticed Yuika soaring too. He praises her skill. But to her, this mastery was expected after endless magic manipulation training. Her gaze locks onto him. Suddenly, heavy guilt washes over Uka for spying on her sister earlier. Kusanagi spots her troubled face and tilts his head. Approaching Yuika, he asks a crucial question. Does she know the legendary name Ichami Manato? Her eyes shine. He is the hero she admires most. Curious, he asks about this legend's power level. Over 1 million, she replies. A master of countless spells, he tragically fell battling the demon god during the Great Calamity. He digs deeper into the aftermath of his death. Most elite mages perished, she explains. Her noble Mizuha ancestors proudly led the grueling struggle to revive human society. Pride radiates from her face. Sadly, she adds that almost 0 magical texts survived the devastating end of that calamity. Because of this ruin, modern magic was rebuilt from 0. Kusanagi recalls the massive casualties. Yet, he specifically remembers leaving mountains of magical grimoires behind. He scattered this sacred knowledge across secret vaults to safeguard the future. Why is modern magic so flawed? Compared to his era, the power levels of today's mages are painfully pathetic and weak. Could a hidden enemy be erasing history? Wika notices his deep trance and asks if he is okay. He casually brushes it off. Still, she urges him to share his burdens, promising to be there if he needs help. She humbly admits her weakness, yet desperately begs him to rely on her. Touched, Kusanagi thanks her and calls her an irreplaceable support. He trusts her absolute loyalty. Even so, the looming threat of the Black Mage demands extreme caution. Dragging her into this deadly conspiracy would paint a target on her back. He keeps her in the dark. Plus, Learning he is the legendary Ichami Manato might make her faint. Meanwhile, Yuika mistakenly assumes he doubts her worth. A fierce fire ignites within her. She vows to awaken her true strength and become a blade he can rely on. 1 week later, training erupts. On his command, Sanada unleashes Holy Crest, a brilliant level 2 holy spell. Shidu shatters limits with level 3 magic. Katsuragi and the Mizuha sisters dominate with level 4 spells. A proud smirk forms on Kusanagi's face. Everyone has evolved. Even Sanada, once entirely clueless about combat, now launches fierce offensive spells with pure confidence. But the Mizuha sisters' flawless sync truly shocks him. Most would blindly credit their bloodline for this perfect harmony. Yuika and Ruka wreck the training ground with fierce level 4 magic. Dark past memories surface, but Uka smiles. She has finally secured her sister's hard-earned respect. He applauds their explosive growth, but warns them never to grow arrogant just because their spell levels rose. Spell ranks are an illusion. Higher levels don't automatically grant true mastery or power. To prove it, he orders Ruka to blast him with level 4 magic. Without a shred of hesitation, she fiercely complies. Ruka hurls a massive tier 4 strike. Kusanagi calmly counters with a basic level 1 earth spell. The spells collide. Jaws drop in pure shock as his weak level 1 earth wall completely devours her level 4 strike. He reveals the brutal truth. Magic levels only dictate mana capacity. A higher tier spell is utterly meaningless without absolute control. Even a basic level 1 spell is lethal if infused with absolute maximum mana. It easily crushes level 4 magic. He also stresses elemental laws, reminding them that Earth will forever destroy water. He commands them to shatter their blind obsession with spell ranks. True power demands mastering mana flow and their current spell arsenal. Embracing his teachings guarantees limitless power. The squad hangs onto his words. He urges them to trust their comrades, as synchronized magical attacks multiply their destructive force. A passionate battle cry erupts. But suddenly, the arrogant fatty interrupts, mocking their intense dedication. Shidu glares at the intruder. Shu just yawns, openly bored since the next calamity seems decades away. Shidu sharply suggests he hunt stray monsters instead of slacking. Shu instantly rejects the idea, way too lazy to lift a single finger. Flashing a wicked grin, he lazily dumps the burden onto the police. The squad boils with rage, but Kusanagi remains unfazed. Shu foolishly wishes for the calamity's return. Suddenly, the sky bleeds crimson. Yua gasps, sensing a terrifying shift. The nightmare descends. Shu grasps the truth and grins. He coldly reminds them of the prize. Whoever slaughters the boss first will seize total command of the elite special unit. He declares the challenge open. Kusanagi's squad ignites with fury. They refuse to lose to a repulsive, arrogant fool like Shu. Shu and his men trigger their gear, launching into the sky with wind magic. He smirks, branding them all losers. Yuika shouts it is unfair, but Kusanagi stays calm. They can use the exact same tactic. He orders the squad to gear up and equip their headsets. Taking flight, Kusanagi warns his team. This is their very first battle as a squad. They must remain highly cautious. The unit advances. Shu blitzes past a car on the road. He calls it slow and laughs coldly. Katsuragi admits he is fast. Yuika is stunned. How can someone so massive move with such terrifying speed? Kusanagi knows they are elite wind magic experts. Keeping pace will push his squad to their absolute limits. He knows he could easily blitz past them all, but destroying their teamwork is meaningless. Seeing the citizens safe, he restrains his true legendary speed. Shu taunts them mercilessly. He mocks their pride as a special squad, laughing since they cannot even surpass his shadow. He continues to hurl insults. Uka sees his arrogant smirk. Without hearing him, she feels the blatant disrespect in his eyes. Shu spots survivors and announces his grand arrival. Warning them of the calamity, his crew begins slaughtering the encroaching monstrous beasts. Lethal wind magic blasts erupt, slaying a beast. Desperate civilians beg Shu for a safe shelter. He completely ignores their cries, ruthlessly firing devastating wind spells straight at the monstrous horde. His reckless magic almost strikes the innocent. Suddenly, Kusanagi drops in, deploying a massive barrier to save their lives. With a cold, dead-eyed glare, he asks Shu what he is trying to achieve. Pure terror paralyzes the noble brat and his entire crew. Shu panics in sheer confusion, completely frozen, unable to even twitch a single arm. The squad arrives to check if the survivors are unharmed. Furious, Yuika demands to know what that reckless stunt was. Enraged, she commands him to keep ordinary civilians out of his battle. The paralyzing pressure lifts. Shu regains control, sweating as he wonders if Kusanagi secretly cursed his body. He arrogantly shakes it off as nothing. He blames the civilians for blocking the path of a supreme noble mage like himself. Disgusted, Yuika fiercely dares him to repeat those exact words. Instead, Shu blasts into the sky with his crew, dumping the commoner's safety entirely onto Kusanagi. He only wants to defeat the boss. Watching him flee, Kusanagi knows he could easily crush the arrogant noble in mere seconds. However, he refuses to make it seem like he fears such a foolish challenge. Then, he realizes this chaos is the perfect opportunity. Kusanagi commands his squad to slay the beasts, while he alone shields the citizens from harm. Shidu hesitates, doubting this bold plan. Guarding countless civilians single-handedly sounds like a suicidal task. Kusanagi replies with unwavering resolve. He is the captain of their special unit. Shidu trusts him, immediately regretting his foolish doubt. Yuika rallies the squad. They cannot keep hiding behind their leader's strength. It is time to fight. The team roars in agreement. Kusanagi signals them to move forward and claim the victory. Surging forward on wind currents, they clash fiercely with the horde. Yuika unleashes level 3 spells, instantly obliterating the elite beasts. Once, this terrifying nightmare would have frozen her in fear. Now, she watches in pure awe as she slaughters demonic soldiers with absolute ease. Yuika has finally grown powerful. Kusanagi reads the shifting magical currents. Humans and demonic beasts are tangled in pure chaos. Countless innocent lives remain trapped in a deadly situation. He knows the immense difficulty, yet feels zero fear. He is Kusanagi Manato, and he will conquer it. Surging forward on the wind, he races to save them. Meanwhile, Shu blindly blasts magic, treating commoners like mere collateral damage. Ruka and the squad hold a flawless formation, determined not to fall behind the noble. A sinister magical pressure suddenly suffocates Uka. Looking back, she finds a terrifying demon towering behind her. Blinded by sheer delusion, Shu charges straight at the monster. He aims to slay the Calamity and win this stupid challenge. He arrogantly prepares a level 4 magic spell. His lackeys scream in absolute panic. A mere level 4 attack will not even scratch a true demon. Shu ignores their warnings. In his delusional mind, they know nothing because they have never fought a real demon. As a noble mage, he absolutely believes victory is his birthright. Shu unleashes a level 4 gale. The demon simply smirks, pulling out level 4 hellfire to instantly vaporize the noble's pathetic breeze. Shu stares in utter disbelief, unable to accept his sudden defeat. With hellfire closing in, he runs for his life with his crew. Helpless civilians are caught in the blast. People scream, but Shu cowardly flees. Kusanagi steps in, blocking the path with powerful earth magic. His squad charges forward, shielding the innocent from the blazing flames. Kusanagi proudly smiles. Yuika confronts the fatty, who merely sighs in relief over his survival. Glaring coldly, she demands why he abandoned the innocent. He scoffs, blaming the victims for failing to run away. He claims weaklings do not deserve life if they hinder a magic noble's path. Uka's rage boils over. Unable to hold back against such trash, she delivers a devastating slap to his face. The fatty goes flying from the impact. She curses him as a pathetic, honorless excuse for a noble. Shu angrily asks why she hit a noble like him. Yuika orders the squad to abandon this trash and focus on exterminating the remaining monsters. The team rallies forward, leaving Sho to whine about being ignored. Kusanagi watches them closely while guiding citizens to safety. He notes their reckless bickering before the enemy. However, since they regained focus, he accepts their combat readiness. Kusanagi rushes to find more stranded survivors. He remains highly vigilant, knowing the boss could strike without warning. Suddenly, the demon descends. Shu and his lackeys cower behind a wall, realizing this beast is completely beyond their league. The allies urge Fatso to retreat immediately. Shu trembles at the demon's overwhelming aura. Despite his noble blood, he knows standing against it means certain death. Then the Fatso devises a cowardly scheme. He decides to let the rival squad exhaust themselves fighting the beast first. Once the monster weakens, he plans to strike, stealing all the glorious credit for the final blow. His lackeys blindly praise this brilliant tactic. Smug over his own genius, he orders them to wait in the shadows. His men nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Shidu and the squad bravely confront the approaching demon. Yuika senses the monster's terrifying power level. Victory seems impossible, yet her eyes burn with unwavering determination. The squad unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks. They pray the beast has finally fallen. As the smoke clears, the demon emerges completely unscathed. Yuika gasps. Their strikes did nothing. Ruka declares they need level 4 magic, or a massively charged lower-tier spell to properly attack it. The demon summons blazing fire from ancient magic circles. As they frantically dodge, Uka realizes this aura is twice as powerful as her own. Uka trembles at the massive gap in their power. Defeat feels completely inevitable right now. As she desperately thinks, Kusanagi sees his squad trapped in this deadly crisis. He quickly intervenes. Kusanagi orders true teamwork, though she insists they are already fighting together. He urges them to truly fuse their powers together. He hints that she and Ruka hold the key to victory. Confused, Uka anxiously begs for an explanation, but he coldly orders her to unlock the answer herself. Uka desperately tries to keep him on the line, but incoming fire magic forces her back into the fierce battle. Ruka trusts Kusanagi's words hold a deeper truth. They must decipher this puzzle as one united front. Uka agrees, knowing Kusanagi's guidance has always led to victory. Suddenly, the brilliant strategy clicks into place. Uka reveals the demon's long casting time is its fatal flaw. They must dodge its heavy strikes and focus on wiping out the smaller enemies first. Uka commands Shidu and the police to secure the east, while her unit strikes hard from the west. She promises to signal the exact moment the demon unleashes its deadly magic. The squad nods in sync. When the fierce demon prepares its next blast, Yuika instantly shouts the warning signal. Uka's perfect signals let everyone dodge safely. Kusanagi watches their growth while saving civilians. He expected Ruka or Katsuragi to command, but sees Yuika's incredible talent for reading people on the battlefield. She is a born leader. However, Yuika realizes their current magic stamina cannot secure victory. Seeking a miracle, Uka recalls Kusanagi's cryptic advice. Suddenly, the shocking truth hits her. She had it all wrong. She highly doubts such an absurd strategy will work. But common sense left her long ago. In this absolute do-or-die crisis, she decides to risk it all on one final gamble. Yua begs everyone to channel their magical power into her. Fatso spies from the shadows, utterly confused by their plan. The squad prepares for the ultimate move. Shidu nervously asks if this crazy plan can even work. Yuka is uncertain, but it is their only path. Without hesitation, Ruka puts all her faith in Uika. Katsuragi and Sanada bet everything on this strike. They can worry about a backup plan later. The beast raises its arm, unleashing a level 5 blazing pillar. A catastrophic tidal wave of fire rains down upon Kusanagi's squad. The fat man mocks them as pathetic losers. But his lackey begs him to watch the battlefield. He watches in shock as the squad charges the demon. Sanada unleashes her level 3 sacred healing magic, protecting the entire team. Kusanagi praises the brilliant plan. Dodging a level 5 spell is very hard. By precasting her healing aura, Sanada can nullify the incoming damage. A truly brilliant tactic. Yuika and Ruka stand united, charging their water magic. Kusanagi smiles, proud they finally grasped the truth. When individual strength falls short, combining their powers paves the ultimate path to victory. He declares it the grand magic spell, Burst Stream. A devastating tsunami of water completely obliterates the demon. As the smoke clears, Shidu is utterly speechless. The Mizuwa sisters just cast a legendary level 6 spell together. Katsuragi points ahead. They are shocked to see the monster still clinging to its pathetic life. Shu and his cowardly men rush in to steal the kill, but Kusanagi intercepts them with his drain tentacles. The fat man panics as his mana is violently siphoned away. His physical strength vanishes in an instant. Kusanagi steps from the shadows and retracts his magical tethers. Their shameless greed deeply annoys him. The demon finally crumbles. Katsuragi's team is deeply relieved. Shidu figures that massive strike sealed its fate. With the Calamity conquered, the darkened sky finally clears up. The victorious squad cheers. Sanada gratefully praises the Mizuwa sisters, just as Ruka and Yua suddenly collapse. Katsuragi rushes over in panic. Their bodies are completely paralyzed from extreme mana exhaustion. "We actually won," Yuka tells her sister. Ruka agrees, feeling a wave of relief. Kusanagi warmly praises his team's efforts. He confirms they were the ones who stopped this deadly calamity. He declares this their first real mission. He is thrilled they proved their true worth and exceeded his hopes, especially in their very first real battle. He knows his squad will only continue to grow even stronger. He praises Uka's breathtaking growth, highlighting her flawless commands during the chaotic calamity. She even grasped his hint about grand magic. He wonders if she already knew of this legendary technique. Uka confidently admits she didn't, finally learning its true name. He is stunned she performed it purely on instinct. She thanks him for that vital hint, confessing the rest was just her raw combat intuition. Kusanagi is utterly shocked, realizing he misjudged Uika. Her hidden potential far exceeds his initial expectations. Kusanagi drops the subject, praising her incredible ability to succeed right on the battlefield. He knows the deep harmony and compatibility between her and Ruka also played a massive role. Checking his watch, he announces a crucial moment has arrived. Kusanagi grabs the remote and turns on the TV. A tense press conference is broadcasting, featuring Shidu and high-ranking police officials. An official announces the new Special Mage Team, or SMT, built to combat the rising monster calamities. A reporter aggressively questions why a mere academy student was appointed as this squad's leader. Questioned on the truth, Shidu confidently steps forward to answer them. Acting as the leader's proxy, he firmly confirms that their commander is indeed just a student. The room erupts in disbelief. They strongly oppose appointing a minor as a squad leader. Shidu defends Kusanagi. His divine abilities completely surpass the elite magic nobles. He exposes the nobles as utterly useless cowards who abandoned them. The police had to rescue the citizens all alone. He adds that Kusanagi alone saved everyone from the deadly calamity. Shidu praises Kusanagi as a divine savior, chosen to protect this era from the monsters. Shidu trusts absolutely no one else to lead them. Watching this live broadcast, Kusanagi feels embarrassed. He wanted Shidu to keep a low profile. The arrogant government officials dismiss this as an absurd joke. Bypassing the magic nobles to secretly form a new squad is deemed a massive insult. This threatens the noble mage's status. Yet, they admit the nobles were utterly useless during the recent calamity. The Fuka clan's dreadful reputation is fully known. Even with clan leaders abroad, responding to the calamity is still their absolute duty. They are abandoning their posts. The police chief clarifies they trusted the noble mages. The special squad was never meant to undermine their families. Someone breaches the conference room, demanding everyone step back. It's the vile, noble, and his lackey. Calling the current leader an incompetent failure, he claims a magic noble like himself deserves to rule. He angrily condemns them for holding a press conference without his presence. His minions blindly echo his arrogant claims. Shidu is baffled by this sudden arrival. Despite losing the challenge, Shu and his minions pretend that defeat never even happened. Shu boldly denies any such promises. Declaring his word as noble absolute, he commands everyone to blindly obey him. A reporter steps forward to ask a question. He arrogantly grants her permission to speak. She publicly exposes that he abandoned the civilians during the recent catastrophic calamity. Instead, he dragged innocent lives into his battles. When questioned, a panicked Shu desperately denies the accusations, but the press ruthlessly calls out his lies, holding undeniable proof of his wicked crimes. The officials question if a noble mage truly committed such vile acts. Deeming it completely unacceptable, they prioritize the citizens. This time, his corrupt actions will not be forgiven. Terrified, the noble orders everyone to shut up. Refusing to admit fault, he blames the innocent civilians for blocking a magic noble. He calls them mere peasants and demands absolute silence. Shidu states, the magic noble's corruption is already known. He emphasizes the need for true heroes like Kusanagi, who will lead the nation and shield people from monsters. Heroes who fight with zero selfish intentions. He believes Kusanagi is perfect to lead their squad. Pointing at the vile noble, Shidu declares they no longer need corrupt, selfish mages who abandon their own citizens. The press firmly sides with Shidu, while the police chief watches with growing concern. The disgraced noble storms out in frustration, swearing a bitter revenge to make them regret their insolent words. Kusanagi smiles awkwardly at the noble's exit, surprised that Shidu did not hold back at all today. Yua reveals internet footage of the calamity, showing that the corrupt noble is facing massive public backlash for his vile actions. Kusanagi dreads the internet, seeing how terrifyingly fast information spreads. Uka suddenly gasps in shock. An anxious Kusanagi asks what is wrong. Yua grimly reveals that all their faces were caught on camera. Kusanagi groans in frustration. Hiding his true identity will be absolutely impossible now. He desperately wanted to stay in the shadows, but now realizes his path has just become infinitely more complicated. Days later, at the meeting room, Kusanagi is stunned to find a massive crowd gathering outside. As he wonders why, Shidu explains the higher-ups are suddenly granting easy approvals, and volunteer numbers have miraculously skyrocketed. Shidu smiles anxiously, believing this is happening due to the viral internet exposure and the explosive recent press conference. Shidu deeply apologizes for his ruthless words at the press conference. Aware of his mistake, he desperately wants to make amends to Kusanagi. Our hero hoped to train more people, but never wanted to stand out this much. Yua sneaks up and grabs his arm. She tells him to get used to the fame, as the world can never ignore someone with his extraordinary talent. He sighs at the trouble, hoping he can somehow dodge any further attention. At night, within a hidden lair, a man bound to a chair faces a grim interrogation. A cold blade presses against his throat. The captor demands the absolute truth or his life. The red-haired victim trembles in pure terror. Interrogated about the black mage, he desperately swears he has already confessed all he knows. He claims the black mage is just a young kid wielding devastating magic. The ruthless captor slashes the victim, threatening him with certain death if he holds back. Trembling in agony, the man begs for his life. Panic sparks one final memory. He stammers that police are constantly scouring the Magic Academy for clues. Rumors claim the elusive black mage might actually be a student. He swears on his life he knows nothing else. The cold kidnapper believes him, but sighs in utter disappointment. The victim foolishly hopes for freedom. The mysterious captor promises release, only to end his life, granting him freedom from the mortal realm instead. The victim's life bleeds away. Splashed with blood, the four-eyed man erupts in fury. Cursing the filth, he aggressively scrubs his skin clean. Learning the black mage might be a student, a wicked grin forms. He craves the sweet, terrifying sound of a child's screams. He prays the black mage awaits him. Meanwhile, Kusanagi descends on Shinjuku, his identity safely masked. Striking down a beast, our hero scans the area. He spots youths tightly gripping a camera. A kid films the fresh corpse. They both declare this carnage the undeniable work of the black mage. One groans in sheer anger. Furious he missed recording Kusanagi's strike. Our hero hoped the massive hype surrounding the black mage had finally died down. He is dead wrong. Crowds scour the quiet streets for him, and even the cops have joined the hunt. Still, he is glad the police face disasters properly now, unlike his past reincarnation days. Perhaps they no longer need the black mage. Suddenly, Kusanagi spots danger below. Thugs corner a victim, demanding 10 million yen. They violently order him to sell his organs to pay. He cries he only borrowed 200,000. But they spark magic, claiming it as brutal loan interest. They move to violently strike him down, but suddenly, Kusanagi drops in, shielding the victim. The terrified man uses this opening to escape. Furious, they mock his heroics and attack. Kusanagi meets them with pure pain, instantly crushing their arrogance. Broken and battered, they beg for mercy. The thugs swear they will never fight back again. He wonders why cops ignore illegal mages. Suddenly, the thugs realize they face the black mage. Panicked whispers erupt. One reveals the dark underground syndicates are actively hunting him. Trembling on rival turf, they freeze as Kusanagi demands answers about this shady organization. Paralyzed by dread, they play dumb. The punks beg for their lives, denying absolutely everything. Swearing absolute silence, they beg. Testing them, he offers their lives in exchange for total truth. They quickly agree. One exposes the Black Rebellion, a shadow syndicate of secretly hidden mages. He confesses their grip on crimes, from money laundering to puppeteering the Yakuza and Mafia gangs. They orchestrate all this dark chaos. They reveal the rebellion corrupts both media and politics, granting them absolute untamed power. With a nervous grin, they admit a hidden rebellion branch operates right in this area. They came seeking a spot in the gang. He strikes them down, exiting the grim, shadowy alleyway. Kusanagi recalls Sonata warning him about the rapid surge in dark underworld crimes. Now, the Black Rebellion is exposed as the true mastermind. A thrill of battle sparks within him. He leaves the monster crisis to his student life, choosing to violently purge the underworld as the Black Mage. He sets his lethal sights on the nearest target, the Kabukicho Shadow Branch. Arriving, he finds crowds lost in illicit trades. The modern red light district's vibrant chaos shocks him. Pushing past annoyance, Kusanagi advances, expanding his aura to sense hidden magic. Surrounded by humans, picking out syndicate members proves to be a very tricky task. He resolves to begin his hunt by capturing the active criminals lurking in the shadows. Finding drug peddlers in an alley, they draw weapons. Our hero crushes them effortlessly, fiercely demanding answers. He learns absolutely nothing useful, but leaves them for the cops. Crushing more thugs, he learns the syndicate gathers at the Western, begging for mercy. The bleeding informant swears by his words and prays to escape alive. Kusanagi strikes him down and leaves, trusting this dark intel holds true. At the Western bar, a purple-haired beauty claims a seat. The bartender asks for her exact order. Sliding him cash, she seeks hidden truths. He pockets the bills, waiting for her words. The girl demands the Black Rebellion's exact lair. He bluntly calls her question foolish, sparking alarm. With a dark gaze, he warns her to ask about her own grim fate instead. The purple-haired girl realizes it is a deadly trap. She glances back as thugs rise. One thug knew someone was investigating, but never expected a beautiful woman. She realizes trusting false intel was a huge mistake. The thugs attack, but their leader orders her taken alive. Cornered, the desperate girl fights back to survive. Wasting no time, she sprints toward the exit, but a blast of fire magic strikes her from behind. The injured woman collapses. Smirking at her fierce spirit, the thugs plot to exploit her beautiful body. Despair washes over her. In her heart, she tearfully apologizes to her brother for failing. Just as a thug reaches for her, the protagonist enters the bar, stunning everyone. Ignoring the chaos, he walks toward the bartender. Our boy calmly asks if Black Rebellion members are here. A thug sneaks up from behind, mocking the protagonist for being completely clueless about his dangerous situation. Spitting insults, the enemy strikes. Our boy delivers a devastating punch, sending the thug crashing into the club wall. He struggles to rise before blacking out. The remaining thugs and the injured girl freeze in jaw-dropping shock. She knows no ordinary human has such terrifying strength. She simply cannot comprehend his overwhelming power. She wonders if he used secret magic, yet she never saw him cast a single magical enchantment. She questions his identity. Meanwhile, Kusanagi is relieved his intel successfully located low-level mage thugs in the Western Club. He viciously insults the Black Rebellion thugs, calling them pathetic scum for ganging up on a single woman. Fear grips the thugs, but they force themselves to stay calm, relying heavily on their numbers. A thug orders a relentless group assault, confident they can crush the lone protagonist by striking as one united force. The gang unleashes multiple fire attacks. Holding back his power, our boy swiftly dodges. The woman highly doubts his victory. The enemies hold a massive numerical advantage inside this tight space. Assuming he cannot cast any high-tier spells, she believes his brutal defeat is inevitable. Screaming, she warns the protagonist to flee. Losing patience right before the strike, he swiftly dodges and closes the gap. He steps forward to throw devastating strikes. Our boy mercilessly crushes them one by one, knocking everyone cold in seconds. The woman is left entirely speechless. His movements are so blazingly fast her eyes cannot follow. She marvels, wondering if he utilized a secret magic. A battered thug bursts into tears, begging for his identity. Demanding answers, Kusanagi coldly reveals himself as the black mage destined to destroy the Black Rebellion. He knocks out the final guy and approaches the girl. Still reeling from his lightning-fast massacre, she wonders if she is looking at an elite or legendary mage. As Kusanagi approaches, she realizes he looks exactly like a high school student. She finds his eyes strikingly intense. Concerned, he asks if she is all right, glad she remains unhurt. Wearing a confused expression, she says she is fine. He marches toward the bartender hiding nearby. Kusanagi demands intel on the Black Rebellion. Trembling with fear, the bartender refuses, terrified the gang will hunt him down. Our boy lands a devastating punch, shattering the table to terrify the bartender. He sternly demands intel again, making it chillingly clear this is his final warning. Paralyzed by sheer terror, the bartender finally agrees to reveal everything to survive. He confesses the Black Rebellion's base sits in Tokyo, with hidden sprawling branches beyond Kabuki-cho. Rumors say the Kabuki-cho branch head is a terrifying figure no one should ever cross. The gang leader is a powerful underworld mage. Dark whispers claim he secretly controls Japan from the shadows. Kusanagi asks about the branch, but the frantic bartender swears he knows nothing else. He explains low-level grunts only receive trash jobs, entirely unaware of branch locations. Disappointed, the protagonist is back to square one. He resolves to hunt down more illegal mages to extract the missing branch intel. As he turns to leave, the woman stops him, expressing heartfelt gratitude for his rescue. She shudders, imagining the unspeakable horrors she would have faced. Calmly, he says not to worry, claiming he was merely passing by. However, he bluntly states it is her own fault for recklessly wandering into such a highly dangerous trap. She calls him harsh. He casually agrees, but notes he only gives harsh truths to adults. Realizing he hunts the Black Rebellion, her curiosity piques. She wonders what he will do once he finally corners the notorious gang. His eyes cold, he vows total destruction. His sheer intensity leaves her breathless. Erasing the entire syndicate? It sounds impossible for one man alone. Since she lacks the strength to fight alone, the woman boldly asks the boy to join forces. As a seasoned detective, she possesses deep underworld ties and priceless intel. Yet, she severely lacks his devastating combat power. Seeing the Black Mage firsthand, his strength vastly eclipses every dark rumor. Teaming up might grant her justice. Kusanagi catches on, asking if she seeks to trade his absolute power for secrets. She nods. To her, it is a flawless pact. Extending her hand, she asks for his aid. He desperately needs intel, but questions if she can truly be trusted. He accepts the risk. He can always abandon her if the mission goes south. Their hands meet. The Dark Alliance is officially forged. She introduces herself as Leona. He simply claims the title of Black Mage, prompting her to ask for a simpler name. He lets her choose, so she dubs him Chrono. Chrono accepts. He asks why those thugs hunted her down. She reveals her mission to expose the Black Rebellion. He calls her reckless. She claims they share a fate, but he firmly states his power guarantees his survival. She admits her own fatal flaws. But with everyone terrified of the Black Rebellion, she had no other choice. Leona reveals rogue mages now rule Kabuki-cho. With authorities fighting calamities, these scum face no justice. Kusanagi recalls Sonata saying this. He realizes the heavy burden she carries. Trembling, Leona confesses that rogue mages brutally attacked her little brother. Orphaned young, she raised him entirely alone, sacrificing everything to give him a decent life. She knew her lack of attention made him lonely, yet the sweet boy never complained. Then, the nightmare struck when invaders breached their home. He witnessed their crimes, so they tried to silence him. Her face darkens. He asks if the boy survived. She reveals his grave wounds left him trapped in an endless coma. He knows not even sacred magic can break a coma. In despair, she admits doctors cannot predict his awakening. Her brother is only 9 years old. He deserved a normal life. The monsters behind this tragedy were Black Rebellion lackeys. She arrested the culprits, but her wrath demands the total annihilation of their entire gang. He asks if this is mere vengeance. She firmly denies it, vowing to end this cycle so no one else suffers her pain. Lacking the sheer force herself, she believes his overwhelming power can crush the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi senses her truth, but wonders if this tragic tale is meant to secure his absolute loyalty. He praises her fierce grit, smirking because he actually likes desperate women. He warns her not to be a burden. She assures him her vast intel network has already traced multiple enemy hideouts. Her massive list potentially links the gang to the Yakuza or a ruthless mafia, hence her extreme caution. Without hesitation, he demands the exact coordinates of their bases. She asks for his strategy. He simply vows to pay them a deadly visit. She warns of the lethal danger, doubting even his monstrous strength can guarantee survival. He brushes off her fears, claiming his legendary Black Mage status. She hands over the intel and joins the raid. He warns of imminent death, but her resolve remains utterly unshakable. He asks who will protect her brother if she falls. She coldly claims life insurance will cover his future. He scoffs at the money, sternly warning her that family bonds are worth far more than gold. She doubts a powerhouse like him could ever grasp true helplessness. She vents her bitter rage at living honestly, only to be trampled by pathetic syndicate scum. Cornered and desperate, ordinary victims simply lack the raw power to strike back. Why must her innocent brother suffer? Tears fall in silence. He steps forward. She questions his intent. He demands their hideouts, swearing the gang will pay for their crimes. Her tears dry. She shares the intel, doubting they can reach every spot on foot. He tells her to relax, grasping her waist from behind. Hold tight, he warns. She blushes fiercely. Elsewhere, a curious thug approaches a window. A lackey asks what is wrong. Glass shatters. Kusanagi crashes in holding Leona. He kicks the lookout, stunning the room. The thugs freeze in shock as their comrade falls. Is this the Black Rebellion base? Kusanagi wonders. Leona trembles, narrowly escaping death. Who are you? The thugs roar. Weapons drawn, they prepare to kill. Unfazed, he notes the Yakuza remain exactly the same. The boss steps up, cigar in hand, demanding his identity. I am the Black Mage. Furious, the boss orders an attack. He tells Leona to stay close. A sword swings. He stands fearless. The blade instantly shatters in half. Panic sets in. More thugs flank him and unleash a hail of bullets. Kusanagi summons a barrier, deflecting every shot. Weapons are utterly useless here. Monster! They scream. He ignores them, walking toward the boss. Are you the boss? He asks again. Does your crew serve the Black Rebellion? The boss trembles in silence, then violently screams insults at Kusanagi. You will not leave alive, he vows, warning him never to mock the Yakuza. Gunfire resumes. Unfazed, Kusanagi mocks their stubborn foolishness. Such scum will never cooperate, Leona thinks. She marvels at their safety. Sensing no real mages, he concludes they are not the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi decides to purge them all. You messed with the wrong. A brutal kick cuts the boss off, sending the entire gang flying. The Yakuza surrender. Leona stands stunned by the swift victory. Annoyed by the dead end, he targets the next spot. Leona realizes the true might of the Black Mage. Perhaps he truly can destroy the Black Rebellion forever. He scoops her into his arms. Panic sets in as she realizes they are flying again. He leaps out. She shrieks for him to stop, but he surges forward. Another hideout, another shattered window. In mere seconds, he decimates the entire gang. They bow, begging for mercy. Back outside, he wonders why they always attack first. Yakuza are idiots, he sighs. She agrees, noting thugs never listen to reason. Leona begs him to stop crashing through windows. This is just an ambush, she argues, entirely sick of flying. He admits ignoring rules for the Yakuza. Called illogical, he agrees to play nice this time. At the next hideout, they politely knock. A bald thug answers, demanding their identity. He asks about the Black Rebellion. The thug slams the door, yelling at them to leave. Annoyed, Kusanagi kicks it wide open. The gang goes on high alert. Are we being raided by one man? State your clan, they roar. Kusanagi calmly repeats his question about the Black Rebellion. The bald thug throws a vicious punch. Denied a peaceful chat, Kusanagi strikes back, crushing him. The remaining thugs stand paralyzed. Ignoring the pawns, he seeks the leader. A man named Ushiro steps up, claiming the title. Ushiro demands answers. Kusanagi cuts to the chase, demanding ties to the Black Rebellion. The boss understands, but his furious men draw their weapons, ready to strike our hero down for his disrespect. Ushiro commands them to halt. They protest, but he sternly warns them that a monster like Kusanagi is far beyond their level. Choosing to answer, the boss declares he has absolutely no ties to a pathetic group like the Black Rebellion. He proudly declares that his clan values true honor. Our hero demands their hideout's location. Ushiro asks if he will leave afterward, and Kusanagi gives his word. Leona and our hero sit across from Ushiro, completely encircled by his menacing thugs. She trembles, wondering why she was dragged into this. Ushiro reintroduces himself, prompting Kusanagi to reveal his true name, Chrono. Leona introduces herself too. The boss points at a map, marking the general area of the Black Rebellion's secret hideout. Concluding the talk, he swears he knows absolutely no other details. Kusanagi realizes the location perfectly matches Leona's theory. They would have eventually found this base on their own. He finally admits that she is far more reliable than he first thought. The Black Mage asks if the old man is certain about leaking intel, given they work in the exact same underworld. Ushiro scoffs, revealing they are actually sworn enemies. He proudly states his clan isn't pathetic enough to harm innocent civilians. Kusanagi questions why he was attacked earlier, but the old man notes that raiding Yakuza bases hardly makes him look like a respectable citizen. Ushiro declares his clan follows strict codes, refusing to be compared to the Black Rebellion's scum. Amazed to find such an honorable Yakuza in this era, Kusanagi honors his promise and prepares to leave with his prize. Before he can exit, Ushiro asks if he truly plans to confront the Black Rebellion. He warns our hero that powerful elites who control the entire nation are backing them, making it a deadly mission. Grabbing Leona, Kusanagi smirks, claiming he has crushed many such foes. He takes flight with her firmly in his grasp. Watching him leave, the old man praises his fearless aura. believing this kid might actually obliterate the Black Rebellion. In a gloomy warehouse, men gather to trade a highly special weapon. A lackey inspects the goods, confirming perfect quality. Satisfied, the red-haired boss orders the cash to be handed over. Mysterious men in black suits accept the payment, sealing their dark pact with a firm handshake. The suited man mocks Japan for being a paradise for criminals, and the red-haired boss happily agrees with his twisted view. While they laugh, Kusanagi shatters the window and crashes in, firmly holding Leona. Stunned, the thugs instantly draw their guns and manifest magic circles. Kusanagi grins, knowing he finally tracked down his prey. Using magic perception, he senses the Black Rebellion members are all mages, while the Mafia also employs a few magic users. Leona hides behind a steel crate and uses her phone to record everything. The red-haired boss demands his identity. Our hero sighs, completely exhausted by this repetitive question. He declares himself the Black Mage, vowing to annihilate the Black Rebellion. The thugs stand frozen in utter confusion. Their confusion turns into maniacal laughter, mocking the idea of a mere kid challenging them. Ignoring their mockery, he unleashes a massive fire blast, sending bodies flying. He coldly proves his deadly intent to crush them all. Enraged by the sudden strike, the thugs ruthlessly barrage him with lethal magic spells. Our hero easily deflects it all with his barrier. He knows they dare not use spells above level 2, fearing the warehouse's collapse. He considers using combat spells but quickly realizes standard attacks are inefficient against such a massive swarm. The lackeys gasp as their relentless attacks deal 0 damage. Their bullets bounce off harmlessly. Panic sets in as they fail to comprehend his completely unscathed state and unknown magic. Disappointed, Kusanagi finds their panic hilarious since he hasn't even used his real magic yet. The suited man suddenly remembers his newly acquired special weapon. Regaining their arrogant swagger, they warn our hero his luck is up. He instantly senses their shifting aura. The thugs equip gas masks and reveal the deadly weapon. Recognizing the severe threat, Kusanagi orders Leona to flee outside, and she obeys. A thug hurls the toxic bomb, but our hero halts it mid-air. It violently detonates, flooding the room with poison. The thugs smirk, certain no amount of raw strength can cure poison. Believing the game is finally won, they celebrate the Black Mage's demise. They step forward, eager to gaze upon his lifeless corpse. The dense smoke finally clears, revealing the boy entirely unharmed. The terrified gang members stare in sheer disbelief, demanding to know how he survived. He calmly states, "No magic grants immunity to toxic gas, but simple wind magic easily disperses the surrounding air." He mocks their foolishness, declaring that a top-tier mage like himself would never fall to such cheap and pathetic tricks. Absolute panic sets in. The desperate men scramble to call for backup, but hear nothing. Kusanagi mocks their futile efforts. He reveals he has already annihilated their remaining hideouts, leaving these trembling men as the very last survivors. Ordering them to prepare for the end, Kusanagi ruthlessly beats them down. Satisfied with crushing Kabuko's Black Rebellion forces, he turns his focus to finding Leona. A chilling presence suddenly looms behind him. A shadowy figure emerges, holding Leona as his hostage. Feigning surprise at his solo victory, the man flashes a wicked grin. He admits his twisted admiration, proposing a high-stakes negotiation with the famous Black Mage. The exact moment Manato, widely feared as the Black Mage, finishes dismantling the Black Rebellion members and clearing the poison gas, he sprints for the exit. There, he discovers Leona trapped in the clutches of a sinister mage. The ruthless attacker demands Manato negotiate for her life. Manato instantly calculates his odds. The massive gap between them makes a daring physical rescue impossible, even relying on combat magic. Unless he spots an opening, he readies a first-level spell to disarm the blade. But the enemy senses the mana shift, warning him against any reckless heroics if he truly values Leona's fragile life. Shocked that this foe can read his magic flow, Manato recognizes the man as a highly dangerous adversary, silently praising his skill. Through careful observation, Manato deduces that the enemy is suppressing his true aura, yet estimates his magic level rests around 40,000, making him a high-tier mage. A tearful Leona desperately apologizes to Manato, addressing him as Chrono, but he firmly promises to rescue her. Enraged by their side conversation, the assailant threatens to slaughter Leona if Manato continues mocking him. Following a tense exchange, Manato de-escalates the deadly standoff, promising no sudden attacks. Smirking in satisfaction, the armed man introduces himself as Kaga Shuji, the commanding head of the Black Rebellion's Kabuki-cho branch. He reveals his ultimate mission: investigate the Black Mage, to either recruit or execute him. Kaga openly boasts about brutally torturing anyone linked to the Black Mage, expressing deep disappointment that his legendary target is merely a child trying to destroy the Black Rebellion's local underground branch. In sheer frustration, Kaga tightens his lethal grip, accidentally drawing blood from Leona's neck. Noticing his fatal mistake, he coldly apologizes. He feels zero genuine remorse, merely annoyed that wild emotions compromised his blade control. He twistedly pauses to admire the crimson drops of blood sliding down his steel edge. Witnessing this absolute madness, Minato coldly demands his negotiation terms. Snapping back to reality, Kaga declares he will gladly torture and execute Minato to spare Leona's life. Should Minato refuse or attempt an escape, he swears to butcher her without hesitation. He forces Minato into a devastating ultimatum. Without a single second of hesitation, Minato accepts the agonizing torture. Thrilled by this heroic resolve, Kaga turns to mock Leona, questioning if she finds Minato's sacrifice truly romantic. Internally, Minato remains perfectly calm. His invisible magic barrier nullifies incoming attacks, making this torturous agreement the perfect strategic play. However, Kaga suddenly orders him to dispel the magic barrier, claiming that painless suffering is entirely meaningless. This shocking revelation hits Leona hard, finally explaining how Minato effortlessly blocked every single deadly strike. Utter dread washes over her at the thought of him completely lowering his magical defenses. Minato freezes, stunned that Kaga perceived his invisible shield, regretting his earlier carelessness. Despite the fatal risk, he dispels his aura and asks if Kaga is finally satisfied. With zero hesitation, Kaga unleashes a first-level lightning spell, violently striking Minato's vital pressure points. Leona screams for mercy, but the deranged Kaga, drowning in sick, sadistic pleasure, ignores her tears. Following a brutal magical assault, Minato fakes total unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Leona mentally shatters, blaming her own pathetic weakness. Sensing an opening for cruelty, Kaga readies another devastating strike while ruthlessly taunting the helpless girl. Driven by desperate resolve, Leona attempts to disrupt Kaga's spellcraft, but the veteran mage easily predicts her movement. He violently knocks her away, branding her a pathetic weakling who forgot her place. Blaming her for Minato's tragic downfall, he moves in for the kill, hungering to watch the light fade from her despairing eyes. At the very last second, Minato violently springs into action, delivering a bone-crushing punch that shatters Kaga's face. Stunned beyond belief, Leona questions how he survived such lethal damage without his barrier. Minato smirks, explaining he secretly maintained a micro-barrier at the exact point of impact, creating the perfect illusion of completely lowered defenses. Amused by his trickery, Leona chuckles nervously. Only Minato could execute such a flawless scheme. The immediate threat handled, Minato casts light magic to heal Leona's wounds, ensuring her absolute safety. Profound relief washes over Leona, silently praising her luck to stand beside the Black Mage. Yet Kaga rises, his face magically reconstructed, burning with absolute fury at their defiance. Surprised, Kaga remained conscious after enduring his speed-based combat magic. Minato stays vigilant. Realizing mere torture will never break someone like Minato, Kaga resolves to burn them both to ash. Kaga channels a massive fire strike, letting Minato finally gauge the true depth of his enemy's power. He realizes Kaga held his true strength back all along, watching his magic intensity rapidly skyrocket. The spell sigils align perfectly. Kaga unleashes a level 4 fire and lightning compound strike, Fire Spark, surging directly at Minato and Leona. Seconds before impact, Leona panics, certain Chrono cannot block such devastation. Yet Minato remains entirely calm, deploying his magic barrier only as the flames draw perilously near. To Leona's sheer shock, a first-level defense spell effortlessly nullifies a fourth-level strike, leaving her completely stunned. Watching Minato easily extinguish the flames, profound relief washes over her by his side. The more she watches him, the deeper her curiosity grows regarding the Black Mage's true identity. His fire strike crushed, Kaga erupts into manic laughter, praising Minato's overwhelming strength. He admits fire magic would never defeat someone like him, yet he still hides a few dark tricks. Still entirely confused, Leona asks Minato why Kaga's magic lingers, as it should have completely faded by now. Minato explains, Kaga wields sustainable magic. constantly replenishing his spell's core to maintain its deadly form. He compares it to his own wind-based flight magic. Frustrated by the lecture, Leona snaps that time is running out. Right as she warns him, the barrier could soon shatter. She sees it standing flawlessly intact. Minato assures her that, like Kaga, he commands sustainable magic. They have absolutely nothing to fear. Kaga panics at this revelation. Sensing his wavering focus, Leona boldly commands him to surrender while he still can. Kaga fakes fear before dropping the act, violently resuming his assault. Acknowledging Minato's power, he unleashes his hidden trick, intensifying his sustainable fire spell completely around Minato's barrier. Suddenly, weakness strikes Leona. Her body feels heavy, and she gasps for breath. Kaga gloats that his encircling flames have incinerated all trapped oxygen. Without breathable air, they will swiftly suffocate. With temperatures rapidly surging, even Minato's barrier must eventually fall. He forces a grim choice: suffocate inside or burn outside. Totally unimpressed, Manato merely yawns. Infuriated, Kaga screams, questioning if he grasps this deadly reality. Minato calmly states he understands the situation far better than he does. Kaga mocks that despite Minato's powers, Leona stands on death's absolute edge. He declares there is zero hope to save her now. Instantly, Leona's strength surges back entirely. Stunned by this impossible shift, a completely shocked Kaga watches in sheer disbelief. Manato explains that while flames consume the atmosphere, Kaga foolishly forgot that magic itself constantly permeates the air. Enraged, Kaga demands to know the truth. Manato details the bond between barriers and atmospheric mana. He manipulates the wind, utterly suffocating the flames with pure air. Witnessing his grand plan shatter, Kaga panics in defeat. Before he faints, Minato steps up, strictly denying him the mercy of unconsciousness. Mocking Kaga's love of torture, he casts a spell, banishing him to the dark zone. Kia finds himself trapped in absolute nothingness. No sound echoes, no light shines, only endless and heavy darkness. Panicked, he screams out, but absolute silence answers. Meanwhile, Manato rejoins Leona, who reveals someone has already reported this warehouse to the local police. Wasting zero time, Manato lifts her and blasts off, ignoring her loud protests as they escape, before authorities finally arrive. Reaching a safe vantage point, Leona finally processes the truth. The Kabuki-cho Black Rebellion branch is entirely destroyed. Already looking ahead, Manato discusses purging the next district. Calling him Chrono, Leona nervously asks to become his true ally. Knowing her lack of power might drag him down, she pledges her vast intelligence and deep connections to support his massive goals. Hesitating briefly, Manato admits his soft spot for earnest requests and agrees, sparking pure delight within Leona's heart. She eagerly promises to manage public relations and recruitment completely, ensuring he never worries about such trivial tasks again. Hours later, morning broadcasts detail the warehouse raid. Black Rebellion forces are captured, all thanks to the Black Mage. Suddenly, the broadcast cuts out. An urgent global alert hijacks the feed. A nationwide broadcast begins, revealing an anti-illegal mage faction led by the Black Mage. A hooded figure appears. He declares his faction as Shadowbringer and crowns himself the Black Annihilator. His sole mission is to execute rogue mages tied to the Black Rebellion. With cold authority, he vows to crush all injustice from this day forward. No sinner will escape. Watching this, a high-ranking Black Rebellion leader explodes in absolute fury. His partner stays perfectly calm. He brushes the Black Mage off as a weak insect. Not worth their anger. Calmed, the angry man trusts his elite magic partner and the Fuka family head, Fuka Jin. Following a tense clash with his boss, Fuka Jin returns to his room and watches the news. Media outlets viciously attack the magic nobility, mocking their disgraceful press conferences. While nobles failed against the recent disaster, the special magic unit shined brightly. Now, the entire world questions if magic nobles are even needed anymore. Blinded by rage, Jin shatters his cup against the screen and orders his butler to summon Sho. As the servant flees, Jin seethes, swearing to make these lowly commoners pay for their mockery. Across the globe, New York City descends into absolute hell as monsters slaughter civilians. The Golden Metropolis transforms into a bloodbath of screaming, fleeing victims. First responders rush the field, calling base as they struggle to hold the front line. But the endless monster swarm quickly overpowers them. An officer holds the line, begging for SMAT backup. But the disaster is global, and no help is coming. Explosions shatter the city. Hundreds fall dead, and thousands bleed. From the ashes, an alpha monster rises. It charges a level 5 blazing column fire spell to burn the city. Right before the fatal blow, an elite noble mage drops in, clashing the flames with a level 5 titanic bubble water spell. This is Mizuha Tushiru, father of Yuika and Ruka. He erases the lethal attack and lands on the battlefield. The awestruck officers receive sudden orders to support Tushiru in the siege. Blind to their praise, Tushiru locks onto his prey, unleashing a heavier water spell to crush the alpha. His terrifying mana drowns the beast before it can strike back, claiming absolute victory. As the dust settles, grateful officers swarm Tushiru with endless praise. Cold and professional, he waves off their cheers, calling it nothing but his noble duty. New York's mayor offers deep thanks. But as Tushiru prepares to leave for Japan, dark whispers spread. Cynics mock the low-tier Japanese noble for acting arrogant, insulting his fallen nation. Hearing their poison, Tushiru simply walks away. His mind shifts to the heavy burdens back home. His daughters, in the special magic unit, and Japan's fading glory. Far away, Yuika, Ruka, and their friend gasp for air on the training grounds. Broken from a brutal clash with Minato Kusanagi, Ruka complains about his monstrous power, realizing Minato holds back. Before despair can fully sink in, Sanada leads a squad of trainees with a new plan. If they strike Minato together, they might just win. Fueled by numbers, Yuika rallies the squad. Surely, Minato cannot survive an assault from over 100 mages. But fate is cruel. Minato hears everything, materializing like a ghost behind them. He calmly asks to test their theory. Paralyzed by terror, Ruka panics, claiming it was just a joke. Unfazed, Minato ends their break and declares the next trial. Defeat him with everything they have. Eyes blazing, the massive squad launches an all-out war. Certain that sheer numbers ensure victory, they strike. Yet, Minato barely moves, summoning a simple level 1 barrier. Eureka smirks, declaring it useless against them. He effortlessly summons a level 4 high magic barrier, stunning the trainees. Desperate to shatter it, they unleash a furious assault. But Minato absorbs every strike with ease. Frustration mounts as the squad finally realizes the terrifying depth of his true power. Now his counterattack begins. Minato unleashes sheer devastation, crushing them effortlessly. As the dust clears, the defeated trainees groan. Scattered across the ruined battlefield, training ends. Yuka and Ruka check their phones, and their faces instantly drain of color. Spotting their dread, Minato asks what happened. The sisters lock eyes with him, deadly serious. Their strict father has returned to Japan. Leaving their home, the Mizuha sisters head to their family villa. A fateful discussion awaits them. A suffocating silence grips the room before Tushiru finally breaks the tension. He questions them regarding their new special magic squad. Yuika calmly confirms their active role in the unit. The air grows thick with tension. Tushiru demands to know more about this mysterious team. Relieved by his curiosity, they eagerly explain the squad's noble achievements. They proudly declare their new comrades are truly extraordinary people. Ruka eagerly chimes in. She boasts about their explosive growth in magic mastery, all thanks to Minato Kusanagi and their legendary squad. Intrigued by this high praise, Tushiro acknowledges Minato's exceptional talent and obvious societal impact. But as he sips his tea, one sister boldly compares Minato to him. She suggests Minato could rival a true magic noble. Hearing this, Tushio calmly lowers his teacup. He issues a chilling command. They must abandon the special magic squad immediately. Stunned, the sisters demand a clear explanation. Unshaken, Tushiro explains that the waning prestige of magic nobles spells absolute disaster for Japan. He declares that elite magic nobles, not some special squad, stand as the true pillars of the nation. Thus, Minato's mere existence threatens their foundation. Tushio strictly forbids any further contact with Minato. Boiling with rage, the sisters protest this absurd logic. Cold and unmoved, Tushio commands their absolute obedience. He turns his back to walk away, but Eureka stops him. The obedient daughter who never rebelled finally utters a firm no. She refuses to abandon her squad or Minato. She firmly believes he holds the power to reshape the world. She argues that nobles have grown weak, while the squad's ruthless training prepares them for true war. If he had simply asked for their help, they would have gladly agreed. But demanding blind obedience is a grave error. Furious, Tushiru coldly disowns her, stripping away her magic noble title. Ruka prepares to intervene, but Yuika simply nods. She turns and walks away in absolute silence. Before vanishing, Uka flashes a final smile. She declares she is now nothing more than Mizuwa Yuika. He need never worry about her staining their noble legacy again. Left behind, Tushio curses Uika's rebellion. Ruka coldly warns him that her sister has truly awakened. Expecting to keep one daughter, Tushiru faces utter despair. Following Uka's path, Ruka proudly casts aside her noble status. Tushiro repeats his disownment, forbidding her from ever speaking their family name. Ruka happily accepts. She gives a final thanks and walks out, leaving him utterly alone with his bitter mutters. Free from his chains, the sisters shed their noble robes for casual wear. Heading toward a hotel, they celebrate liberation. As they walk, Eureka gently asks if Ruka truly accepts abandoning their bloodline. Ruka warmly promises she would never abandon her little sister. Moved to tears, Uka smiles and they share an emotional embrace. But their joy fades fast. Securing a hotel room proves completely impossible. Pleading with managers yields absolutely nothing. An entire day of desperate searching leaves them stranded on the streets. Every single hotel, apartment, and cafe harshly turns the unaccompanied minors away. Ruka could easily fake her age, but Yuika's youth makes it impossible. Utterly defeated, they collapse into a tiny cafe to rest. Yuika sighs at the bitter irony. Their squad missions made them rich, yet they have nowhere to sleep. Suddenly, two drunk thugs approach their table. They brazenly hit on Uka right before her sister's eyes. Ruka shoots them a deadly glare, warning them to retreat before facing severe consequences. Sensing danger, the cowards instantly apologize and scatter. With them gone, Uka grins broadly, suggesting they enjoy their time stranded outside. When Ruka brings up their shelter crisis, Uka insists they can solve that puzzle later. Embracing their first exciting night of sisterly independence, they hunt for new clothes and plushies, blast karaoke like carefree drunks, and entirely soak in their newfound freedom. At dusk, harsh reality returns. Yet Uka warmly thanks Ruka for making this evening so incredibly special. With Ruka beside her, she admits the world feels far less scary. Smirking at the praise, Ruka warns they still need actual shelter. While pondering their options, Yuika suddenly receives a text from Manato. He awkwardly asks how to operate his own phone, claiming he somehow forgot once again. Sharing a knowing glance, the sisters decide to visit Manato, praying he will offer them temporary sanctuary. Upon arriving at Manato's doorstep, the desperate sisters immediately beg to stay under his roof. Instead of answering right away, Manato ushers the Mizuwa sisters inside to properly discuss the situation. Absorbing the full story, he questions how they truly feel about this sudden act of rebellion. They confess to acting impulsively. Observing them, Minato senses their newfound honesty and realizes their sisterly bond has significantly deepened. As they finish processing their harsh reality, Uka apologizes for intruding, pleading again for shelter since they have absolutely nowhere left to turn. Minato silently weighs the heavy risks of taking them in. Harboring zero romantic interest in either girl, he deems their presence harmless and agrees to house them. Before they can celebrate, he strictly warns that his cramped apartment lacks their usual high-class luxury. Surprisingly, the girls care little about status. Instead, they bounce around, chatting excitedly like joyful children. Watching them, Minato casually notes their quick adaptability, a remark that unexpectedly leaves both girls deeply flustered. Suddenly, they drift into wild fantasies about sharing a home with the strong, incredibly cool Kusanagi Manato. Ruka's imagination skyrockets, her heart pounding with strange, unfamiliar emotions, until she forces herself to breathe. Ignoring their blushing faces, Manato casually asks if they intend to wash up before sleeping. They instantly panic, treating him like a complete pervert. Unfazed, Manato simply repeats the question, finally earning a sensible reply. Yuka heads in first, leaving Minato and Ruka entirely alone in the quiet room. Minato praises their bold escape, admitting he never expected such fierce defiance from them. Ruka agrees, equally shocked by herself. It marks their very first time defying their rigid father, a man utterly intolerant of personal freedom. She predicts that instead of softening his ways, he will ruthlessly double down to enforce his absolute ideals. Minato warns that Tushiru already despises their unit, making his future retaliation completely unpredictable. Before Ruka replies, Uka emerges in cute nightwear, urging her sister to go next. Ruka quickly excuses herself, enjoying a deeply refreshing soak. Left alone, Uka tells Minato how truly surreal his home feels. Unfazed, Manato calmly reassures her that despite being a first-time host, he feels zero anxiety. Uka sincerely thanks him for the rescue, though Minato humbly brushes it off as nothing special. She softly chuckles. When questioned, she notes he always acts perfectly normal, regardless of how chaotic things get. Minato fiercely vows that as long as they serve in his squad, they are comrades he will never ever abandon. Yuika's heart races wildly at his vow. Before she can process it, Ruka emerges, looking incredibly elegant in her sleepwear. Minato rises for his turn, leaving the stunned sisters in total silence to process the evening's intense magic. The following day, Minato meets his handler, Shidu, receiving the squad's newly updated training schedule. Concluding their routine brief, he casually mentions Uika and Ruka currently crashing at his apartment. Realizing Minato is cohabiting with two women, Shidu explodes in pure shock, demanding why he acts so completely indifferent. Bewildered, Shidu wonders if this madness is normal for modern youth. Determined to hammer common sense into Minato's skull, he fiercely lectures him on Japan forbidding polygamy, bombarding him with frantic half-truths regarding culture and tradition. Exiting the loud office, Minato calmly considers simply finding a much larger place to live. 3 people sharing his small apartment would be too cramped. Before departing, he spots Sonata training alone in the courtyard and approaches her. Calling out, he asks why she pushes herself so hard. Sonata confesses she feels left behind in power. Despite her recent growth and awakening of offensive magic, she remains completely unsatisfied. She urges Minato to drop the formalities with his own subordinate, a request he quickly honors. Minato urges her to unleash an offensive spell. Sensing hesitation, he promises to guide her strike. Stealing her resolve, Sonata takes her stance and casts. Minato praises the display, urging her to keep pushing her limits. With time, her power will only grow. Sonata bows in thanks, yet admits she still feels painfully weak beside her elite squad. Minato firmly warns her against self-doubt. He has witnessed her relentless dedication firsthand. She then confesses the truth. She only joined the police force because holy mages are so incredibly rare. Believing herself the weakest link, she doubts she will ever match them. Catching herself venting, she quickly apologizes. Instead of dismissing her pain, Minato asks what truly drove her to join the force in the beginning. Sonata reveals her grandmother was a legendary holy mage, a hero who saved countless lives during past calamities. Inspired by her heroic legacy, she joined the ranks, hoping to follow those brave footsteps. Yet shadows of doubt remain. She claims to lack true ambition, believing herself entirely worthless compared to others. Minato instantly shatters her illusion. He lists her undeniable strengths, her healing, her combat magic, and her fiery resolve. The reason she chose this path means nothing, he declares. What truly matters is the destiny she forges now. His words strike deep into her soul. Sonata suddenly realizes her grueling training is already bearing fruit. Overcome by raw emotion, she bursts into tears of genuine relief and joy. Composing herself, she apologizes for acting so pathetic. Minato simply waves it off, declaring that age means absolutely nothing here. To Sonata, Minato becomes a true hero, a beacon banishing her shadows. That night, Minato prepares his secret mission as the Black Mage. Before vanishing into the night, he meets Leona. She has finally gathered intel on the sinister rumors surrounding the magic nobles. Impressed by her swift work, Minato commands Leona to reveal her findings. But she stubbornly insists he don his Shadowbringer uniform before proceeding. Despite the Black Mage's refusal, Leona details her dark discoveries regarding illegal mages and underground magic syndicates. She exposes the magic nobles' alleged crimes, a wicked web of money laundering, corrupt collusion, and massive embezzlement. Certain bloodlines, especially the Fukas, harbor rumored ties directly to the infamous Black Rebellion crime syndicate. Minato demands the identity of the Black Rebellion's leader. Leona names Kuroya Kuto, a notorious former magic noble, publicly exiled. Hearing this, Minato finds the noble's link to the Black Rebellion deeply suspicious. Yet Leona warns that zero solid proof ties the Fukas to the syndicate. With everyone silenced in fear, valuable intel is practically non-existent. She suspects all whistleblowers are being permanently silenced. She gravely warns Minato to tread carefully in the shadows. Their briefing concluded, Minato orders her to transmit every piece of data directly to his phone. When questioned about his next move, he gives a chilling reply. He is going out to serve absolute justice. Without another word, he dives off the rooftop. His mind races with merciless ways to punish the wicked. Enforcing brutal justice, the black mage later returns home. Resuming his life as Minato Kusanagi, he unwinds alongside Yuika and Ruka. The three share a comfortable silence, completely absorbed in their tasks. Bored, Minato uses his newly mastered smartphone to investigate Ichami Manato and the devastating calamities from 50 years ago. His search reveals Ikami's history remains intact. Yet, bizarrely, modern mages are documented at a pathetically low power level. He also uncovers suspiciously vague records on the magic nobles. All traces of their ancestral power and sacred training are missing. Witnessing this, Minato, whose memories as Ikami burn bright, feels bitter regret. If his magic tome survived, mages would never have fallen so far. Uka notes that high-level magic data is entirely gone, as if an unseen hand deliberately erased history itself. Minato suspects the current Mizuha head holds the missing truth. But with Calamity intel so heavily guarded, securing a meeting will be tough. For now, his mind races, hunting for the origin of the calamities on Earth. Finding no answers, Yua spots his frustration, but simply works on. At dawn, during the Special Magic Unit's intense training, Minato's squad receives a critical calamity alert, demanding their immediate and highly decisive deployment. Rushing there, they quickly discover Jim Fuka's heir, Shu Fuka, and his lackey towering over a slain calamity beast. Manato stays fully stoic as Sho arrogantly mocks their delay, boasting loudly that his powerful crew easily slaughtered the monster beforehand. Catching Manato's cold glare, Sho casually claims no civilians were hurt, telling him to loosen up. He boldly brags that disaster would have struck without his heroic intervention. He cockily demands they act much faster next time before finally leaving. Uka deeply questions his bizarre attitude, leaving Minato utterly clueless. As days pass, the calamity outbreaks multiply, yet Sho's squad always arrives moments before the magic unit, shamelessly stealing all the glory. Sho constantly mocks their slow speed, firmly declaring the world requires magic nobles. Yuika erupts in fierce rage as Sho brands their unit utterly worthless. Once gone, she loudly vents that this is his 5th staged victory, clearly proving a highly sinister scheme is unfolding in the dark shadows. Soon after, Shidu reveals a dark truth. They face deliberate sabotage. With intel constantly delayed and Minato unable to detect distant threats, finding a countermeasure seems completely impossible. Meanwhile, Yuika erupts in pure fury, noting Shu conveniently vanishes whenever dangerous demon-level bosses emerge. Hitting a massive wall, Sonata reveals the Fukas are gaining overwhelming internet praise. This sudden worship feels highly suspicious, given their recent public disgrace. She also uncovers an impending live press conference hosted by Jin Fuka himself. Minato and his squad crowd around, bracing for the Patriarch's words. On screen, Jin thanks everyone, announcing his direct intent to address the Magic Noble's tragic blunders and his son Sho's truly disgraceful actions. Shockingly, Jin bows deeply, issuing a highly public apology for Shu's past arrogance. The press falls dead silent, stunned to witness a proud magic noble apologizing. Jin accepts full blame for Sho's upbringing, vowing utter reform. At the exact same moment, reporters actively highlight SH slaying multiple calamities long before the special magic unit arrives. Sensing his manipulation taking root, Jin firmly laments the severe lack of elite magic nobles. Yet, he falsely reassures the nation that countermeasures are already actively in motion. The broadcast goes viral, with blind comments praising the Fukas, fueling Yuka's fierce anger. She bitterly asks her team if all their deadly battles were completely meaningless, only earning society's deeply cruel mockery. Before her fury fully explodes, Minato commands complete calm, firmly declaring their sacred mission remains absolutely unchanged despite wild public slander. He demands their unwavering trust to fix it. Just days later, Shidu faces a highly tense top-level executive interrogation. His commander warns that the Special Magic Squad faces imminent annihilation. Civic backlash skyrockets due to their escalating warfare against the elite magic nobles. Shidu tries exposing Shu's shady tactics, but his superior brutally silences him, blaming him for provoking the elite. He pins the entire crisis on Shidu for birthing the squad and blindly declaring war on the nobility. Shidu boldly questions why their missions suffer deliberate interference. In cold response, he viciously reprimands him for crying sabotage, demanding they instantly fix their public image and respectfully bow to the nobles. Absolute failure means the Special Magic Squad will be permanently erased. Far away, Jin Fuka observes the chaos, a wicked smile confirming his flawless scheme. He relishes how the gullible masses easily swallow his theatrical manipulation and grand lies. Wielding public favor like a blade, Jin prepares to utterly obliterate the special magic squad. A tense week passes. Minato's sideline squad gathers on the academy roof, bitterly venting over their forced idleness. Ruka grimly notes that the Fukas are monopolizing all recent Calamity subjugations. Ryuji Katsuragi sharply reveals the dark truth. Corrupt police insiders are actively sabotaging their team. Manato firmly confirms this dark treason, stating corrupt officers allied with the nobles view the special magic team as a massive threat. A baffled Yuika asks how that could be true. Manato deduces that their sheer existence has fatally threatened the magic nobles' supreme authority. He knew the nobles were tied to the Black Rebellion. Thus, the special magic team gaining public favor threatened them. Frustrated, Uika lashed out. She blamed the magic nobles' incompetence, demanding they work to restore their honor. Calming down, she questioned her father's involvement, but Ruka doubted it. Suddenly, Minato stood. He declared they were heading to the Mizuha estate to uncover the truth. The sisters hesitated, citing the bitter rift with their father. Minato offered to leave them. Unable to resist, they chose to follow. Soon, the squad reached the Mizuha villa. 2 female guards blocked the grand gates. Despite stating their names, they were instantly rejected. They begged for an exception, but guards stated the master forbade disowned blood. As Yuika and Ruka accepted defeat, Minato stepped up. He declared his title as SMT captain, demanding answers from Tushiru. The guards demanded an appointment. However, Minato insisted he only needed a brief moment. Frustrated, he considered using force. Suddenly, Tushiu himself appeared before them. Assessing the tension, he granted entry. En route, Minato joked about Tushiro's youthful look, asking if he was their brother. The girls quickly denied this. He was their father. Seated, Tushiro accused Minato of corrupting his daughters. Minato countered that blaming others for his children's growth was a poor parental trait. He questioned why Tushiu lacked pride in their maturity. Tushiro silently observed him. Realizing Minato wasn't playing games, Minato cut to the chase. Was Tushiu pressuring the special magic team? Tushiro denied everything. He claimed nobles rarely allied, meaning Fuka acted alone. Noting Minato's unwavering resolve, he acknowledged his legend. A student with noble power, a hero who shattered calamities. Skeptical, he demanded a test. Tushiro unleashed a terrifying explosion of pure mana. To his shock, Manato effortlessly matched it. The crushing pressure left the team trembling. The clash ended. Tushiu praised Minato for matching his overwhelming aura. Minato called it basic control, noting Tushiu held back his true strength. Impressed by Minato's sharp eyes, Tushiru openly praised his insight. Minato then asked why modern mages were far weaker. Tushiro questioned his source. Referencing events from 50 years ago, Minato learned mages were deliberately weakened for restraint and regulation. Minato demanded answers, but Tushiu cryptically stated he would understand soon enough. He claimed magic nobles were vital. Minato asked if the Fukas were vital too. Silence fell. Realizing the discussion was over, Minato stood, thanked Tushiro, and ended the meeting. Before departing, the team confessed their bodies were still frozen from that monstrous mana. Helping them up, Minato told Tushiu he was glad the family held no corruption. Otherwise, Minato would have struck. As a final remark, Minato declared his daughters were irreplaceable friends. Tushiu questioned his meaning, but Minato just walked away. A few days passed. The special magic squad received new uniforms. Woven from anti-mon material, they resisted most spells. Shidu announced they could now operate at maximum capacity. Preparations complete, Minato rallied his team. It was time to settle their score with the Fukas. Meanwhile, Jin Fuka and his son Shu ruthlessly celebrated the special magic team's imminent destruction. Jin boasted the Black Rebellion would help him conquer Japan. Suddenly, suited police stormed the room, screaming to freeze. The chaotic raid was broadcast live. A reporter covered the shocking downfall of a magic noble. From a hovering helicopter at Jin's eye level, the reporter declared this was the first time a high noble faced such severe criminal charges. Police arrested Jin for bribery, intimidation, and abuse of power, declaring a full estate search. Furious, Jin roared that a noble was no common criminal, violently demanding to see proof. Just then, the special magic team storms the scene. Minato steps forward. Raising his phone, he coldly tells Jin they have absolute proof. Jin's son, Shu, recognizes the man as SMT's Kusanagi Manato. He fiercely demands answers. His father, Jin, mocks the evidence as a complete forgery. In response, Manato reveals undeniable photos. They show bribery, illegal mage collusion, and even conspiracies to commit murder. Cornered, Jin furiously accuses Manato of fabricating the entire evidence. To crush his denial, Manato plays a damning video. Jin and Sho abandoning civilians during a calamity. He asks if this video is also a fake. Caught red-handed, Jin erupts in fury, demanding to know the spy. His own butler steps out of the shadows, confessing to the betrayal. Boiling with wrath, Jin chokes the butler. He demands why he would betray his lifelong master. The truth is, the butler had secretly met with the Black Mage, who questioned his loyalty. Could he truly stand by and watch his master's family rot with corruption? Stripped of excuses, the butler was forced to choose: serve corruption or seek justice. Now, he declares Jin is utterly unfit to be a magic noble. Blinded by rage, Jin summons multiple magic circles, threatening to slaughter everyone. Before he strikes, Minato shatters the circles and blasts the wall. There is no escape for corrupt nobles. Jin despairs over his crumbling empire, but Minato coldly states he brought this upon himself. In sheer desperation, Jin boasts of a hidden overseas base. He claims he will be untouchable there, but before fleeing, he vows to execute anyone trying to arrest him. Jin, his son, and their lackeys unleash a storm of magic upon the police. Manato casts a barrier, shielding the officers. He orders them back so the special squad can take over. Manato unleashes another blast, tearing a second hole in the wall. This time, a news chopper outside broadcasts the clash live. Reporters broadcast the Fuka family resisting arrest. The world begins questioning the true role of magic nobles. With the public watching in horror, the reporter asks if magic nobles can still be trusted, but she quickly reassures them. Japan still has the SMT and Kusanagi Manato fighting for true justice. Outside, battle lines are drawn. Minato faces Jin, while Shu and his lackeys confront the elite squad. Before clashing, Shu arrogantly mocks the SMT, questioning if their small numbers can win. Uka fires back. Unlike idle nobles, their squad is actively stopping real calamities elsewhere. Furious, Shu threatens to slaughter them all. Uka brands him a disgrace, vowing unforgiving justice for his crimes. As the battle erupts, Jin taunts Minato. He asks if a commoner can defeat a magic noble. Minato coldly replies he never loses to weaklings. Enraged, Jin fires a devastating plasma beam at the chopper, attempting to silence the media. Minato blocks the strike with a barrier, disgusted by his actions. Unfazed, Jin declares he will sink to any depth for profit. Minato's disgust deepens. Meanwhile, Yuika, Ruka, Sanada, and their teammate slowly crush the Fuka lackeys. Watching his men fall, Sho panics. Refusing to lose to commoners, he orders his men to unleash their ultimate magic. They must kill the SMT. As the enemy charges their most devastating magic, the Mizuha sisters combine their powers. They unleash a level 6 Grand Water attack. Burst Stream. The crushing wave overwhelms Sho and his lackeys instantly. They are left utterly defenseless before the SMT. Defeated, Sho falls to his knees. Begging for his life, he claims it was a momentary lapse in judgment and cries for forgiveness. Seeing through his lies, Uika pretends to accept his apology. The moment she and Ruka turn away, Shu reveals his true venom. He curses them as fools and launches a sneak attack. But the sisters anticipated his betrayal, swiftly countering and pinning him down. They coldly ask if he thought they would forgive a monster. With his final escape crushed, Sho collapses in pathetic tears. Meanwhile, Minato senses his team has fully subdued the other Fukas. He locks eyes with Jin, coldly revealing that his pride and joy of a son has finally fallen. Watching his empire crumble to dust, Jin unleashes his true killing intent against Minato. Tension shatters as Jin casts a level 1 aerial wind spell. Minato evades the strike with absolute ease. Enraged, Jin launches a level 2 wind spear to blindside his foe. However, Minato gracefully dodges again. Refusing to yield, Jin fires a level 3 wind cutter, but Minato easily slips away. Above the battlefield, a news chopper broadcasts live. The reporter watches in awe at Jin's magic. Yet panic sets in for Minato. She frantically asks viewers if anyone can survive such an assault. Pushing for the kill, Jin surges his mana. He casts a level 4 Tempest Wind spell, spawning a devouring wormhole. As Minato dodges yet again, Jin supercharges the spell into a level 5 Grand Typhoon. Its force threatens to shred the very earth. Sensing catastrophic danger, Manato's squad begs him to retreat. They urge him to capture Jin on another day. Ignoring their pleas, Manato summons a 4-layered high magic barrier, instantly shattering the typhoon. Ruka freezes in utter disbelief at this godlike defense, while Ryuji smirks in admiration. Knowing Manato's fearless nature, viewers watching the live feed gasp in awe, finally grasping a magic noble's true might. But the real terror hits when Manato casually counters a level 5 spell. The battle rages on, while the reporter fuels the fiery broadcast. During a standoff, Jin narrows his eyes. Manato's lack of attacks makes him suspect a stalling tactic for backup. Testing this theory, Jin directly mocks Manato for holding back. A chilling smirk crosses Manato's face. He claims he merely wants to drag out the thrill of the hunt. Provoked by Manato, Jin resolves to unleash his absolute full power. Boasting 200,000 mana points, he dares Manato not to tremble before their massive gap in strength. The SMT members scoff at this absurd bluff. In Japan, even a mage with 100,000 mana points is incredibly rare. Panicking, Ruka and her sister prepare to intervene, but Manato shoots them a sharp glare, a silent command to stay out. The trio instantly understands and holds their ground. Sensing their fear, Jin cackles. One step closer, and he would have slaughtered them without hesitation. He instantly summons 5 colossal magic circles, unlocking the terrifying aura he had kept sealed. Overwhelming energy violently shakes the battlefield. Paralyzed by fear, the SMT members realize Jin is going completely overboard. Yet Minato stands completely unfazed. Jin demands if he comprehends this monstrous power, receiving only silence. Manato silently watches Jin channel an absolute annihilation spell called Neo Magic, forged to crush everything. A massive green portal tears the sky, pulsating with catastrophic force. For the first time today, Manato smiles. This unknown magic finally sparks his interest. Dominating the sky, Jin proudly explains his ultimate ability. He calls it atmospheric magic, capable of flattening any human. Thoroughly amused, Manato dares him to strike. Boiling with rage, Jin fires a level 6 atmospheric magic technique named Air Press. Crushing pressure warps the very air, locking down all escapes. Unmoving, Manato lets the magical portal consume his body. Jin howls in victorious laughter. Even the SMT members momentarily fear their invincible leader is truly gone. Time drags on. Uka and Ruka scream Manato's name into the dust, praying for a miracle. As despair takes hold, his calm voice shatters the silence. The sisters gasp in utter shock. Manato casually scolds their lack of faith. Paralyzed, Jin screams to know how he survived. With an easy shrug, Manato reveals he perfectly balanced his internal pressure, exactly like creatures in the deep sea. Trembling, Jin demands how Manato perfectly wielded atmospheric magic, his signature art. Manato smirks, claiming he just watched and learned. Jin stands utterly dumbfounded. Manato coldly notes that without his arrogant speech, the spell might have actually hurt him. Pushing his mockery further, Manato distorts the pressure in Jin's ears with sound magic. Agony strikes instantly, forcing Jin back as he demands answers. Manato simply smirks. He explains that sound manipulation is merely another form of wind magic. By increasing the pressure around his ears, he created absolute torment. Watching this clash, Eureka finally grasps a crucial truth about Manato. Humiliation burns through Jin, shattering the absolute last of his restraint. Terrifying aura erupts around him as he swears to stop holding back. His 200,000 mana was merely a warm-up. At full power, his magical energy will surge to 500,000. Feeling this terrifying surge, Shu and the SMT members realize Jin is completely serious. The second phase begins. Jin roars, commanding Minato to despair as he prepares his ultimate strike. Jin charges an overwhelming mass of magic energy, leaving the entire SMT squad paralyzed in awe. Even the usually unfazed Ryuji admits Jin's power is entirely out of their league. Realizing their fatal underestimation of magic nobles, Shu fears Minato cannot survive this. Now overflowing with power, Jin boasts loudly. Completely unfazed, Minato simply yawns, freezing Jin in absolute confusion. The furious noble asks if Minato is too foolish to comprehend his strength. Minato stays silent. Jin boasts about his ultimate technique, firing a green atmospheric portal. Manato refuses to even flinch. Enraged by Minato's absolute calm, Jin escalates his aura. summoning 6 more green magic circles. The suffocating energy terrifies the SMT. It is the first level 7 spell cast this year. Amidst the crushing tension, Yuika places her faith in Manato, silently praying for his victory. His ultimate spell complete, Jin sneers. He claims Manato should have interrupted his charging phase. Regret is useless now. Only despair remains. Annoyed by the delay, Manato asks if he will finally strike. Ignoring the provocation, Jin drags out his pointless speech before unleashing his ultimate technique. Level 7 atmospheric magic. Plasma break. The devastating shockwave destabilizes the chopper above, leaving the desperate SMT members scrambling for a countermeasure. Desperate, Ruka begs Manato to run, but he stands firm. Jin offers one final chance to flee, threatening that his friends will perish instead. Completely unfazed, Manato accepts the deadly challenge and prepares to strike back. Before the roaring plasma break can overwhelm him, he invokes a level 4 spell, manifesting a core amethyst. Scoffing at the display, Jin asks if such an insignificant pebble can truly resist his absolute magic. As Jin cackles, Manato launches the amethyst into the heart of plasma break. Shockingly, the ultimate spell is instantly neutralized. Jin and the SMT stand completely frozen, unable to process how his ultimate spell was erased. Staring in pure disbelief, Jin demands answers. Manato casually explains that wind magic is naturally inferior to earth magic. Since Plasma Break was a painfully slow spell, the amethyst crystal dismantled it with ease. He coldly insults Jin's ignorance, leaving the proud noble utterly shattered by the brutal truth. Refusing to accept reality, Jin demands a deeper explanation. Minato elaborates that while core amethyst lacks offensive power, its high-density magic absorbs opposing elemental spells, neutralizing them regardless of any rank difference. Trembling in shock, Jin asks how Minato learned such an absurd technique. Minato smirks, revealing he created it purely for fun. At these words, Jin's pride completely breaks down. He cannot fathom that his decades of perfect training were crushed by a spell invented on a mere whim. The battle concluded. Minato steps forward, commanding Jin to brace himself for his punishment. Before Minato can strike, Jin desperately surrenders, crying that his magic is drained and his body paralyzed. Minato assures him he will not beat a pathetic man. Instead, he prepares a simple flick to the forehead. Blind to the terrifying force behind it, Jin completely dismisses the trivial gesture. Yet the moment Minato releases the flick, a devastating impact sends Jin flying, knocking him out instantly. The SMT stares in stunned silence, questioning their leader's humanity. With Jin incapacitated, police forces move in. High above, the news chopper broadcasts the historic defeat of a magic noble by SMT Captain Kusanagi Manato. The entire nation erupts in celebration, with citizens proudly singing Minato's praises. In the battle's triumphant aftermath, the SMT surrounds Manato, celebrating his absolute victory over Fuka Jin. Watching the authorities drag Jin away, Manato feels profound disappointment in the current state of Japan's magic nobility. In the bitter end, they prove to be nothing more than absolute frauds. Before Jin completely vanishes from sight, Minato demands to know what the magic nobles did after Ichami Manato's death 50 years ago. Met with cold silence, he questions if they destroyed the ancient magic tome. He fiercely demands the true reason behind such a destructive act. Jin finally speaks, claiming that mere commoners could never grasp the grand vision of magic nobles. Confused by this cryptic riddle, Minato orders him to elaborate, but Jin merely smirks, telling him to figure it out himself before being hauled away. A few hours later, Minato is pushed into a sudden press conference alongside Shidu and their official team leader. As the cameras flash, he delivers a brief, heavy statement regarding his fierce battle with Fuka Jin. His bold words dominate headlines, and his immense popularity explodes overnight. Days later, Minato finds himself lounging on a warm Hawaiian beach, silently questioning the strange fate that brought him there. As he quietly contemplates, Uika approaches in a stylish swimsuit, asking what occupies his heavy mind. Before replying to her question, Minato recalls his most recent meeting with Shidu and the squad. In his flashing memories, Ryuji questions Shidu about their sudden Hawaiian trip. Shido explains that the special magic team has recently drawn overwhelming, explosive public attention due to their massive popularity. Things are rapidly spiraling out of control. Suddenly, Uka pulls up a video showing Minato surrounded by admiring girls. Realizing they are constantly filmed even at their own school, she reveals their videos are going completely viral across social media. Ruka quickly adds that the entire internet is flooded with news about the special magic team. As the team deeply worries about this heavy exposure, Shidu confirms that all of Japan is now watching their every move. To counter this chaos, he arranged a strategic retreat to Hawaii until the public situation is properly sorted out. He heavily praises Manato for strengthening the squad and securing Mizuha clan support to handle disaster relief during their temporary absence. With that crucial reassurance, he strongly urges them to rest, leaving them to properly prepare for their sudden departure. Snapping back to the sunny present, Minato stands up, calmly telling Uka he was simply lost in deep thought. Satisfied with his honest answer, Uka shyly gestures to her swimsuit, nervously asking if it looks strange on her. Without a single hesitation, Minato calls her cute. The direct compliment strikes her heart, making her blush furiously. Relentlessly, Minato continues, noting how the swimsuit's style suits her perfectly and enhances her natural, undeniable charm. Completely overwhelmed, Uka stammers awkwardly, turning away to calm her racing heart. Soon after, Ruka appears in a dark swimsuit, visibly irritated that Minato had avoided her all day. Seeing his puzzled expression, she coldly demands to know if he has anything to say. Smoothly, Minato confesses he was simply admiring her beauty, pointing out how her pale, flawless skin makes the dark suit stand out and radiates pure elegance. Deeply flustered by the incredibly precise praise, Ruka turns her flushed red face away and thanks him. Meanwhile, Ryuji, standing closely by the entire time, marvels at Minato's terrifying ability to sincerely flatter the girls without any ulterior motive. Moments later, Sonata steps forward in a stunning white dress. As she gracefully apologizes for the wait, Ryuji freezes. He finally realizes the incredible, dangerous curves hidden beneath her standard uniform. Curiously, Sonata asks Minato for his honest opinion. As anticipation builds, Ryuji silently prays he spares them any comments about her figure. Under intense scrutiny, Minato smoothly praises Sonata, stating she has an absolutely incredible sense of style. Doubting his absolute sincerity, Sonata presses for truth. Minato doubles down, highlighting how the dress amplifies her radiant elegance. Caught completely off guard, Sonata blushes violently, her strong composure shattered by the excessively heavy praise. Stunned by Minato's dangerous ability to make everyone blush, Ryuji calls him amazing, but nervously asks if he pushed it too far. Completely unfazed, Manato declares his absolute honesty. If someone truly deserves a sincere compliment, he sees no reason to hold back. Finding all three breathtakingly beautiful in their swimsuits, he felt compelled to speak his truth. Though Ryuji cannot argue this solid logic, he suffers intense secondhand embarrassment, seeing the girls utterly overwhelmed by it. Making matters infinitely worse, Minato suddenly locks eyes with Ryuji, sincerely praising his muscular physique and urging him to take deep pride. Horrified, Ryuji instantly shuts him down, forbidding him from ever praising another guy before the girls again. The awkward tension shattered. The special magic squad spends the day enjoying intense volleyball, jet skiing, and relaxing sunbathing, capturing countless memories on camera. As night falls, Minato steps out alone to find a nearby convenience store. Before stepping away, he notices Eureka's unusual shyness. He pauses, choosing to walk by her side. Strolling together, they reflect on their relentless battles. This sudden peace feels purely surreal. Silence blankets them. Uka recalls the ring on Ruka's finger, wondering if her sister is dating Minato. Halting her spiraling thoughts, she recalls Minato claiming he was single. Sensing her sudden shift, Minato waits in pure silence. Mustering absolute courage, Yua boldly asks Minato about his ideal type. Minato admits he never considered it. Playfully, she offers herself, Ruka, and Sonata as options, urging him to simply choose one. After brief, silent consideration, Minato surprisingly chooses all three. He blindly praises their beauty and noble traits. Deeply annoyed by this vague reply, Yuika argues that admiration differs from romance. Confused, Minato felt admiration and love were exactly the same. After a silent pause, he firmly tells Uka that if forced to choose, she remains his absolute favorite. Uka freezes in pure shock as Minato sincerely lists every trait he cherishes about her. Blushing furiously, she crouches down, utterly overwhelmed. Deeply concerned, Minato kneels beside her, asking if she is okay. Still hopelessly flustered, Eureka mutters softly. She knows Minato lacks romantic intent, yet his tender words grant her immense joy. If anything, it only confirms her profoundly deep love for him. Meanwhile, in Japan, Shidu analyzes digital data and realizes the crisis is escalating rapidly. A fierce public backlash crashes upon the magic nobles, while massive public outcry demands the SMT handle all incoming disaster and monster threats. Additionally, the mysterious vigilante, the Shadowbringer, watches his fame skyrocket. Fierce online debates spark. Fans predict an epic showdown between him and Manato for ultimate supremacy. As these chaotic events unfold, Shidu stands at a critical crossroads. At the Japanese airport, a jet touches down. Two magic noble family heads disembark, absolutely furious over the chaotic uproar triggered during their absence. One is Homer Hinata, leading the Home family. The other is Kaiku, the powerful head of the Kaiichi family. Exiting the jet, both bitterly curse the messy aftermath they must now fix. A week passes. Manato and the girls return to Japan, resuming their daily lives. While Uka prepares dinner, Minato laments their fast-paced vacation. Ruka sits closely, offering reassurance. The SMT and their academy enforced strict media bans. They can finally escape the relentless paparazzi gaze. Right then, Eureka peeks from the kitchen, happily asking for help with the dinner plates. Minato instantly rises to help. Before long, a glorious feast covers the dining table. Mid-meal, Uka asks if they feel prepared for school. Classes resume tomorrow. Manato claims the school police have their backs, so the intense public spotlight should naturally fade away. After light banter, Manato advises ignoring the stares. Surely the crowds will soon lose interest. Sadly, Manato quickly realizes his utter naivety. When the sun rises on the next day, countless girls swarm him entirely, relentlessly bombarding him with questions about his relationship status. The pressure reaches a boiling point. Yuika and the team ignore the mob, escaping for a peaceful lunch. As they walk the halls, Uka notes the past chaos was far worse. Crazed outsiders used to infiltrate the academy grounds just to catch a fleeting glimpse of their squad. The casual chat flows until Ruka casually points out they are running low on toilet paper. Minato plans a quick after-school store run to restock. He even offers to buy Uka's favorite bath salts. Hearing this, the eavesdropping students gasp in shock. They realize Minato actually lives with the Mizuha sisters. Flustered by the uproar, Uika grabs everyone and hastily drags them to the rooftop for lunch. On the roof, Ryuji confirms their shared living status. He shrugs it off, trusting their noble team leader, Minato Kusanagi. Regardless, he firmly vows to defend them. If danger ever strikes, they can absolutely rely on his unyielding support. The girls express deep gratitude. Ryuji then tells Minato to drop all stiff formalities. He asks if Minato accepts being addressed simply by his first name. Smiling easily, Minato tells his friends to call him whatever name they prefer. Uka opens her mouth to speak but freezes. The heavy intimacy of their shared living situation suddenly hits her like a truck. Refusing to spiral, she vigorously shakes her head. She strictly assures herself that everything is fine without any improper conduct. Puzzled by her sudden shift, Ryuji and Minato exchange clueless glances. Her racing heart finally steadied. Uika turns to Minato, asking if living with them ever makes him nervous. Met with silence, they finish their meal and let the peaceful day drift by. Night falls. While Ruka and Minato sleep soundly, Uka lies awake, baffled by their calm. She wonders if she alone feels this tense living together. The crushing silence becomes too much. She throws a quiet tantrum before forcing her eyes closed. Moments later, Ruka's eyes snap open, her mind racing with those exact same thoughts. She silently confesses the truth. Sharing a room with Minato still leaves her completely unsettled. Sleep escapes her. She sits up, questioning why this setup deeply bothers her. Finding no answers, her gaze shifts to Minato, sleeping peacefully on the floor. That sight alone makes her blush deeply. As dangerous thoughts creep into her mind, she quickly yanks the blanket over her head. Ryuji and the others casually use Minato's first name. Ruka wonders why she still rigidly calls him Kusanagi. Her mind flashes back. On their way to school, she nearly choked trying to speak his first name. In the end, only Kusanagi slipped out, followed by panicked nonsense that left Minato completely confused. Even alone together during a rooftop lunch, uttering his first name felt like an impossible task. Remembering these humiliating defeats, she cringes, cursing her own cowardice over something so incredibly simple. The next morning, walking to school, Minato spots Ruka's gloomy aura and asks if she feels sick. Ruka insists she is perfectly fine, yet cowardly calls him Kusanagi once again. This time, Minato halts. Reminding her they are not strangers, he urges her to drop the formalities and just say Minato. Cheeks burning crimson, Ruka finally summons her courage and speaks his first name. Deep in the shadows, the magic nobles gather privately, plotting over their crumbling reputation. Homer Hinata opens the Dark Summit. She blames the special magic squad for the magic noble's falling glory, demanding a ruthless solution. Kai Riku, the gloomy noble, sharply questions how she plans to crush their captain, Kusanagi Manato. Cornered without an answer, Hinata shifts her piercing gaze to Mizuwa Tushiu for counsel. Tushiu coldly states he only serves their lord's divine will. The Mizuwa head's cryptic riddles violently ignite Hinata's irritation. Forced to explain, Tushiu drops a heavy truth. Mito does not even recognize him. Shocked, Hinata asks if Manato remains completely blind to their existence. Tushiu confirms it. Realizing Manato's ignorance, Riku plots a deadly test. If he proves useful, he lives. If he is trash, they will execute him without mercy. The next dawn, Minato briefs his squad. The next great calamity is destined to strike Osaka. Thus far, setting aside the minor outbreaks, the major disasters mirror 50 years ago. Despite media coverage, Eureka warns their frequency is terrifyingly accelerating. The great calamity once struck just yearly. Now, its chaotic arrival defies all prediction, bypassing even the highest police alerts. With disaster response in ruins and no dedicated SMT units elsewhere, this battlefield will only grow more brutal for everyone. Meanwhile, Shidu's eyes burn with fierce pride. He informs Minato that the police are forging a second SMT in Osaka. They have united the self-defense forces and police to rapidly fortify their disaster response. Desperate trainees are begging for Minato's guidance. Smirking, Shidu asks Minato if he will grant their wish and lead their training in Osaka. Bound by duty, Minato accepts the mission, bringing a triumphant smile to Shidu's face. Shidu then reveals a hidden truth. A legendary survivor from the Great Calamity 50 years ago awaits his arrival. This mysterious figure, Takigami Shizuku, is a rare surviving anti-mon equipment artisan, deeply eager to speak with Minato. Minato accepts the meeting. Shidu then drops a final revelation. Takigami personally forged the SMT's uniforms. Preparations complete, Minato heads for the airport. Before his flight, he halts for a final farewell with his trusted squad. Mere moments before his departure, Minato hands each teammate a mysterious bangle. His tone turns grave, warning them to never remove these artifacts until he returns. When he asks if they can survive without him, his three comrades proudly declare their newly awakened strength, ensuring he can conquer Osaka with absolute peace of mind. Bidding his comrades farewell and trusting them with the mission, Minato boards the flight, settling into his first-class seat. As he settles in, Minato reflects on the wild events from his recent trip to Hawaii. His thoughts shift to his luxurious ticket, a generous reward from Shidu. Suddenly, an unsettling presence boards the plane. Unfamiliar faces spark his suspicion. As Hinata and Riku take seats nearby, Minato instantly recognizes their formidable magic. Multiple dangerous auras lurk within the cabin. Still, with the strict security measures, Minato ignores the threat. The aircraft takes to the skies. Minato is served a grand meal, devouring the lavish feast with absolute satisfaction. Finishing his meal, Minato leans back to enjoy the breathtaking view. However, his peaceful rest is violently interrupted. The rogue mages rise from their seats, swiftly taking the cabin hostage. Minato is trapped among them. Establishing total control, the criminals promise merciless death to anyone who disobeys their strict orders. Yet, Minato, Hinata, and Riku sit in dead silence, calmly waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As the hijacking unfolds, Minato quietly assesses the enemy forces. 10 rogue mages control the aircraft. Engaging them individually would place innocent passengers in grave, deadly peril. Also, casting high-tier magic risks, destroying the plane. Minato realizes he cannot defeat these fools alone. He urgently needs reliable backup. Absolute chaos erupts. Terrified passengers beg for their lives, while ruthless hijackers violently silence them. Once the aircraft falls completely under their command, a rogue mage confronts Minato, demanding the release of their BR comrades. They refuse the oppression of superior mages. Met with dead silence, he grants Minato 5 minutes to contact the ground and free their allies. Otherwise, a gruesome slaughter begins. The terrorists confirm the pilot heard their deadly ultimatum. With the clock ticking, Minato calculates his next strike. Halting any reckless actions, he locks eyes with Riku and Hinata. They secretly channel their mana, waiting for the precise signal to attack. A hijacker spots his suspicious behavior, threatening Minato with instant death. Yet, the moment the enemy is distracted, Hinata and Riku move like lightning, mercilessly striking down the rogue mages one by one. After crushing the terrorists holding the main cabin hostage, Riku, Hinata, and Minato unite, sharing a silent nod. The trio sweeps through the compartment to eradicate the remaining enemy forces. Amidst the clash, the desperate criminals launch a lethal counterattack aimed at Hinata. But Hinata's magic power is overwhelmingly superior. Together, the trio mercilessly crushes the defiant fools. Soon after, a surviving mage grabs a flight attendant, roaring a threat to crash the aircraft unless they cease their assault. Seizing a flaw in his guard, Minato lunges forward and delivers a devastating, brutal kick. He frees the hostage instantly. Simultaneously, Hinata and Riku obliterate the last guards, leaving everyone speechless. Terrified passengers stare in utter disbelief at the incredible trio who just saved their lives. While grateful civilians swarm them, Hinata mocks the pathetic rogue mages for falling too quickly and ruining the thrill. However, Minato feels a dark presence looming in the cockpit. Declaring the fight unfinished, he dashes toward the cockpit door without a word. Inside the cockpit, the trio discovers a final rogue mage aiming a gun at the pilot, threatening lethal force if they advance. Tired of dealing with these utterly worthless magicians, Hinata lands a crushing blow, sending the fool crying in agony. Tragically, the idiot fires a wild shot into the controls. Though Minato instantly shields the pilot from the blast, he realizes they are doomed. The aircraft instantly loses altitude, shaking violently. Despite all evasive maneuvers, the pilot declares it is over. The flight controls are entirely dead, and the communication radios are destroyed. Without a miracle, they will violently crash into the harsh mountains and perish. Hearing their grim fate, absolute panic consumes Hinata. She frantically shakes the pilot, begging for a way to escape death. At that exact moment, a window shatters, unleashing a violent vortex of freezing air into the cockpit. Biting frost consumes the cabin, leaving the co-pilot terrified of freezing before impact. Desperation sets in. Hinata begs for a plan, but Riku bleakly suggests they embrace death together. She scolds his dark despair, yet a grim realization dawns. Is this truly their final hour? Stripped of all hope, the pilots surrender to fate, telling everyone to prepare for the end. But suddenly, Minato breaks his silence. Ignoring the pilot's despair, a confident smile crosses his face. He promises to save them all. The pilot mocks this, declaring that no mortal can defy their doomed fate today. Fed up with their pathetic surrender, Minato marches toward the shattered glass. Brushing off their frantic warnings, he leaps into the open sky. Hinata assumes Minato fled to save his own skin. Her resentment vanishes as the plane plummets, threatening to annihilate everyone on board in mere minutes. Panic engulfs the cabin. Passengers weep and whisper their final prayers, bracing for oblivion. Meanwhile, the pilot wrestles with the yoke, desperately fighting to keep the nose above the deadly waves. Hope fades completely. Just seconds remain before the catastrophic plunge into the abyss. Then, a miracle unfolds. The aircraft instantly stabilizes, violently tearing back up into the sky. The pilots freeze in utter disbelief, baffled by this impossible defiance of gravity. Hinata realizes the truth. Minato saved them. If her instincts are correct, he is carrying the massive aircraft single-handedly. Beneath the hull, Minato stands absolute. He hoists over 230 tons of steel, steering them toward safety. To achieve this impossible feat, Minato unleashed immense magic to forge a barrier beneath the plane, reinforcing his own body with supreme magical martial arts. Simultaneously, he manipulated the winds with arcane mastery, forcing the doomed flight onto a secure landing path. Carrying 230 tons thousands of meters high tests his limits. Even Minato faces friction in uncharted skies. Above him, the pilot sits paralyzed, unable to fathom a mere mortal lifting the massive aircraft. Witnessing this godlike power, Hinata views Minato as a total monster. Her intrigue ignites immediately. Inside, the cabin sighs in relief. The pilot finally announces that they have cheated death. A father and daughter break down in joyful tears, grateful to see tomorrow's sunrise. Yet, amidst the echoing cheers, the pilot shatters their peace. The landing gear is dead, and deploying it is completely impossible. Their survival now rests entirely upon Minato's shoulders. He is their only landing gear. Pinpointing the closest airstrip, the pilot aligns the nose with the tarmac, praying Minato possesses a miracle for the impact. As the battered aircraft hurtles toward the runway, Manato strains against the immense weight beneath it. He invokes a level 6 void magic spell, High Magic Wall. This supreme barrier absorbs the violent descent, grinding the roaring beast to a flawless halt. Against all odds, Minato lands it. The cabin erupts. Strangers embrace in triumph, while the pilot delivers a crisp, soldierly salute to SMT Captain Kusanagi Manato. As for Riku and Hinata, they quietly observe the captain, unfazed by his heroics and anticipating their encounter. The moment he steps away, aggressive reporters swarm him. Cameras flash as they beg for a statement, desperate to broadcast his legendary rescue to the world. Irritation flares in Manato's eyes. These vultures are ruining his peace after surviving the most exhausting trial imaginable. Just before his temper snaps, security forces intervene, pushing back the media frenzy. They secure Manato, escorting him away to finally meet Takigami at her estate. Before he departs, Hinata and Riku cross his path, offering calculated praise. They seek to gain his favor. Yet, dodging their flattery, Minato humbly deflects the glory, commending their efforts instead. Realizing their tactic has completely failed, trading final words, the duo departs. Hinata silently prays their paths cross again. Shortly after, Minato is escorted to Takigami's private meeting chamber. The elderly Miss Takigami invites him inside, welcoming him with true warmth. As they sit down, Takigami reveals her true motive. His recent feats and magic deeply intrigued her, mirroring the legendary arts of her late mentor, Ichami Manato. Void magic is an elusive art, one Ichami completely mastered. Due to its sheer complexity, few sorcerers master it. Most even dismiss this profound technique as entirely useless. Yet, seeing Manato wield it left Takigami utterly stunned. Driven by curiosity, she asks how he mimics Ichami's magic. Listening closely, Manato simply chuckles, amused that her stubborn nature has not changed. He spoke exactly like Ikami once did. Deeply confused, Takami asks if they had ever met. Manato boldly claims they have crossed paths more times than he can even count. To answer her burning question, Minato reveals the truth. He is Ichigami Manato himself. Startled by this stranger's wild claim, Takigami maintains her composure. She notes that many fools before him, from fake lovers to secret children, have claimed ties to Ichigami Manato just to steal his remaining glory. Yet, after years of crushing these frauds, she never expected someone to claim they were him. Assuming he is another con artist, Takigami apologizes for her impending rudeness. She politely orders poor Minato to leave. But before that, Minato recalls meeting two brothers earlier, noting the younger boy carried a small Ichami doll. Confused, Takigami demands answers. Minato then recites the exact words she spoke when Ichami lived, her wish to craft his doll. Hearing this, a cold sweat drips down Takigami's face. How could he know this secret? Minato softly replies that she claimed his doll would empower children, and even now, Ikami's legacy still saves lives. Hearing Minato's undeniable proof, Takami's defenses crumble. Trembling, she asks if he is truly the legendary Ichami Manato. Seeing her lingering doubts, Manato decides to share an ancient tale. They spend minutes diving into buried memories, until Takigami finally accepts this is the reincarnated Ichami Manato. Manato lightly scolds her doubt. In defense, she admits that believing in reincarnation is practically impossible today. Ikami was always unpredictable, yet seeing him return in her lifetime felt like an absolute miracle. After detailing the dark calamities that plagued the world since his death, Takagami weeps softly, profoundly grateful to witness his return. Once her tears finally settle, Minato gently calls out to her. He knows she holds the dark secrets of the past 50 years. He shares his grim theory. True magic was lost, and modern sorcerers have grown dreadfully weak over time. The false lore surrounding Ichigami, Minato, and these sudden magic nobles rising from absolute nowhere. He firmly demands the truth about what transpired during his long absence. Suddenly, a text chimes. Takigami checks her screen and violently gasps. Manato questions her panic, but her lips are sealed. Claiming the late hour, Takigami instantly terminates their meeting and begs Manato to stay over to resume this at dawn. Manato agrees to her request, silently retiring to his guest chamber. At midnight, Riku creeps into Minato's room without a single sound, swinging his blade at the bed to strike a fatal instant blow. But Minato completely turns the tables. He materializes beside the bed, mocking Riku's tactless attempt to assassinate a sleeping target. Minato had no clue who dared attack him. but as the moonlight hits his face, he instantly recognizes the assassin as Riku. Before Minato can utter another word, Riku strikes fiercely. Minato dodges, but Riku's brutal kick launches him straight out the window. Minato lands flawlessly in the yard below. Riku pursues instantly. Landing in the yard, he channels his aura and unleashes level 1 Earth Magic Rock Break. In a flash, Minato summons his level 1 Void Magic Barrier, holding his ground against the crushing assault. But after a relentless flurry of strikes, Riku's blade skillfully shatters the barrier. Forced back, Minato realizes the warm-up is completely over. The true battle begins now. Before round 2, Minato praises Riku for slicing his barrier. He then asks if that blade is anti-magic gear. Met with absolute silence, the two warriors erupt with surging mana, ready for round 2. But right before their forces collide, Hinata appears, demanding an immediate halt. Minato notes he expected her meddling. Ignoring him, Hinata coldly warns him not to resist their summons. To force his hand, she reveals live feeds of assassins stalking his sleeping friends. She threatens to eliminate them if he defies her. Cornered, Minato calmly demands their terms. In response, Hinata introduces herself and Riku. With the pleasantries over, she demands Minato join them as a magic noble. In exchange, he gains status, rank, honor, wealth, and supreme power. More importantly, Hinata promises that joining them grants him the power to protect his comrades and issue absolute commands. But, if he somehow escapes this deadly trap, the magic nobles will hunt him forever, turning life into a waking hell for him and his allies. Terms declared, Hinata demands his final answer. Without hesitation, Minato rejects their cabal of lazy magicians. Furious, she grabs her phone to execute the deadly order. After mocking his friends as mere collateral, she commands her men to execute Plan B. She vows to crush Minato's arrogance forever. But as her assassins move to strike, the bangles Minato left his sleeping crew glow brilliantly. Suddenly, a golden magical silhouette of Minato materializes. Terrified, Hinata's assassins freeze in sheer panic, unable to comprehend the glowing phantom. But before their minds can process the horror, the phantom Minatos unleash level 5, Drain Void Magic, effortlessly wiping out the enemies in an instant. Minutes pass. Sensing the eerie radio silence, an anxious Hinata desperately hails her squad. Met with dead air, Riku grimly confirms the unthinkable. Their entire strike team is gone. Trembling with fury, Hinata demands to know his trick. Minato smirks, mocking her for not predicting his countermeasure unless she's a total fool. Despite his infuriating taunts, Hinata praises his flawless handling of the hostage crisis. By surviving this trap, he passed the first test. Utterly baffled, Minato questions if they orchestrated the hijacking. Hinata scoffs, claiming they'd never use such cheap tricks for their game. Moving forward, she announces Test 2. Instantly, her and Riku's mana explodes outward, igniting the real round 2. Craving battle, Minato jokingly asks to opt out. Naturally, Hinata rejects his plea, launching a fierce joint assault with Riku. Hinata opens with a lightning-fast kick, but Minato blocks it effortlessly, then leaps to safety to unleash her next strike. A level 4 fire magic attack called Flare. A deafening explosion rocks the battlefield. But as the smoke clears, Minato stands completely unscathed. Piercing through the chaos, Riku slashes his blade straight at Minato's exposed neck, but the strike fails. The captain flawlessly deflects the deadly blade using a concentrated mini-barrier. Minato sighs in relief, knowing a normal human would have been decapitated by that ambush. Warning him not to get arrogant, Hinata unleashes a level 5 fire spell. A massive blazing column erupts toward the SMT captain. Sensing the immense heat, Minato boldly praises the sheer power of her spell. To crush it, he casts the level 3 Water Azure Splash, completely extinguishing her inferno in seconds. Witnessing this miracle, Hinata realizes the terrifying truth. He truly can cast magic without chanting. Destroying her level 5 magic with a mere level 3 spell, she feels completely mocked by his overwhelming skill. Riku launches another vicious assault, but Minato dodges gracefully, daring them to take this battle to the skies. Without a second thought, Hinata accepts his challenge, soaring upward alongside her loyal hound, Riku. Floating high above, Hinata confesses their earlier underestimation, but now, all restraints are off. They both unleash their strongest attacks. Hinata conjures the level 7 fire magic, Demon's Blaze, while Riku summons the level 7 earth magic, Comet. After boldly claiming he could never survive her ultimate technique, the duo launches their assault at Manato. Unimpressed by their weak magic, Manato casts a level 7 void magic spell, Vanish. It swallows both ultimate techniques, erasing them into absolute nothingness. Hinata and Riku freeze in sheer disbelief, completely unable to process what just happened. Manato coldly explains their failure. He simply disintegrated their magical energy to minimize collateral damage. Hearing this, Hinata furiously accuses Minato of cheating. She declares everything up to this point was just a total farce. Pushed to her limit, she vows to show Minato the terrifying depths of her true power. But before she can unleash her strength, the atmospheric energy violently shifts around them. They all sense the dread. The sky bleeds red, signaling to Minato that the calamity has finally descended on Osaka. With so much chaos erupting at once, his instincts tell him this is no mere coincidence. As the blood-red sky engulfs Osaka, Takigami spots the ominous glow from her window. After staring in silence, she firmly shuts her blinds. Meanwhile, Hinata ignores the unfolding calamity, absolutely desperate to crush Minato in battle. Before she acts recklessly, Riku steps in and firmly reminds her of their mission. Hinata finally restrains herself. Knowing he must face the calamity, Minato declares their battle must wait. Minato flies toward Dunbori, an abandoned district left in ruins since the Great Calamity 50 years ago. Surveying the ruins, he compares it to Shibuya. Monsters still spawn here, even without an active calamity. Given these deadly threats, he assumes no human would be foolish enough to lurk here. Detecting vast swarms of monsters, Minato realizes he cannot fight alone. If ignored, they will invade settlements and cause absolute slaughter. He needs a fast solution. Before he calls for backup, Riku and Hinata arrive to help. Minato welcomes them, teasing that they finally gave up on killing him. Riku claims their clash was just a test. Since Minato survived, they will cooperate for now. Sighing, Minato accepts their aid, knowing this fragile truce will not last. The streets overflow with beasts as the trio marches forward. Bloodthirsty, Hinata makes a grand entrance, declaring the start of an absolute monster massacre. She casts level 5 blazing column magic, instantly incinerating a horde. Riku fights with equal mastery. Hovering above, Minato unleashes his level 5 void magic bullet barrage, erasing the lesser beasts as he waits for the boss. Scanning the battlefield, Minato spots an old man with a cane. Concerned, he lands to check on him. The old man stays silent as Minato offers an escort to safety. But before Minato can reach him, the man shoves him back with a harsh frown. Pausing, he dryly gives his thanks but insists he is fine. Yet, this mysterious man feels strangely familiar. Before Minato recognizes him, a subordinate hurries the old man into a black sedan that speeds away. Soon, Osaka's self-defense and disaster teams swarm the area. They secure Donbor's exit to halt the calamity. Their swift teamwork amazes Minato. He recalls Shidu's words about their sheer preparedness. Despite lacking real combat experience, while forces build defenses, Minato lands near an officer, who mistakes him for a lost little child. But upon recognizing the special magic team captain, the shocked officer instantly accepts his help. A monster sneaks up behind the officer, but Minato instantly burns it to ash. Saving the man, he demands a quick status report. The officer states the police and SDF have locked down Dotonbori, prioritizing all civilian safety. Sadly, he admits their standard forces are completely powerless to defeat the towering boss monster. Minato reassures them, vowing to slay the boss monster himself. The soldiers express deep gratitude. Minato then stuns them by revealing his elite backup, Riku and Hinata from the Homer and Kaichi families. Utterly shocked, the men ask if the SMT and magic nobles have finally joined forces. Minato remains silent, sensing the officers' rekindled hope as they put their unwavering faith in the elite forces. Suddenly, a dark, ominous purple miasma suffocates the air. An overwhelming heaviness crushes the soldiers, paralyzing their bodies. Through the blinding fog, a massive figure slowly emerges. The officers instantly recognize it. The chief demon. The boss monster. This creature holds enough power to obliterate Osaka. Mere humans stand no chance, yet Minato remains completely unfazed. Smirking, he scolds the beast for its delayed arrival. His calm demeanor shocks the police, unable to fathom his composure against such terror. Before Minato can strike, Hinata and Riku step forward. They claim the chief demon as their prey, telling him to stand back and simply watch. Though disappointed they took the lead, Minato relents. trusting them to handle an opponent of this caliber. The battlefield is set. Riku and Hinata brace for the fight of their lives. After spouting a few more nonsensical words, Hinata and Riku unleash their level 6 magic attacks, Demon Blaze and Comet, firing them at the chief demon. It stands motionless, staring at them like absolute fools. As the attacks close in, the demon obliterates them with level 8 fire magic, Supernova, blinding everyone with intense light. Stunned, they struggle to grasp how a mere creature can wield such devastating magic. Forced to face the demon's immense strength, Hinata and Riku prepare to strike again. Suddenly, the chief demon speaks, asking if a formidable sorcerer stands among them. One soldier, knowing chief demons possess high intellect, is absolutely shocked to hear it converse like a human. Seeing the sheer fear on their faces, Manato understands their reaction. Intelligent monsters are rare, and the unknown breeds fear. However, he stays silent, watching the nobles embarrass themselves. After failing her initial strike, Hinata throws a childish tantrum, vowing to burn the demon to ashes. She unleashes a fire spell far stronger than Demon Blaze. Fueled by frustration, Riku infuses his sword with level 8 gravity magic, Dimensional Blade. Seeing the nobles finally cast original spells, Minato gets excited, hoping their combined power can defeat the chief demon. As Hinata and Riku prepare to strike, the demon suddenly comments on someone's magical power. Assuming it means them, Hinata boasts of her strength, but the demon clarifies it meant Minato's overwhelming mana. Irritated by the insult, Hinata and Riku abandon their magic, recklessly charging the demon with mere fists. To their absolute dismay, the chief demon dodges every blow, teasing their sluggish speed. After playing around, it launches a counterattack, sending them sprawling. Combining fire and wind magic, it creates a level 6 fusion spell, Flare Cyclone, instantly subduing the nobles. As Riku and Hinata struggle to stand, trembling from the sheer force of the blast, Minato steps forward, calmly telling them to leave it to him. Hinata tries stopping him, insisting that if magic nobles failed against the demon, he certainly cannot win. Riku suggests retreating, but Minato remains unfazed, assuring them this monster is nothing to him. Riku questions if Minato truly grasps the overwhelming magic radiating from the chief demon. Hinata refuses to accept defeat, knowing they cannot fail the person they desperately wish to serve. Minato approaches the battlefield, teasing the chief demon, who remains deeply impressed by his mana. Before fighting, the demon asks for Minato's name, but Minato coldly dismisses the request, questioning his obligation to answer. Acknowledging Minato's point, the chief demon withdraws the question, remarking that human association is meaningless for demonkind. With pleasantries over, the battle begins. The chief demon immediately launches an offensive, striking Minato from all angles, but Minato effortlessly blocks every strike with his high-level magic barrier. Watching closely, Hinata assumes Minato is struggling and gloats over his inevitable defeat. Before she can finish her sentence, Minato casually pushes the chief demon back, complaining about how annoying he is. Both magic nobles are left completely speechless, realizing the relentless barrage has not left a single scratch on Minato. Observing Minato's tactics, Riku worries that staying defensive is useless, as the chief demon also boasts an exceptional defense. Meanwhile, Minato debates unleashing a newly developed spell, but hesitates due to the noble's presence. Instead, he pivots his strategy, unleashing a level 9 void magic attack known as Magic Sparkle, to prepare his counterattack. Witnessing this level 9 spell, Hinata is stunned, having believed level 8 magic was the peak. Minato traps the chief demon within his glowing yellow void magic circles, finishing the beast off in one devastating strike. Gasps of sheer disbelief ripple through the troops as they realize Captain Minato effortlessly crushed an enemy that even the elite magic nobles struggled to fight. As Minato descends, the soldiers erupt in praise, hailing his incredible power and calling him the Messiah. Minato approaches the humiliated nobles, casually remarking that the monster proved to be no threat at all. Utterly defeated, Hinata acknowledges they are nowhere near his level, realizing that in their current state, they stand absolutely no chance of subduing him. Minato then asks if they still wish to fight. Without hesitation, both nobles admit defeat, declaring Minato has passed their test. With that settled, Minato demands answers. Riku agrees to explain everything, but notes they need one more person present, Takigami. Minato instantly understands his meaning. Moments later, Takigami arrives, asking if Minato knew all along she orchestrated this. Minato firmly agrees, reminding her she can hide nothing. Now, She must explain her test, the weakening of sorcerers over 50 years, and her alliance with the magic nobles since his death. Before giving Minato the answers he seeks, Takigami leads him and the magic nobles to her home, ensuring they are comfortable enough to hear the truth. Once seated, Minato asks if she knew about these magic nobles prior to his arrival. Takigami confirms this, revealing she even knew he would be attacked. Puzzled, Minato questions why she allowed it, but Riku intervenes, explaining they merely wanted to test Minato's skills to see if he used his powers selfishly. Minato sharply brings up his allies' involvement in their so-called test. Riku assures him they never intended real harm, only empty threats. Unmoved, Minato presses further, demanding their true motives. Riku explains Minato's existence within the SMT fundamentally undermines the magic nobles, creating a highly dangerous situation for Japan. Minato counters, stating their current crisis stems entirely from their own negligence. The SMT never sought to demean the magic nobles. Instead, the arrogant nobles looked down on them. Overwhelmed by these heavy accusations, Hinata throws a tantrum. Acting maturely, Riku tells her to stop, admitting Minato is right. Despite admitting their inaction during the first calamity, Riku argues the world still needs the nobles to maintain order. Takigami intervenes, explaining the issue's roots date back 50 years after Minato's passing, leading to Japan's current state and the birth of the magic nobles. After Ichami Manato's death and the sudden vanishing of most demons, illegal mages overwhelmed Japan. Their numbers grew so vast that police and self-defense forces collapsed, making law enforcement impossible. Japan fell into lawless chaos. The few remaining legitimate mages fought these criminals, but were ultimately slaughtered in brutal defeat. With the nation nearing total collapse, all hope seemed lost. In short, Takami explains Japan's tragic downfall was triggered by Ichigami Manato's death. Without him, surviving mages struggled to rebuild and restore hope. After endless debates, they established the Magic Nobles, an entity meant to earn public trust and serve as a new symbol of hope, much like Minato. Since magic posed a massive danger during times of peace, the nobles confiscated all magical texts. They recruited the talented and mercilessly eliminated anyone refusing to join them. By monopolizing magical knowledge, they banned oral traditions and rumors, steering Japan toward peace. Consequently, Japanese mages grew weaker. Imperial politics caused a sharp decline in technology and knowledge, a vicious pattern Minato finds all too familiar. Recalling the crisis 50 years ago, Minato remembers the pure chaos, innocents dying, and magic being twisted for evil. He sees that things only worsened after his death. He then asks Takigami if these nobles truly possess the political power to manipulate events, given their affiliations. Glancing at the nobles, Takigami quietly asks Minato if he recalls Mumyu Hifumi, his former subordinate and arrogant sore loser, yet undeniably talented. As Minato confirms this, Takigami reveals Mumyu is now chairman of the powerful Mumyu Group. Renowned as the Mumyu heir, he has funded the magic nobles since their dawn 50 years ago. Minato finally grasps their vast influence, entirely unaware of Mumyu's true lineage. Takigami chuckles at Ichami Manato's total indifference toward power, wealth, and fame, noting his sole passions remain only magic and protecting others. Takigami recalls when Japanese mages ruled the globe during Minato's era, lamenting their recent decay. Hinata interrupts, insisting their predecessors alone secured peace. Frustrated, Minato demands her plan if another calamity suddenly strikes. Wordless, Hinata falls completely silent. Riku admits they once trusted police to handle crises, saving magic nobles as a last resort. Minato asks if they see their grave error, leaving Riku speechless. Minato turns his piercing gaze to Takigami, asking if she knew all along. Admitting to 50 years of ties, she fiercely denies wielding the power or influence of a magic noble. For now, she remains perfectly content as a humble anti-monster crafter. Absorbing this truth, Minato notes every detail. Suspecting she hides deeper secrets, pressing for truth, he questions her hidden motives, but she swears nothing remains concealed. Shifting focus, Minato proposes an unprecedented alliance between magic nobles and SMT against Dr. He firmly declares he will never bow as their subordinate. This must be an equal pact. After the last calamity's devastation, their united front is absolutely vital. Hinata scoffs, doubting an absolute monster like Minato needs their meager help. He admits his own limits, promising to bury past grudges if the nobles join SMT. He coldly asks if they dare object to protecting innocent citizens. Knowing they cannot slay the chief demon alone, Riku accepts Minato as their greatest hope. Takigami pledges her crafting mastery, and Minato welcomes her. After bitter reluctance and a final tantrum, Hinata accepts the pact, demanding Minato never speak of the chief demon incident again. He accepts, firmly warning them to stop taking hostages just to secure a meeting. They reluctantly agree. The dust settles. SMT and the Magic Nobles forge their first alliance in 50 years. Soon after, a lingering thought nags at Minato's mind. Unable to grasp it, he shrugs and marches onward. Meanwhile, other SMT members awaken to find battered men in suits bound securely beside their beds. Initially mistaking them for simple burglars, they quickly link this to their bangles. By noon tomorrow, Minato steps onto the Osaka Prefectural Police grounds, greeted by dozens of eager students. Instantly, Minato is taken aback by the overwhelming, starry-eyed gazes of the rookie trainees. But thankfully, the head instructor forces the fanatical crowd into formation, apologizing deeply for his subordinates' utter chaos. He explains many joined the police force simply out of burning admiration for Minato. He completely understands their burning excitement after SMT's legendary feats in the Calamities. Sighing, Minato immediately kicks off their brutal training. Gathering a squad, he orders them to channel their level 1 spells and unleash hell upon the wooden targets. Mid-training, Minato catches 3 girls fiercely ogling him. Realizing social media has deeply warped their minds, he decides that even if their underlying motivations are utterly impure, their fierce eagerness means zero mercy. He ruthlessly escalates the regimen, forcing them to run while channeling magic to forge body and spirit. Minutes into this torturous run, the exhausted trainees complain, demanding his plan if they collapse. Unfazed, Minato promises to cast holy magic to heal any fatal injury. He orders them to run, declaring that merciless enemies will never pity their weakness. Fired up, the trainees push forward, training as if death chased them. Surviving a week of this hellish regimen, the Osaka force's average magical power skyrockets to new heights. On their final day, Minato delivers an epic farewell address, praising their iron will to survive the hellish program and rapidly evolve their skills in mere days. He commands them to never stop forging their strength, crowning them as Osaka's true protectors. His parting words leave the hardened instructor and trainees weeping in awe. Soon after, it is revealed Osaka's magic level has explosively awakened, now rivaling Tokyo's finest officers. All thanks to Minato Kusanagi. Leaving the training grounds, Minato dreads his return to Tokyo. He expects another tiresome press conference waiting for him. En route, national news broadcasts a historic alliance. The SMT, alongside the Homer and Kaiichi Magic Nobles, have united against monstrous calamities. As thousands react to this groundbreaking news, reporters hint at major corporate sponsors backing the SMT. However, citizens are reassured. The SMT operates independently from the Tokyo Police Department. As tales of the SMT's heroism spread, all of Japan acknowledges the organization's rapidly growing influence. Meanwhile, the media notes the Mizuwa family's suspicious absence. Their silence is bizarre, considering their history of aiding the SMT. Rumors swirl that they might abandon the alliance, right as Japan finally unites against the looming calamities. Upon landing, Minato asks the girls to contact their father. Uka explains her repeated attempts. However, since their disownment, he remains completely silent. Still, Minato worries. The family head's failure to publicly support the alliance is deeply troubling. Ruka expected his support after they joined the other noble families. Sensing Tushiro's unnatural silence, Minato plans to investigate later. Seeing his deep thought, the girls snap him to reality, praising his triumphant success in Osaka. Masking his inner turmoil, Minato joins their light-hearted chatter. Nearby, Shidu silently observes. He notes Chrono vanished on the exact nights Minato was absent. Suspicion gnaws at him. If Minato truly is Chrono, the Shadowbringer's leader and an illegal mage, he must arrest him. Yet, with every fiber of his being, Shidu prays he is wrong. He firmly believes Minato is the world's true savior. Later that night, as Minato walks home grumbling about his busy squad, 2 of Tushiro's attendants suddenly block his path. They declare that he has been formally summoned. Remaining calm, he follows them, arriving at Tushiro's villa. Tushiro furiously interrogates him. Confirming his daughters live with Minato, the father fiercely threatens his life if they are harmed. Confused, Minato insists they are merely friends. Unconvinced, Tushiro fiercely demands absolute certainty that Minato will never touch them. To ease the father's wrath, Minato firmly swears he would never cross that line with his friends. He wonders if protective fatherly concern was the sole reason for his sudden summons. Despite everything, Minato realizes Tushio possesses a strong fatherly side. Moments later, Tushiro leads Minato outside. Airborne, he abruptly challenges Minato to a fierce match. Having time to spare, Minato accepts. Tushiro strikes instantly. Charging his mana, he unleashes level 6 water magic, Geyser Wave. Minato retaliates with level 7 fire magic, Demon's Blaze, entirely vaporizing the water attack. Afterward, they descend. Tushio praises Minato for defying elemental disadvantage with equal fire magic. Acknowledging Minato's immense strength, Tushiro finally entrusts his precious daughters to him. Minato stands in stunned silence, watching the proud father walk away. Elsewhere, the enraged BR boss erupts in fury upon discovering Chrono survived. Abandoning all restraint, he vows to mercilessly crush anyone standing in his path. He turns to his newest ally, Tushiro, demanding absolute assurance that his bloody expectations are met. Shockingly, Tushiro coldly promises to annihilate Chrono. Meanwhile, the wrathful boss is revealed to be the disgraced former magic noble, Kuroi. He declares the next phase, a full-scale war between BR and the Shadowbringers. He urges the Black Mage to dread his arrival. Days before BR's looming strike, Manato and the SMT return to school. Thanks to skyrocketing media fame, the student body's obsession reaches maddening heights. Exhausted, Manato finds the overwhelming attention entirely too bothersome. Unfortunately, his teammates suffer similarly. Relentless fans constantly hound Yuika, desperate for her attention. This fame attracts both obsessed admirers and venomous envy. Furious that Yuika steals their spotlight, 3 jealous girls reach their breaking point. When Uka sneaks out for a quick bathroom break, the trio seizes the opportunity to strike. Walking down the hallway, Uka quietly sighs, utterly drained by the relentless public scrutiny. Suddenly, the 3 girls block her path. They forcibly drag her to an isolated school corner. Slamming their feet against the wall to intimidate her, they sneer. They call her a nuisance, questioning her right to even join the SMT. As Uka remains silent, a jealous girl mocks her magic noble status. Worse, a green-haired bully claims Uka seduced her way into the SMT. Pushed to the edge, Yuika finally snaps. She roars her SMT rank was forged through pure grit, never cheap tricks. Smirking, the redhead pushes harder. She demands Uka swear on her noble honor she feels nothing for Minato. Uka hesitates. Before she slips, Minato suddenly materializes, demanding answers. Panicked, the bullies frantically lie, claiming they only discussed Uka's unfair perks. The bold leader even accuses Minato of playing favorites. Minato ignores them. One look reveals Uka's crushing shame from their torment. Meanwhile, the arrogant trio boasts about joining the SMT to serve him better. Seeing their foolishness, Minato plays along. He swallows his anger, inviting them to the induction course. Since they crave glory, he promises them a spot if they pass the trial. Blind to the impending hell, the girls rejoice. Minato drags the fresh meat to Ryuji and Ruka. Ryuji and Ruka scoff. These frail girls possess absolutely zero combat aura. Uika anxiously fears Minato might actually recruit them. She forces her focus elsewhere. Meanwhile, the newcomer's endless chatter deepens the veteran's suspicion. Questioned by his comrades, Minato simply tells them to watch the show. These brats need a brutal awakening. Hellish training begins. The redhead nearly collapses. Minato and the elite SMT veterans roar commands, forcing the girls to run for their lives. He unleashes the exact nightmare training he forced upon the Osaka police. After 4 brutal laps, Minato forces them into one-handed magic push-ups. He trains alongside them. Next comes endless spellcasting until their mana bleeds completely dry. Broken and desperate, the treacherous trio plots an escape from this living hell. Just as they bolt, Minato's icy voice stops them. The real nightmare was just beginning. Horrified, the girls shriek fake accusations of harassment. One cries he designed this torture to break them. In response, Minato points at the true warriors. He reminds the cowards that these veterans bled daily to forge themselves into legends. He declares that the SMT dances with death, slaughtering vicious monsters. They protect humanity with their souls. Turning to Uka, he praises her relentless grind for strength. To claim she weaponized her looks and noble rank is pure, utter delusion. He knows her honor remains untouchable. Glaring into the redhead's soul, He vows Yuika is his precious comrade. Anyone mocking her faces his wrath. Terror strikes their hearts. The three bullies beg for mercy and flee like cowards. Minato sighs at their pathetic retreat. Still bewildered, Ryuji demands to know what occurred. Minato brushes off the trash. Later, walking home, Yuika humbly thanks him, admitting she heard every word. Minato shrugs it off. He just shattered their delusions. With their jealousy crushed, her torment is finally over. Uka giggles, echoing his words. Blushing deeply, she confesses he is incredibly important to her. She knows his version of important lacks romance. But for now, this victory is enough. She swears that once her power rivals his, she will finally capture his heart. Eyes blazing with resolve, she warns Minato to prepare for the day she surpasses him. With the bullies vanquished, peace returns to the SMT. But fate's cruel wheel soon turns again. The hour of calamity strikes Tokyo. Crimson skies tear open, unleashing savage monsters. Civilians scatter as the beasts feast. Caught in the chaos, Minato and Hinata unleash their auras. Smirking, Hinata claims her prey, instantly incinerating the beasts with fire magic. Ignoring the fiery girl's antics, Minato locks his deadly gaze onto the remaining threats. Void magic completely obliterates the threat. Meanwhile, stunned first responders and reckless bystanders watch in pure awe. The SMT and elite magic nobles are actually fighting flawlessly side by side. It is an impossible alliance. By joining forces with the SMT, the magic nobles are finally reclaiming their shattered honor. Official public data clearly proves this rising wave of newborn trust. Currently, Chrono hunts down rogue mages, leaving the SMT to eradicate monstrous calamities. Yet, since the SMT relies on students instead of actual cops, society still refuses to accept them as true law enforcement. This tragic misconception causes lethal delays during emergencies, sparking fierce public outrage against the police. Several days after the disastrous calamity, cloaked as Shadowbringer, Minato silently infiltrates the hospital to visit Leona's Komomo's brother Kai. Hidden by darkness, he slips inside the quiet room. He gently rests his hand against the unconscious boy's forehead. He channels Angel Breath, casting a legendary level 7 holy magic spell to heal him. Holy magic usually fails against a Komomo state, but Minato prays for a miracle. He wants to heal Kai's fractured mind and body. Yet, even after endless treatments, the boy remains entirely unresponsive. A grim realization hits him. Holy magic is completely useless against this dark affliction. Thinking of Leona's desperate, hopeful smile regarding her brother, Minato fiercely refuses to surrender. Before he can try another technique, the door abruptly clicks open. He vanishes into the shadows instantly. Leona steps inside, freezing as she senses a lingering presence. Shrugging it off as pure exhaustion, she nears the bed, resuming yesterday's heartfelt tale. Today, she wildly praises Chrono's absolute reliability and godlike magic. She truly respects him, but confesses his coaching is absolute torture. His merciless, brutal training routines feel genuinely demonic. Suddenly, her playful smile fades into a dead serious glare. Crushing the bedsheets in her trembling hands, she makes a heavy vow. She will fight relentlessly until this tragedy never repeats itself. She will sacrifice absolutely everything to eradicate the Black Rebellion with Chrono by her side. Tears overflow like a broken dam. Sobbing bitterly, she desperately begs her ruined brother for forgiveness once more. Hearing enough, Minato silently melts away into the night. He heads straight toward an abandoned warehouse to meet Leona's promised new recruits. Soon after, Leona arrives with fresh blood. Minato catches her off guard, demanding formal introductions. She proudly declares, these are not just ordinary rookies. These warriors actively hunted her down after discovering her digital enlightenment crusade. She deliberately hid critical clues to test their absolute resolve in tracking her down. Standing before him, she promises Minato their backgrounds are flawlessly vetted and entirely secure. The starry-eyed rookies instantly swarm Minato with absolute awe. Leona immediately barks at them to fall in line. Silence falls over the room. Minato fiercely warns them that his training will be a living, breathing nightmare. Unshaken, the rookies boldly demand to be pushed past their breaking points. Smirking at their fire, Minato unleashes a hellish regimen that nearly destroys them. Their blind enthusiasm was quickly tested, proving their unbreakable, ironclad dedication to the cause. Enduring Minato's savage methods, their combat abilities exploded exponentially. In merely 7 days, Manato forged an elite tactical unit, mastering digital warfare and covert hacking. He also created a lethal strike force to obliterate BR bases. With Shadowbringer's fame rising, underground syndicates began offering massive, unexpected support. Meanwhile, the Black Rebellion's bases are repeatedly reduced to ashes. This utter chaos leaves authorities completely baffled by the Black Mage's true motives. Yet, Shidu fiercely maintains his ironclad belief. All rogue mages are absolute scum. To him, Shadowbringer is zero hero, just a filthy criminal. Burning with resolve, Shidu swears to crush these fake heroes with ultimate justice. Elsewhere, the hot-headed Kuroi explodes in a violent rage. He is absolutely furious at the Black Mage's relentless, mocking defiance. Just before he smashes the room, a terrified minion rushes in. Their next lethal operation is finally ready to launch. Unimpressed, Koi mercilessly trashes them for their pathetic, sluggish incompetence. Still, a dark obsession for his ultimate goal consumes his mind. He makes a blood-chilling vow. He will personally hunt down and slaughter Minato and Chrono, even if it costs him his own life. The following morning, SMT training resumes. Watching their intense drills from the shadows, Shidu observes closely. A heavy suspicion claws at his mind. Captain Manato must be Chrono. His young age, terrifying power, and perfectly timed debut make it incredibly obvious. While Shidu drowns in his deep theories, Ryuji and the girls bow to Minato, guiltily apologizing for accidentally shattering their magical bracelets weeks ago. Minato explains the situation, calmly reassuring his team. He states their bracelets simply reach their absolute limits. Yet, he secretly curses his novice crafting skills. Realizing he cannot forge true anti-monster gear, he plans to seek Takigami's expertise later. Even so, Ryuji's squad boils with rage. The nobles launched a cowardly night strike just to test them, flaunting their arrogant absolute authority. Sensing their rage, Minato shares their deep disgust for the cowardly nobles. However, for future survival, an alliance remains absolutely vital. Bearing this truth, he asks his subordinates to let this single treacherous incident slide. They reluctantly yield. Yet, their bitter fury turns inward, cursing their own pathetic weakness for missing the enemy's silent approach. Suddenly, Uka remembers the magic noble's dazed states upon waking. She quickly questions Minato about this. Unfamiliar with the spell cast, she notes they appeared completely oblivious to their grim reality. Minato reveals his secret. He cast a drain spell, devouring their mana while erasing their memories. Their minds are likely wiped of the clash. With training concluded, Minato suggests they walk home together. Yet, his subordinates quickly flee the scene, masking their retreat with various weak excuses. Left completely abandoned, Minato gladly accepts a ride from Shidu. During the drive, Shidu mentions Shadowbringer's rising infamy. Bound by his police oath, he refuses to remain a mere spectator. Catching his drift, Minato boldly asks if Shidu still harbors deep suspicions against him. Evading the trap, Shidu lists the dark vigilante's traits. He then pierces Minato's gaze, asking if he sees it too. Minato masks his truth with pure ignorance. Shidu's eyes burn with heavy doubt. Yet, he buries the issue. Minato probes if Shidu views Chrono as true evil, pointing out the vigilante's complete lack of malicious crimes. Shidu admits rumors paint Chrono as a hero. Minato presses harder, questioning his deep hatred. Shidu's voice turns cold. To help Minato understand this rigid justice, he unveils his tragic past. His late father was a legendary police officer, bound by absolute justice. While society despised criminals, his father saw their hidden humanity. He believed facing them with absolute honor could awaken redemption within their darkened souls. Shidu worshipped that noble ideal, swearing his own police oath. But destiny was cruel. His father was slaughtered while negotiating with a hostage-taking monster. Stripped of all weapons, he was mercilessly butchered by magic. Lacking any magical talent, he fell victim to an overwhelmingly brutal massacre. The fiend was captured, charged with theft and murder. When interrogated about the cold-blooded kill, the killer cowardly claimed he feared the unarmed officer. Recalling those vile words, Shidu's calm snaps. He roars with fury that true terror belongs solely to the victims. People like his father, butchered for absolutely nothing. With raw emotion, he solidifies his ironclad stance. Villains shall never earn his mercy. Even those saving others must never be granted a pardon. If not, the righteous citizens of this world will lose faith in justice. As Shidu bleeds raw sorrow, Manato sees this rigid conviction carved deep into his soul. Calming down, Shidu apologizes for his heavy outburst. He drops Manato off, relying on his steady strength for the battles of tomorrow. At dawn, the SMT gathers for training. To their total dismay, Minato is running late, a shockingly rare occurrence. Minutes bleed by before he bursts from class, bitterly cursing the endlessly rambling professors. Sprinting toward the training grounds, he ignores two shadowy figures glaring from an alley. Moments after Minato vanishes, a massive public news screen suffers a sudden, forceful hijack. The screen warps. Kuroi, the BR leader, dominates every massive monitor across Japan. The terrified public instantly recognizes the disgraced magic noble, Kuroi. Unfazed by the chaos, he openly taunts the SMT and Chrono, revealing a deadly present crafted just for them. He boasts of lethal bombs hidden across Japan. He warns the police to stand down, or he will detonate them all, one by one. Proving this is no bluff, Koi snaps his fingers. A massive explosion instantly erupts from a building near Minato. Minato instantly reacts, using a high magic barrier to shield innocent civilians from the heavy blast. Meanwhile, the SMT scrambles for intel, finding their secure data networks completely scrambled. Worse yet, neither they nor the police can act fast enough to mount proper retaliation. Eureka's frustration boils over. She yells that Minato's comms are completely dead, cursing his absence in this hellish crisis. As chaos grips the police, Kuroi drops his ultimate demand. Chrono must step into the target zone completely alone. Refuse, and every bomb detonates at once. Surveying the district's ruin, Manato decides to wait for absolute darkness before launching his true strike. By nightfall, donning his Shadowbringer gear, he heads to the target zone, an old port warehouse hideout. Checking the site, Leona asks over comms if he is sure. Manato swears everything will be fine. The stage is set. Leona prays for his safe return, begging him not to die tonight. Manato calms her fears, soaring across the city and touching down at the target warehouse. Blinding lights expose dozens of rogue BR mages. Their boss, Kuroi, smirks, welcoming him to his grave. He brags that these elite BR mages possess overwhelming, advanced powers. Chrono, our disguised hero, coldly asks if crushing them all will finally destroy BR. Kuroi chuckles at this arrogance. Suddenly, a grunt mocks Chrono for thinking he could win alone. Furious, Kuroi chokes his own man. He snarls that underestimating Chrono guarantees a swift defeat. Since he stands here claiming true power, Koi vows to unleash his full might, promising a flawless, merciless kill. Ready to clash, a puzzled Chrono asks Koi if he really believes he can win. But Kuroi halts him with a dark threat. Resist, and citywide bombs will instantly detonate. Sensing the deadly truth, Chrono freezes. Kuroi commands his mages to strike, unleashing a brutal barrage. Not a single strike lands. Kuroi suspects a magic barrier is active, ordering his men to keep firing. As the spells fail again, Chrono declares level 3 magic is totally useless. Enraged, Kuroi attacks his own useless men. Chrono coldly dismisses them as mere trash. Kuroi swears this trash will end him. Despite Chrono's aura, Kuroi remains strangely confident today. With his new guns, everything changes now. Seeing Kuroi's weapons, Chrono arrogantly claims that pathetic normal guns cannot pierce his flesh. Mid-sentence, Kuroi fires. The bullet violently grazes Chrono's cheek. Bleeding. Chrono is stunned. Kuroi laughs maniacally, revealing his anti-magic weapon that dismantles magic itself. Flaunting this deadly power, Koi fires 3 quick rounds, narrowly grazing Chrono's body. Kuroi smirks, blaming his slightly sloppy aim on years of being out of practice. Shock hits Kuroi as Chrono subconsciously heals his fresh wounds with natural magic. Mistaking this for holy magic, Kuroi yells in disbelief. Chrono calmly corrects him. It is natural magic, automatically activating to mend his flesh. Unfazed, Kuroi sneers. Healing just means he gets to torture Chrono much longer. Taunting him, Koi fires 3 more shots. Yet again, the deadly bullets only graze him. Chrono heals effortlessly. Panic creeps into Kuroi's mind. None of his direct shots are landing. Could Chrono be dodging? Kuroi quickly rejects that terrifying thought. Such godlike speed is beyond even Chrono's monstrous power. As Kuroi panics, Chrono secretly checks comms with Leona. Is the hidden mission complete? Kuroi screams at him for chatting mid-battle. With the mission clear, Chrono unleashes Grand Typhoon. This level 5 wind magic utterly obliterates the illegal mages. The roof shatters, destroying the building. Panicking, Koi orders the citywide bombs to detonate. But Chrono smirks. His shadows have already disarmed every single explosive. Finally focused on Koi, Chrono vows to return the pain of those bullets 100-fold. The final clash looms. But suddenly, the SMT arrives, crashing the party before it starts. Yua confirms the bombs are dead. Ruka coldly orders the BR mages to surrender immediately. Desperate to protect his secret identity, Chrono silently praises the SMT's speed, wondering if they lurked in the shadows all along. Regardless, the SMT spots Chrono, the Shadowbringer leader, awestruck by his immense magical power. Meanwhile, Sonata knows Chrono's true identity as Manato. Fearing he might be secretly wounded, she fights the desperate urge to intervene. The tables have turned. Overflowing with confidence, Chrono boldly challenges Kuroi to battle. Just as victory seems certain, Tushiu materializes from the shadows. He steps in to assist the struggling Kuroi, revealing a shocking truth. The traitor is their father. The girls freeze in absolute disbelief. Clinging to false hope, they demand to know why their father would ally with a despicable scum like Kuroi. Before Tushiro can speak, Kuroi smirks. He proudly declares that they are comrades in arms. Lost in the chaos, Uka and her sister relentlessly bombard their father with desperate questions. They are desperate to understand his dark betrayal. Finally, growing irritated by their endless pleading, Tushiu coldly states he owes them no explanation. Their hearts shattered, the sisters fall into a stunned, deafening silence. Meanwhile, Shidu orders Chrono's immediate capture. But Chrono stands firm, questioning if making him an enemy right now is truly wise. The rest of the SMT firmly agrees with Chrono. With Manato absent, they argue that survival means fighting together. Gritting his teeth, Shidu reluctantly agrees to a temporary truce. A split second later, Kuroi hurls specialized grenades straight at the SMT. Chrono roars a warning. They dive out of the blast radius, barely surviving the explosion with their limbs intact. The smoke clears, and the terrifying truth sets in. These are no ordinary explosives. Chrono watches in pure shock. Anti-magic weapons exist beyond just firearms. Kuroi smugly parts his trench coat, revealing an entire lethal arsenal. While Chrono locks horns with Koi, the sisters face a nightmare. They must fight the very man who raised them. Seizing the opening, Tushiru decides to test their might. He unleashes level 3 water magic, Azure Splash, sending a brutal torrent their way. Ruka fires back with matching magic, but her power falls violently short. Tushiro's attack easily shatters her defense, forcing the girls to brace for impact. Just as death closes in, Ryuji fiercely intercepts the attack. He casts a level 3 earth magic spell, Rock Wall. The massive barrier saves them from a watery grave. The sisters gasp their thanks, while Tushiru coldly praises their improved teamwork. But his praise comes with a fatal warning. His magical prowess rivals even Minato's, making them utterly powerless against him. Yuika refuses to surrender. Eyes burning with resolve, she and Ruka fuse their mana, unleashing the devastating level 7 Great Water Magic, Geyser Wave. Tiuro does not even flinch, instantly countering with a terrifying level 8 spell, Tidal Wave. The colossal surge swallows their attack entirely. He smirks, mocking them for neutralizing only a fraction of his true power. The sisters collapse in total defeat. Nearby, Kuroi yawns, loudly complaining about his completely one-sided victory. He sneers at Chrono. To Kuroi, even the legendary Shadowbringer is nothing before the absolute might of anti-magic weapons. Sneering, he mocks Chrono for never facing real firearms in battle. Backed by Tushiro's monstrous strength, Kuroi claims absolute victory. He offers Chrono a humiliating chance to beg, but Chrono's icy gaze never wavers. Chrono's deadly silence shatters Kuroi's confidence. Paranoia creeps in, and he frantically screams at the mage to stop acting so arrogant. He unloads a barrage of anti-magic bullets, but Chrono dodges every single shot. Kuroi brushes it off as luck, until sheer terror starts gnawing at his mind. Meanwhile, Tushiu flaunts his overwhelming level 8 water spell once more, mockingly asking for their thoughts. Met with absolute silence, he launches a lethal strike at Chrono. Yet, the mage evades effortlessly. Sensing something unnatural in Chrono's movements, Koi changes tactics. He unleashes level 5 dark magic, Night Raid, vanishing into the shadows for a deadly blindside. But Chrono weaves through every single sword strike like a ghost. Desperate, Kuroi fires his weapon again, only to hit nothing but empty air. Before Chrono can even breathe, a massive wave of water magic crashes down on him. He summons a void barrier, but the sheer force immediately shatters it. Watching from the sidelines, the SMT members are left completely paralyzed by the sheer, catastrophic volume of mana radiating across the battlefield. Their own weakness disgusts them. Realizing they will never be worthy to stand beside Manato like this, they vow to fight and finally earn his respect. Meanwhile, Shidu's bitter resentment toward Manato sparks a dark, sudden opportunity. With Chrono overwhelmed and his guard down, Shidu believes this is their perfect chance to neutralize him once and for all. Reinforcements are already en route to handle Tushu and Koi. Shidu firmly decides he will not let this rare opening slip through his fingers. He pivots to Sonata, urgently commanding her to help strike Chrono down. Shocked by his twisted logic, Sonata violently hesitates. Shidu frantically argues that Chrono is an illegal, isolated mage who must be arrested immediately. She flatly rejects him, but Shidu practically begs for her compliance. Backed into a corner, Sonata tightly clenches her trembling fists and steps forward. Blinded by arrogance, Shidu assumes she is finally bent to his will, but Sonata defies him entirely. Instead of attacking, she unexpectedly channels a brilliant surge of white magic directly into Chrono. Witnessing this blinding flash, Kuroi bursts into mocking laughter, wrongly believing the police have violently betrayed their own ally. However, Shidu's smirk quickly fades. Just as Shidu prepares his strike, the horrifying truth dawns on him. Sonata didn't attack Chrono, she healed him with level 5 holy magic. First aid. Meanwhile, Kuroi scolds the police for aiding Chrono, an illegal mage. Chrono simply heals his wounds with passive magic. He ignores Kuroi, wondering why Sonata cast unnecessary healing magic on him. Chrono soon realizes the truth. Sonata is using magic to convey her true feelings. Accepting the healing, he resumes his fight with Kuroi. Nearby, the foolish Shidu questions why she healed a criminal. Exhausted by his ignorance, Sonata explains Chrono is fighting for them. When the fool questions how, Sonata demands he look around. They cannot move, yet they live. Chrono holds his ground to shield them. Shidu falls silent. She reveals Chrono is absorbing Kuroi's relentless gunfire solely to protect their lives. Without Chrono acting as their shield, Kuroi's bullets would have slaughtered them. That is exactly why he refuses to retreat. Still blinded by prejudice, Shidu stubbornly paints Chrono as the villain. He refuses to believe an illegal mage would save the police. Seeing his lingering doubt, Sonata reminds him. Chrono stands alone to fight for others and save innocent lives. Finally, using his head, Shidu watches the bloodied Chrono holding the line. His past hatred begins to crumble. Very soon, the truth shatters his illusions. The girls declare they will fight beside Chrono, regardless of his illegal mage status. Kuroi mockingly shatters their hope. With their magic depleted, nobodies like them cannot change destiny. As the SMT members strike with everything they have, Yua fires back. Their mana may be low, but they are far from useless. Shifting their focus, they target Tushiru on his floating water bubble. They force him crashing down to earth. The instant he lands, Chrono unleashes Demon's Blaze. Anticipating the ambush, Tushiru counters with Geyser Wave. Seeing their flawless teamwork, Tushiru finds no opening against Chrono. The SMT blocks his path, while Sonata eagerly assists Manato in stalling him. As the girls attack the father, Shidu hardens his resolve and joins the clash against Tushiru, enraging Kuroi. Meanwhile, Chrono praises the SMT's holding action. This buys him crucial time. Driven to absolute fury, Kuroi threatens complete annihilation and unleashes a storm of bullets at Chrono. This time, Chrono evades every single strike flawlessly. Kuroi watches in utter disbelief. How could anyone dodge that barrage? Accused of using magic, Chrono assures Kuroi it was purely physical evasion. Kuroi loses his mind, screaming this is not some action movie. Chrono calmly admits the truth. He struggled initially because it had been a while since he faced long-range anti-magic weapons. Pushed to the brink, Kuroi fires wildly. Having analyzed every attack pattern, Chrono casually weaves through the gunfire, closing the distance. Realizing his bullets are useless, Kuroi draws an anti-magic rocket launcher to blow them all to ashes. But before he pulls the trigger, Chrono unleashes Night Raid. He appears right beside him, shocking Kuroi completely. Chrono casts Cruel. This unique dark magic plunges the enemy into 3 straight days and nights of pure agony. A perfect judgment for such a villain. With Kuroi neutralized, Chrono advances toward Tushiru. Behind him, his exhausted comrades can no longer move. Seeing how bravely they delayed Tushiru, Chrono smiles warmly. He tells them to rest and leave the finale to him. His piercing gaze locks onto Tushiru. Yet, before blades can clash, Tushiru surrenders. Chrono demands an explanation. Suddenly, Leona's voice crackles over comms. Police and magic nobles are swarming Tokyo's BR hideouts in a perfectly synchronized ambush. She confirms the devastating truth. The location intel was leaked by Mizuwa Tushiru. Chrono confronts Tushiru about infiltrating BR as a spy, which he admits. Suddenly, a battered Kuroi staggers up, yelling at them. Chrono analyzes his stance. Kuroi somehow dissolved the cruel magic using his anti-magic equipment. Clutching a detonator, the crazed Kuroi threatens to trigger hidden explosives planted all around them. Panic sets in. The drained SMT members realize they lack the strength to escape the blast zone. Yet Chrono and Tushiru stand their ground. They unleash Firewall and Emerald Aqua. These level 7 spells shield the SMT from Kuroi's explosives. He mashes the detonator, but nothing happens. Kuroi freezes in sheer disbelief, swearing he wired the whole area. During his confusion, Leona arrives on the scene. She loudly declares that every hidden explosive is already disarmed. Realizing Leona belongs to the notorious Shadowbringers, Obedience, he mocks them as mere slaves, demanding absolute obedience. Furious, Leona delivers a brutal punch, finally claiming her payback. Yet, the fool laughs. He claims he is merely a pawn in the BR syndicate, and the true masterminds remain at large. With his final words spoken, Kuroi collapses. Chrono narrows his eyes, questioning the true identity of BR's shadow leader. Knowing he lacks crucial evidence, Chrono drops the issue. He grabs Leona, preparing to vanish before the authorities swarm the area. Uka desperately calls out, begging him to stay for questioning. But Chrono ignores her, leaping into the dark sky, evading the SMT. Left behind, Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji silently wonder about the Shadowbringer's mysterious leader. Meanwhile, Sanada, knowing Chrono is actually Kusanagi, feels profound gratitude toward her hero for preventing a massacre. The very next morning, national broadcasts announced the dramatic arrest of former Magic Noble and BR President Kuroi, charged with mass urban terrorism. The authorities soak up the glory, highly praised for swiftly disarming the explosives and showcasing elite anti-terrorism tactics. Watching this broadcast, Hinata and Riku, hidden in the city shadows, scoff at the media, stealing credit for their hard work. Manato resumes his daily duties as SMT captain. That morning, he and his squad head to the Mizuwa estate to visit Tushiru. En route, his team demands to know why he vanished during the raid on Kuroi. Minato fakes a family emergency. Fortunately, they swallow the lie, though they strictly advise him to stay in touch. Reaching the Mizuwa estate, they are graciously welcomed and escorted straight into the grand meeting hall. Inside, the daughters demand the absolute truth from their father. Tushiru confesses. He feigned loyalty to Kuroi, infiltrating BR to erase the Magic Noble's shame and crush the lawless rogue mages. He then drops a bombshell. Kuroi was a former Magic Noble who orchestrated countless crimes to recklessly expand his dark empire. Disgusted by this corruption, Tushiru finally struck back. Yuika questions his delayed timing for this dangerous infiltration. Tushiru reveals a secret police command. As a Magic Noble patriarch, he was the perfect spy, especially after Kuroi's past collusion with Fuka. Mastering psychological warfare, Tushiru easily manipulated Kuroi's absolute trust. He concludes his tale. Despite holding no official police rank, he acted as an elite undercover agent. Therefore, he faces zero punishment for his actions in the shadows. The girls exhale in massive relief, scolding the police's reckless methods. Meanwhile, Minato silently analyzes the factions behind this massive deception. The SMT, the authorities bowing to Magic Nobles, and even Mizuwa Tushiru himself, who risked everything for this scheme. He questions the suspicious timing of the police strike, knowing they could have acted far sooner. To his sharp mind, their official excuse feels incredibly hollow and deeply suspicious. A flashback to Kuroi's downfall reveals Chrono and Leona analyzing a strange detail. How did the police, with their mediocre intel, discover that half the bombs were complete fakes? Chrono wonders if the villains lacked resources. Leona agrees it is a possibility, but finds it too amateurish for a deadly syndicate. The police mobilized with unnatural speed, almost like they knew the script. The entire incident reeks of deception. Yet, without solid proof, they must wait. Returning to the present, Tushiru accepts his sins and pleads for his daughter's forgiveness. He pledges full cooperation with the SMT and officially revokes his daughter's exile. Overjoyed, the girls celebrate reclaiming their rightful Mizuwa family pride. Journeying home from that emotional family reunion, Ryuji smiles at their victory, finally feeling at peace after resolving the massive crisis. Meanwhile, Sonata affectionately calls Minato and Chrono her absolute heroes, desperately wishing she could properly repay their bravery. Shidu knows Chrono is an outlaw mage. Yet, that midnight rescue still haunts his thoughts. If Chrono is truly Kusanagi, Shidu questions if arresting him is the right path. Unease grips Yuika. She recalls Chrono's gaze from that fateful night. Those eyes perfectly matched Minato's, blurring the line. Could they be the exact same person? Manato senses this suspicion, realizing the immense danger if this secret slips. Under the night sky, he dons Chrono's disguise. He visits Kai, pouring holy magic into his frail body. Met with dead silence, Chrono desperately urges the boy to wake, reminding Kai of his waiting sister. Suddenly, Leona enters. Chrono vanishes into the shadows outside the window. She softly whispers to her brother. Alongside Chrono, she finally crushed the villains. The endless nightmare is completely over. She vows no one will ever harm him again. Hearing his sister's voice, Kai weakly calls her name. Leona instantly holds him, promising she will never leave. Eyes wide open, Kai welcomes her back. He proudly declares how hard he fought to stay strong in her absence. Tears overflow as Leona pulls Kai into a tight embrace. Watching from afar, Chrono smiles. His mission complete. He fades away. The very next day, during their lunch break, Ryuji stands on the school rooftop begging Minato and the girls. He desperately needs them to babysit his little siblings. They ask what went wrong. He explains his grueling all-day work shift that will keep him out until late. Usually he juggles SMT duties and fills in whenever his mother is busy. Tragically, no one is free. Unwilling to abandon his siblings until dusk, Ryuji desperately pleads for their help. Hearing this desperate plea, Minato smoothly steps in. He loves kids anyway, earning Ryuji's endless gratitude. Uka deeply apologizes for her absence. She is completely overwhelmed with urgent moving preparations. Noticing her lifted spirits, Ryuji wonders if she is finally returning to her father's grand estate. But Yua reveals they are upgrading to a much larger home. Yuika mimics her father's stern voice. They must forge their independence, provided Kusanagi Manato remains closely by their side. Ryuji questions her father's methods. Yuika scoffs, admitting he is at least generous enough to pay. Regardless, Minato understands the logic. If Tushiru demands independence, the sisters living together works perfectly. At the same time, he realizes exactly why Tushiru wants him guarding the girls now more than ever. Ryuji laughs, joking about Minato and Ruka helping Yuika move. Realizing their overbearing nature, he concludes Yuika will survive alone. After sharing a loud, light-hearted laugh, he asks if Ruka can accompany Minato. Ruka stammers nervously, before finally agreeing to watch the children. Relief washes over Ryuji. He thanks them both, swearing to repay their kindness. The next morning, Minato and Ruka escort Ryuji's 3 siblings to the amusement park. A long-awaited treat for everyone. Pure excitement erupts. The kids demand the merry-go-round, roller coaster, and Ferris wheel all at once. Minato smiles, promising they will conquer every ride. Before boarding, he spots Ruka in the shadows and warmly urges her forward. Yet, Ruka's tense expression radiates a dark aura, making the poor kids tremble. Minato questions her lack of a smile. Desperate to blend in, Ruka apologizes. She forces a terrifyingly awkward grin, asking if it helps. Tragically, the kids find her face terrifying. To stop the tears, Minato gently pats the kids, temporarily ignoring a sad Ruka. They conquer the rides until the sun sets. While Minato distracts the joyful kids, Ruka's lingering sadness catches his eye. He finally decides to confront her. Fortunately, the kids run off for a bathroom break. Minato warns them to be careful, finally giving the duo some quiet time. Breaking the ice over the kids' energy, Ruka praises Minato for easily winning their pure admiration. Minato humbly brushes it off. But Ruka sighs, confessing her failure with kids. She does not hate them, but her communication skills are broken. Minato nods quietly. Ashamed, she apologizes for acting so stuck up. Painfully, she recalls her vow to Uka. She swore to never be surpassed. Yet now, total inferiority wins. She fails at cooking, socializing, and matching Uka's kindness. Even in magic, her true domain, she is rapidly falling behind. The bitter truth settles in. She feels like a clumsy, helpless burden. Minato remains perfectly silent, listening. Ruka apologizes for complaining and begs him to forget her words. As the children return from the restroom, pushing through the crowd, the eldest child bumps into 3 thugs harassing others on camera. Sensing trouble, Minato prepares to step in. Before he can act, Ruka steps up to protect the children. He decides to observe. Pulling the boy to safety, she checks on him. He cries, but she is relieved he is unharmed. Suddenly, the thug and his lackey demand a baseless apology from the crying child. Ruka fiercely refuses. She declares the child innocent and demands the bully apologize instead. Enraged by her defiance, the arrogant thug blindly punches at Ruka. Minato intercepts the strike. He crushes the thug's fist, calling him worthless scum. He warns the brute against ruining this public sanctuary for his own amusement. The thug screams in agony. Releasing his crushing grip, Minato sighs about troublemakers. With the trash removed, he ensures his group is safe, acknowledging Ruka's bravery. The 3 children cling to her, weeping and thanking their brave savior. Frozen in shock, Ruka meets Minato's gaze. Comforted, she hugs them and offers reassurance. The group enjoys a peaceful afternoon. By nightfall, Ryuji returns home hoping his siblings behaved. To his immense surprise, all 5 are sleeping soundly together like a true family. Meanwhile, while SMT Captain Manato and Shadowbringer's leader Chrono, Japan's twin mages, gather massive attention, the police face harsh backlash. Despite earning acclaim for handling the BR explosion, the SMT's achievements leave law enforcement completely disgraced. During a tense internal meeting, Tokyo police officials demand an end to the Shadowbringers' rampage to restore their shattered dignity. Recognizing this undeniable truth, the superintendent issues an executive order: hunt down these fake vigilantes and enforce justice. Meanwhile, at the Kaiichi dojo, Minato and Riku cross wooden swords to test their mastery. For 10 intense minutes, the 2 clash in absolute silence. They fight with killing intent, clashing and dodging with razor-thin margins. Riku forces a draw as both land fatal strikes simultaneously. Acknowledging Minato's brilliant swordsmanship, Riku admits his shock that Minato can match his terrifying pace, the assistant manager. Yet, Minato humbly claims his sword skills are still completely inferior. Minato's modest strength leaves Riku deeply impressed. The brutal sparring ends, and they lower their wooden weapons. Suddenly, Riku loudly complains about his incredibly troublesome daily life. Confused by this shift, Minato asks what triggered his sudden foul mood. Riku explains that gripping a sword gives him a fleeting surge of true motivation. Without a blade, he feels utterly worthless, wishing he were dead or just a lifeless plant. Minato solemnly urges him to live. Merely existing is enough, provided it brings him a shred of happiness. Touched by Minato's wisdom, Riku calls him fascinating. Sitting up, he confesses his lifelong feeling of total alienation. His legendary sword skills only worsened his isolation, a deep frustration that silently tortures him. Manato firmly reassures him. He isn't an alien. His overwhelming uniqueness is merely visible to the world. Stunned, Riku mutters that nobody has ever viewed his cursed talent as a unique gift before. Sharing a knowing look, Manato shares his dark past. Recalling his previous life as teenage Ichami Manato, he describes staring directly into the terrifying abyss of certain death. In that horrifying moment, he fought fate and awakened his true power. Yet by a mysterious twist of fate, Riku stares blankly, mistaking Minato's profound awakening for a simple traffic accident he previously mentioned. In his mind, Minato recalled that tragic day. As the sole survivor, he learned magic by mimicking the monsters, eventually forging his very own spells. Back then, Minato shared his past with Riku. He recalled failing to save anyone, treated like an outcast by everyone around him. Now, he ensures his formidable power shields others. Meeting Riku's gaze, he asked if he had something precious to protect. Riku agreed with his words. He truly possessed something he desperately wished to protect. Smiling, Minato urged him to wield his power for that cause. That unique strength was already hidden deep within him. Taking this advice to heart, Riku thanked him. The 2 men shook hands, sealing a firm promise to work together next time. Stepping out of Riku's dojo, Minato reflected on Kair Riku. For a magic noble family head, he was surprisingly decent, despite possessing a few distinct quirks. He was infinitely better than the rest. Those pretentious, wicked nobles were completely beyond his understanding. Lost deep in his thoughts, Minato crashed into someone. He quickly apologized, only to realize he had bumped into that short brat, Homer Hinata. Recognizing Minato, Hinata glared fiercely. She aggressively demanded a proper explanation from him. Met with silence, she snapped. She complained about meeting an annoying guy earlier, leaving her furious all day. Minato asked why she lacked her usual flashy outfit. Scoffing, Hinata declared she would never wear that loud gear every single day. Since it was anti-demon equipment, she only wore it for official duties, and absolutely nothing else. Minato casually mentioned her interest in such fashion. After a heavy silence, he realized she actually loved those clothes. Soon, they noticed the crowd staring. To avoid trouble, Hinata roughly dragged Minato toward her secret spot around the corner. Exhausted by this entirely unpredictable girl, Minato simply sighed and followed. Reaching the cafe, they claimed an empty corner table, hoping to blend in and dodge the other guests' attention. But it was too late. Whispers filled the room, with onlookers eagerly gossiping that the two were out on a romantic date. However, Hinata unleashed a deadly glare, terrifying the gossips into silence. Remaining completely calm, Minato silently compared her to a mad dog, choosing peace over conflict. After silencing the room, Hinata questioned Minato about his earlier meeting with Riku. Sensing her distinct jealousy over his new bond with Riku, Minato apologized for not inviting her. Catching his teasing tone, Hinata exploded, furiously denying that she was sulking over being left out. In her mind, their alliance was purely temporary. They were never friends. Right after claiming this, she stared longingly at a family celebrating a child's first birthday. Minato calmly accepted her harsh words, focusing only on teamwork. Frustrated by his cool attitude, she demanded the secret behind his strength. Minato smoothly lied, claiming a road accident awoke his power. Hinata instantly called his bluff. She knew his magical power was terrifyingly abnormal, and true magic completely defied such simple logic. Yet internally, Minato knew the absolute truth. He was suppressing his magical aura even more than before. Furthermore, Hinata argued that if risking death was the only requirement for ultimate power, nobody would struggle this much. Sick of his secrets, she slammed her hands down, demanding the absolute truth about his monstrous strength. He realized her desperate thirst for absolute power, but revealing he was Ikami's reincarnation to a modern person would sound like pure madness. It wouldn't satisfy her at all. Instead, he simply advised her to endure standard training if she wanted power. Defeated, Hinata released a sigh. Calling him impossible to read, she sat back down. The waitress arrived, serving Hinata a massive, very berry parfait. Shocked by the towering dessert, Minato stared in pure disbelief. But Hinata's eyes sparkled with joy. She eagerly announced she had been waiting for this. To save face, she awkwardly pretended the waitress had ruined her order. Minato watched in confusion as she devoured the giant treat like her life depended on it, melting at the sweet perfection. Scraping the bowl clean, she exhaled. She confessed wanting to try it forever, but felt too deeply embarrassed to ever visit it alone. Their accidental hangout was the perfect excuse. Realizing her sweet tooth, Minato observed her monoflow and noticed it wildly overflowing. Realizing her guard was down, a panicked Hinata abruptly ended their meeting. Claiming their discussion is over, she quickly rushes out of the cafe. After she leaves, Minato realizes he caught a glimpse of her heavily suppressed magic power. Even so, her aura feels vastly more intense than during their previous clash. He knows mere training could never yield such massive power growth in so little time. Pondering her sudden power surge, Minato concludes that Hinata Home is clearly hiding something. Meanwhile, still stuck at work, Shidu strongly suspects Minato might actually be Chrono. He realizes Kusanagi is always conspicuously absent whenever Chrono appears, making their shared secret identity undeniably clear. For now, the police crackdown is intensifying, and Shidu knows Chrono's inevitable capture is only a matter of time. Conflicted, he checks a family photo, seeking his father's spiritual guidance. Later that night, Leona warns Chrono on the rooftop that police are actively dismantling the Shadowbringer organization. Ruthless raids strike everywhere, leading to captured members facing harsh interrogations. Analyzing the gathered intel, Chrono realizes the SMT was also ordered to hunt them down. He considers revealing his true SMT identity as Kusanagi, but stays silent to protect her if captured. Knowing the truth brings needless danger, and he already firmly trusts her absolute loyalty. Besides, exposing his identity now offers zero tactical edge. He can still leak inside police intel without blowing his cover. making a full confession far too risky. Just then, Leona urges him to form a strategy. At this alarming rate, the police will inevitably track them down. Calming her fears, Chrono tells her to leave everything to him. His master plan is already set. The very next day, Manato visits Takigami to request her vital aid. Without hesitation, she fully agrees to completely support his plan. Days later, the Tokyo police superintendent demands an immediate update from his subordinates regarding the Shadowbringers. Discovering that Chrono still remains at large, he erupts in pure fury and demands clear answers. An officer reports they are still interrogating the captured Shadowbringers, but so far, all suspects claim absolute, total ignorance. The furious boss asks why they remain silent, but the officer explains their severe lack of leverage. The low-ranking grunts genuinely seem completely uninformed. Frustrated, the superintendent authorizes absolute force to capture Chrono, declaring the police force's dignity hangs in the balance. Grasping the sheer urgency, the officers quickly scramble into action. Meanwhile, Shidu summons the entire SMT to the briefing room. Headquarters has officially ordered them to hunt down Chrono and his rebel allies. With Chrono's location still hidden, Shidu reveals his target profile is now entirely public for much faster identification. Furthermore, with anti-police propaganda rapidly spreading, Shidu mandates the SMT strictly search for Chrono while fighting calamities. Several members heavily complain, pointing out that their hands are already completely full, battling those dangerous monsters. They fiercely grumble that headquarters must be completely out of touch with their actual duties. Minato, however, clearly recognizes this as a sign of sheer police desperation. He realizes if they get serious, his group will fiercely struggle to evade them. Concluding the briefing, Shidu orders his team to prioritize handling monsters, while relentlessly continuing their hunt for the Shadowbringers. Afterward, Sanada questions if they must truly follow through with this order. Shidu coldly replies they have absolutely zero choice. It is a direct order. Ryuji complains about shouldering the massive Calamity workload, and the Mizuha sisters loudly echo his deep frustrations. Shidu acknowledges their frustrations, but explains headquarters' immense panic. The Shadowbringers wield dangerously high influence and popularity, fearing the catastrophic fallout if illegal mages gain more support. Suddenly, Shidu turns to Minato, bluntly demanding he drop the act. Offended, Minato demands an explanation. Without hesitation, Shidu instantly accuses him of being Chrono and demands his surrender. The heavy accusation shocks the room. The girls fiercely defend Minato, loudly insisting he could never be Chrono. Seeing their desperate defense, Shidu seriously suspects that Yuika and Sanada are actively colluding with Chrono. When they object, Shidu sharply argues that despite Chrono saving many lives, he must surrender now for judicial leniency, far better than facing a brutal police hunt. To support his strong claims, Shidu highlights their matching appearance timings, their matched combat abilities, and how Minato always vanishes when Chrono strikes. He challenges the stunned team, asking if they can truly dismiss these as mere coincidence. Amidst the deep silence, Shidu presses Minato for an answer, hoping he reveals his true identity. Before Minato can reply, Sanada cuts in. She flashes a live broadcast on her screen. The Shadowbringers have hijacked the network once more. The footage shows Minato still present in the room. Another figure steps forward, introducing himself as Chrono, calmly apologizing for the sudden intrusion. The imposter Chrono speaks directly to the world, addressing the rumors of a fierce power struggle against Minato. To settle this, he challenges Minato to a daylight duel, leaving the entire world in absolute shock. The team freezes in pure shock. Shidu questions the twisted logic. How could Chrono challenge Minato if they are the exact same person? Sanada and Yuika's suspicions start to waver. Nothing about this twisted situation makes sense anymore. Unaware of the hidden truth, Ryuji and Ruka ask Minato for his next move. Minato calmly vows to accept Chrono's bold challenge. A few hours pass. The eyes of the entire nation lock onto Shibuya, where the fated clash between Kusanagi and Chrono begins. With media choppers circling above, reporters hype up the massive, roaring crowd awaiting this epic showdown. Wary of the battle's deadly nature, the authorities secretly deploy officers to capture Chrono. Meanwhile, roaring fans chant loudly for their chosen champion. Watching the frenzy, Ryuji notes how this duel has become a massive media spectacle. The team reveals explosive social media numbers and massive stream views. But Shidu just watches in total silence, trying to read Minato's true goal. He prays for a fatal slip-up, knowing there is no turning back. Near the battlefield, Hinata and Riku bump into Tushiu. His unexpected arrival completely surprises them. They demand to know his reason. Tushiu solemnly declares this is a clash he must witness personally. Suddenly, a blinding light pierces the sky above the arena. The crowd gasps as a massive blue energy beam crashes down, narrowly missing the chopper. It triggers a fierce explosion, sending shockwaves that nearly sweep the terrified spectators away. As the thick smoke clears, the imposter leader of the Shadowbringers, Chrono, finally appears. Cameras instantly broadcast his grand entrance. Stunned by Chrono's actual arrival, Shidu deeply questions his own theories. Sanada and Yuika feel their doubts shatter. Could Minato and Chrono truly be two entirely different people? Just before the clash, Minato sighs heavily, hating this flashy spectacle, though fate leaves him no choice. With the fake Chrono standing in dead silence, Minato smirks, skipping the useless chatter to unleash hell. Under the gaze of thousands, Minato makes the first move. He unleashes level 6 null magic, inorganic cannon. The fake Chrono instantly strikes back, firing off dark magic. Chaos Raven. The spells collide with a world-shaking blast. The devastating shockwave forces the chopper pilot to wildly retreat from the skies. He ignores the greedy reporters begging to fly closer, desperate to avoid a fatal crash. The moment the energy fades, both warriors explode forward. Their fists violently collide, officially igniting this brutal war. A fierce flurry of physical blows follows. They trade brutal strikes, perfectly matching each other's raw power, before jumping back to cast their next spells. Switching back to pure magic, the fake Chrono summons deadly level 9 lightning magic. He fires penetrating thunder straight at Minato. Minato emerges completely unharmed, casually complaining about his ruined clothes and Chrono's lack of restraint. Still wrapped in eerie silence, the fake Chrono unleashes a second devastating strike. He drops a level 7 earth magic spell, Comet, intent on crushing Minato to absolute dust. Facing the catastrophic falling rock, Minato channels a level 9 neo-magic shield with a magic fairy's help. The massive barrier meets the comet, effortlessly reducing the deadly rock into harmless rubble. As the debris settles, Minato turns to the tiny magic fairy. He playfully tickles and praises his little companion for executing that neo-magic so flawlessly. Witnessing this legendary display alongside an unknown fairy, the entire crowd erupts into an absolute frenzy of pure hype. Rebellious punks scream out, claiming magic nobles are obsolete. Chrono and Minato exist in a totally separate, godlike realm of power. Meanwhile, Minato's overwhelming aura and majestic presence literally cause some of his female fans to faint on the spot. Always irritated, Hinata turns to Riku and Tushiru. She scoffs that null magic users are just clueless idiots, desperately showing off flashy tricks. Defending them, Riku reminds her that both Chrono and Minato command terrifying level 9 magic. Hinata aggressively counters his logic, pointing out their monstrous mana reserves match their insane spell knowledge. Casting high-level magic back-to-back without breaking a sweat? It completely defies all logic. Yet, Tushiru notes Minato's power truly shines through his continuous magic. Superior to theirs, it fiercely moves as if possessing a will of its own. Hinata notes very few mages master continuous magic, let alone automatic magic. Yet, considering Minato's crazy and abnormal physical strength, Tushiru explains he likely uses magic to invigorate his body, empowering both attacks and defenses. Hinata asks if Minato is practically a wall of magic power. Tushiru agrees, greatly annoying her. Asked why he cannot gauge their power, Tushiru blames their irregular magic. Simply put, Minato and Chrono are true monsters in his eyes, surpassing magic nobles in every way. Meanwhile, Chrono and Minato's battle hits its climax. Suspended midair, Minato cleanly catches fake Chrono off guard, smashing him into the earth. As fake Chrono lands, he launches right back up to meet the airborne Minato. This clash leaves the SMT members and the watching world gasping in sheer shock. Watching, Yuika, Ryuji, and Ruka admit these guys are strong. Seeing their hidden depths, they now grasp the crowd's obsession. Checking the live internet stats, Sonata informs the SMT members that the battle's popularity is surging across all platforms. Shidu also checks the stats, declaring the battle's popularity has reached its ultimate peak. The entire world is watching. Meanwhile, scenes flash across the globe, reaching New York, South Korea, and other major cities. Crowds stare at phones, streaming the world's strongest mages, Chrono and Minato Kusanagi. After entertaining the world with devastating blows, Minato praises fake Chrono's fight, declaring it over. Just when Minato thinks it is over, fake Chrono casts level 9 dark magic, Shadow Scythe. Attempting to finish it, Minato uses level 10 null magic, GG Hex. For the first time, he shatters Chrono's Shadow Scythe and violently crushes him against a building. Right after seeing this attack, SMT members go crazy over Minato's level 10 magic. As Ukoa questions his true power, Minato lunges at the beaten Chrono. The news chopper desperately tracks his every move, sensing this will be the final blow. Despite their tracking attempts, the pilot warns the reporter he cannot match Minato's speed. When the cameraman reports the video feed dropping, the furious reporter scolds him for losing the broadcast right at the battle's absolute climax. Reaching fake Chrono, Minato pauses, slightly lowering his guard. In that blind spot, Chrono extends his hands, casting dark magic. However, just as fake Chrono prepares to fire the spell, Minato tells him to drop the act. Instantly, fake Chrono vanishes. With the clone gone, Minato mutters, deeply relieved. He pulled this scam off before the world. Takigami's anti-mon equipment reached its limit, barely surviving level 9 magic. He reflects on clone magic's difficulty, noting his created duplicate, fake Chrono, was far weaker and barely able to speak. Analyzing the aftermath, Takigami thanks the stars everything perfectly worked out, discovering earlier that Minato was secretly Chrono had shocked her, never expecting such extremes. Since activating 2 spells simultaneously is impossible, she knew Minato lacked time to recast duplicate. Constantly maintaining continuous magic left him 0 time to cast any other spells. Thus, she made anti-mon equipment with automatic magic, casting spells even while unconscious. In theory, this made wielding multiple magic types at once possible. Still, managing the double required immense magic and control to prevent it from attacking onlookers. Burning massive magic while keeping control, Minato perfectly staged a thrilling battle with himself. She firmly believes only Minato is capable of such brilliance. The match over, Minato calls Leona as Chrono, ordering her to stop jamming the broadcast. Leona asks if it is over. Minato confirms it. Calling Chrono by his true name, Minato, she declares that no one will hunt Chrono after this epic stunt. Stunned, Minato asks when she figured it out. She admits knowing for a while, seeing no reason to ever bring it up. Asked why reveal it now, Leona senses today is her final meeting with Chrono. Realizing her sharp intuition, Minato quietly praises her. Breaking the silence, Leona deeply thanks Chrono. Minato saved her, the world, and their comrades. She is truly glad he was there. With illegal mage crimes dropping to rock bottom, Minato states the Shadowbringers will vanish into the dark until the heat fades. Before hanging up, Leona offers to handle Minato's work with a family discount. He agrees to rely on her. With final farewells, they return to their lives. The second he hangs up, SMT subordinates rush over. Yuika asks about Chrono, and Ruka checks for injuries. Minato claims Chrono escaped. He will need bandages and stay hidden in the shadows for a long time. A deeply ashamed Shidu arrives, apologizing for accusing Minato of being Chrono. Sonata and Yuika also apologize for their doubts, begging for forgiveness. Minato feels guilty for the deception, but urges them to drop the blame. Everyone makes mistakes. As he leaves the arena, Hinata screams into the void, demanding to know how Minato and Chrono wield such absolute power. Realizing she is nowhere near their realm, she swears to grow stronger to close the gap. As Hinata rages, a stunned Tushiru wonders just how bottomless Minato's magical reserves truly are. Meanwhile, Minato sighs in deep relief. He successfully proved that he and Chrono are 2 different people. His grand charade worked. With BR finally abolished, the Shadowbringers are no longer needed. Yet, Kuroyi's final words about him being a pawn still echo in his mind. For now, the worst crisis is over. Days after the fierce battle, Minato begins endorsing tea products, streaming hardcore SMT training sessions, launching creator merch, and going on live TV to discuss his powerful awakening and hellish training routine. One day at school, a massive swarm of fangirls perfectly traps Minato, begging for hugs or marriage. Watching the chaos, Ryuji, Ruka, and Yuika worry for their famous boss. Little do they know, the relentless attention is driving Minato insane. The overwhelming crowds exhaust him. Pushed to the limit, he jumps out a window. Fleeing school, he curses Shidu for forcing this public fame. Thinking he is safe, a horde of fangirls spots him. He spends the day sprinting, begging them to leave him alone. Later at home, Ruka and Yua ask if he is okay. Minato reassures them, then asks about the move. They reveal the cleaning was finished while he was busy running away. Grateful, Minato listens as Yuika describes their new 3-room apartment. Finally, everyone gets a private room. Realizing they can no longer watch Minato sleep, the girls blush fiercely and look away, leaving him utterly confused. His phone suddenly rings. Stepping onto the balcony, he answers Takigami. She asks if the post-battle chaos has settled. Minato assures her everything went perfectly, thanks to her, though the peace feels unsettling. Takami laughs, noting that sudden fame is a heavy burden to bear. Minato tells her to call any time. She is a loyal friend, and the only person alive who knows his true identity. Touched, Takigami thanks him and hangs up. Holding a photo of herself with 2 girls, she silently wonders how to face her own destiny. Sadly, the story reveals no further details about what happens next. Days later, dozens of fresh SMT recruits assemble at the MPD training grounds, all dreaming of joining the Mizuwa sisters, or training under the legendary, infallible Captain Manato. Yuika is stunned by the massive turnout. However, Ruka sharply reminds her that they are only here for Minato. Regardless, Ryuji notes their burning enthusiasm, but if they cannot survive Minato's hellish training regimen, they are doomed. Soon, Manato descends upon the field. His majestic aura instantly melts the recruits into awe. As they shower him with blind praise, Manato grows sick of the flattery. He unleashes a terrifying burst of magical pressure, freezing the terrified recruits in place. Total silence falls. Manato coldly praises their resilience. He planned to go easy on day 1, but now sees absolutely no reason for mercy. The SMT members know their boss is furious. Unfortunately for the new recruits, completely oblivious, the recruits face Minato's hellish regimen. Crushed by physical and mental torment, they quickly collapse and complain. Some even accuse him of ruthless hazing until they surrender. Thinking the nightmare ended, they watch Eureka and the team relentlessly blast Minato's barrier with spells. The recruits gasp in sheer terror, realizing this transcends any ordinary training. Manato finally concludes the session. He announces that everyone's magical power will be measured immediately after. Granting a 5-minute break, he heads out unharmed. Watching his casual stride, the terrified recruits realize Manato is an absolute monster. Meanwhile, Ryuji and the Mizuwa sisters analyze their flaws, strategizing fiercely for their next harsh session. Witnessing this fierce resolve, the recruits label them monsters too. 1S even weeps as his sweet image of the Mizuwa sisters shatters. Soon after, each SMT member's magic power is tested. Yuika hits 120,000. Ruka, 118,000. Ryuji, 105,000. Sonata, 100,000. And Shidu, 112,000. Trembling at these overwhelming figures, the recruits wonder if SMT matches the elite magic nobles. Minato explains Uka's power was once a mere 2,000. Yet, through grueling perseverance and blood, she ascended to her current realm. Inspired, a recruit asks to match that strength. Minato solemnly guarantees it, demanding total focus. Reinvigorated, the recruits forge an unbreakable resolve to grow. Afterward, Manato analyzes their magical power. He concludes they could solo a chief demon, or crush a demon general if united. Despite this immense progress, Manato knows it falls short. The Demon King and Demon God still loom. As he zones out, Shidu approaches. Reading his grim expression, Minato instantly senses an approaching storm. Hours later, a suited Minato endures a tense collaborative banquet between the mage nobles and the SMT. Grumbling about the suffocating tension, his patience thins. Before he snaps, a suited Shidu warmly thanks him. Minato values the alliance, but fiercely questions the need for such a lavish, exhausting spectacle. Shidu apologizes, revealing the magic nobles are simply exploiting this event to flaunt their restored dominance. The BR incident elevated the police's prestige. Realizing escape is impossible, Minato stands firm, feigning polite amusement. Breaking the silence, Minato praises Shidu's sharp attire. Nearby, Ryuji awkwardly confesses his disdain for formal wear. Refusing to allow self-pity, Minato intensely praises Ryuji's towering height and warrior physique. Suddenly, Shidu announces the girl's arrival. Uka steps forward in a breathtaking flared gown, softly apologizing. Ruka follows, stunning in a slender dark blue dress. She too gracefully apologizes for the long delay. Finally, Sonata appears in a radiant light green gown, her eyes widening at the massive crowd celebrating them. Uka shyly asks Minato if her elegant attire looks strange. Without missing a beat, he declares she looks far cuter than usual. He then unleashes a barrage of overwhelming compliments upon all three, making their cheeks burn red at his dazzling praise. Watching quietly, Ryuji realizes Minato never holds back. Moments later, a fiercely glaring Hinata marches toward Minato, wearing a magnificent red gown. She is flanked by Tushiru and Riku, two legendary noble family heads. Unable to resist, Minato unleashes his flawless praise on her too. Enraged, Hinata demands silence and furiously storms away with Riku. Confused, Minato asks Tushiru why he's attending. Tushiro sharply reminds him of their sworn cooperation, sealed by this event. Detesting small talk, Tushiru abruptly excuses himself, leaving Minato stunned by the blatant disrespect. The girls hastily apologize for their father's cold bluntness. Minato calmly waves it off, completely unbothered. Suddenly, a chilling aura brushes past. Minato turns sharply, spotting a mysterious girl in a flowing black dress. Before he can speak, the host seizes the stage. He warmly welcomes the crowd and announces the stars of the night. The SMT members, the magic nobles, and lastly, the legendary founder and association director, Mumyu Hifumi, with his honorable daughter, Chloe Mumyu. Minato instantly recognizes Hifumi as the elusive figure from Doenbor. More importantly, realizing the mysterious girl is Chloe, a sudden wave of uncertainty washes over him. Choosing silence, he watches intently as the imposing Mumyu Hifumi claims the podium to address the grand party. Taking the stage, Mumyu introduces himself with authority, grimly acknowledging the nation's ongoing monster crisis. He then declares the grand alliance between the mage nobles and SMT as the ultimate solution to this looming threat. To reignite public faith, Hifumi swears a grand vow to protect world peace and ensure eternal prosperity for all mages. With that, his speech concludes to thunderous applause. Watching Humi, Minato praises his sharp and perfectly delivered message. Then, he spots Chloe, Humume's daughter. She smiles at him, leaving him curious about her hidden motives. Regardless, Hifumi approaches the SMT, vowing the mage nobles will unite with them to defend the nation. Turning to Minato with a confident grin, he expresses his excitement to work together. Minato shakes the elder's hand, returning the respect while silently analyzing Hifumi's magical aura. Clearly, the man never stopped training. His power level remains absolutely staggering. In fact, Minato swears Humume hasn't aged a single day since their first encounter 50 years ago. Drifting into the past, Minato remembers encountering young Takigami and Hifumi at the mage training grounds. Back then, the Mage Association welcomed new recruits. Ichami Manato, the great sage, led their brutal trials. During the opening session, Ichami boldly ordered the cadets to attack him all at once. But one fiery cadet, young Mumu Hifumi, yelled defiantly, calling him a bastard and demanding he take them seriously. Young Takigami Shizuku quickly scolded Hifumi's utter disrespect toward a living legend. Yet, Hifumi firmly rejected Ikami's grand status. He vowed to smash his smug face into the dirt. Pairing his dark magic with Takami's water spells, Humume launched a fierce strike. Unfazed, Ichami blocked it using a basic level 1 spell, fueling Hifumi's blazing rage. Ignoring the outburst, Ikami conjured wooden spears from an earth spell, effortlessly crushing every single cadet. As the dust cleared, shattered dreams remained. The cadets stood paralyzed, shocked he countered a level 4 spell so easily. Fully aware of the strike's lethal force, Ikami confessed to holding back, expecting the usual mass dropouts. But to his absolute shock, Hifumi struggled to his feet. He boldly declared the battle had only just begun. A determined Takami stood beside him. Readying for round 2, a pleased Ikami invited their next strike, sensing true potential. Despite unleashing their absolute limits, they fell in defeat, finally grasping the monstrous depths of Ikami's true power. With the cowardly cadets gone, Ikami felt genuine respect for the two warriors still standing. Ending the session, he advised them to rest. Yet, turning his back, Hifumi unleashed one final dark spell, swearing future victory before losing consciousness. Witnessing that unbreakable resolve burning in his eyes, Ichigami knew this boy would become a legendary mage. As Takigami tried a sneak attack, he realized the association had secured two incredible talents. Fading into darkness, Hifumi swore to one day surpass Ichami Manato. Ichami calmly promised to wait for that fateful day. Thus, the echoes of the past faded away. In the present, Manato, Ichami's reincarnation. Marvels at how that fiery boy evolved into a powerful, wealthy titan. For a split second, he considers revealing his true identity to Humume. However, remembering Takigami's stern warning, he keeps his silence. Soon after, the SMT is officially presented, and the elite guests are invited to mingle. Just as Minato seeks an exit, Chloe blocks his path. Introducing herself, she admits she has been eager to meet him. He praises her skills as a mage, welcoming the chat. Chloe laughs gracefully, humbly admitting she remains far below his grand league. Minato silently agrees. Her magic power and elemental control seem incredibly weak. Yet, a strange, unexplainable aura surrounds her, putting him on edge. For now, Chloe warmly expresses her desire to get along with him. Trusting his gut instinct, Minato carefully measures his response. Nearby, Ruka and Yuika watch the exchange with growing unease. Assuming it is merely polite introductions, they force themselves to relax. At that moment, Chloe voices her excitement to collaborate, and Minato politely echoes her sentiment. Shaking hands, Chloe subtly probes his magic, expressing relief that he is a good man. Promising they will cross paths soon, she vanishes into the crowd. The following day at Academy, Minato suffers through his usual torment from the female students. Just as his patience snaps, the instructor enters, silencing the room to introduce a brand new transfer student. Moments later, Mumyu Chloe steps through the door. Introducing herself from the Kamui Mage Academy, she takes her seat. Minato sits frozen, utterly stunned by her sudden arrival. The moment the class sees her, gasps fill the room. They instantly recognize the stunning Chloe Mumyu from yesterday's elite gathering. Whispers erupt among the crowd as students realize how impossibly rare it is to see a member of the Mumyu conglomerate walking among the public. Following the grand introduction, the instructor guides her to the empty desk right beside Minato, and Chloe happily complies. As the lecture resumes, Minato quietly whispers his absolute disbelief at her sudden transfer, but Chloe reminds him of her vow. They would meet again. Until class ends, Minato fiercely observes the strange Chloe beside him. The bell rings. Every student turns, staring at Chloe in absolute frozen awe. Watching this, Yuika notes Chloe's massive, instant popularity. Their usual bullies now swarm the new girl. Walking in, Ruka and Ryuji deeply question Chloe's true motives. No one foresaw this transfer. Given the swift timing after the clash, Yua suspects a hidden plot. It is far too perfect. Muttering about the fierce, noble faction tensions, Ryuji prays this is not another one of their dark schemes. For now, Minato and his squad vow to monitor Chloe closely. An hour later, shockwaves hit Minato's squad. Shidu announces Chloe Mumyu is joining SMT. Stunned, they demand answers. Shidu reveals the truth. To forge a stronger noble alliance, the elders chose Chloe as their bridge. By placing her in SMT, they hope to forge true trust between both factions. Stepping up, Chloe reveals her elite Mumu blood. She politely asks for their strict guidance. Moved by her gentle warmth, Eureka offers a welcoming handshake. As they mingle, Shidu apologizes to Minato. This sudden shift was an absolute direct order. Minato shrugs it off. Since the collaboration began, he fully anticipated a drastic move like this. Visibly relieved, Shidu nods, though his gaze lingers heavily on Minato. Needing to test her limits, Minato forces Chloe into their brutal regimen. He pushes the intensity, leaving recruits gasping. Yet Chloe never wavers, completely surpassing Uka and the rest. She shows zero fatigue. Every effort to catch her completely fails. Chloe operates on an entirely new level. She crushes every following drill without breaking a sweat. While others collapse during the break, Chloe asks why they stopped. She claims her energy reserves remain untouched. A stunned Uka wonders how Chloe shrugs off the hellish training they barely survived themselves. Chloe approaches Minato, noting his brutal routine. Minato asks if his methods feel outdated, but Chloe firmly disagrees. She calls the training logical. Forging the body sharpens combat. Casting magic under extreme strain unlocks pure technique and hidden potential. Minato's Spartan roars complete the perfect system. Impressed, Minato praises her insight. Smiling proudly, Chloe reminds him of her elite Mumyu blood. Awed by her overwhelming power, Yuka, Ruka, and Ryuji beg to learn from Chloe directly. Chloe praises their blazing spirit, stating SMT warriors have always been truly reliable. Wrapping up the exchange, Chloe pivots back to Minato, easily resuming their chat. Uka feels a dark unease at Chloe's radiant charm. She enchants everyone, perhaps even Minato himself. Fearing Chloe's overwhelming strength, Yuika worries this new girl will replace them by Minato's side. Fighting the grim thought, the sisters shake their heads. They force themselves to trust Minato's absolute loyalty. Yet bitter glares pierce Chloe. As she happily chats with Manato, the sisters silently pray she backs off. Under this forged SMT alliance, Manato observes a shift. Though deadly calamities strike constantly, the nobles deploy with blazing speed. SMT's rapid expansion has drastically slashed the civilian death toll. But with monster waves rising, Manato knows they must stay fiercely vigilant. Suddenly, calamity strikes the town. Minato's SMT forces assemble. Hinata charges ahead, slaughtering beasts with flawless, lethal efficiency. Clearing the field, she arrogantly mocks the slain monsters, drawing fierce awe from her troops. Yuika reports Hinata's massive solo kill count. Minato praises her explosive power growth. Hearing his words, Hinata scowls, fiercely vowing to surpass him. Knowing the massive gap, Riku apologizes for her harsh pride. She simply hides her true feelings. Minato waves it off, amused by her fiery pride. Grateful, Riku pivots to their next tactical move. Manato asks about Chloe's standing with the nobles. Riku admits they keep a strict distance from the Mumyu clan. Seeing Chloe approach, Riku swiftly cuts his words short and bows out. Alone at last, Chloe boldly steps up to Minato. In front of the entire squad, she playfully asks for a romantic date. Naturally, Manato accepts and resumes his daily routine. Days later, on the promised date, he arrives early at Shinjuku Station to wait for Chloe. Nearby, he hears two men discussing a gorgeous girl they just passed. One urges his friend to approach her, but the other admits she is far beyond his league. After they leave, another pair recognizes this breathtaking girl as the revered Mumyu clan's daughter. He soon realizes she has arrived as dozens of captivated men swarm her. Piercing through the crowd, he reaches her and offers a warm greeting. As for them, realizing Chloe's companion is Kusanagi Manato from the SMT, they instantly retreat, knowing they cannot rival the world's strongest man. As the crowd scatters, Minato, knowing Chloe never intended a true date, directly asks why she summoned him. Slightly shocked, he noticed. Chloe explains that as a recent transfer student unfamiliar with the area, she hoped he could guide her. When Minato questions why she avoided asking others, Chloe admits she wanted a private conversation with him. Minato wonders why she used such a roundabout method and ruined the mood when asking him out, but the answer eludes him. Chloe then recites her title and name, confessing that she always feels completely out of place everywhere. People merely feign respect and treat her like an exception. However, she notes that he feels different. During their first chat, she noticed he treated her normally. Minato explains that titles and status mean nothing to him. The true essence of a person is what matters. Hearing this, Chloe chuckles, calling him a genuinely fascinating man. Thus, the duo continues their peaceful walk, unaware they are trailed by a jealous Uka, who curses her own hopeless habit of tailing them. Despite wanting to abandon this shameful act, burning curiosity forces her to see how this unfolds. Suddenly, she spots a nearby scuffle and turns, catching her sister Ruka doing the exact same thing. At first, she refuses to believe it, but seeing Ruka clutching a red bean bun, her doubts slowly begin to fade. Regardless, Yuika ignores her sister and resumes the chase to keep her targets in sight. Leaving their hiding spots, Uka and Ruka leap out, exchanging shocked glares while demanding what the other is doing. Minato catches the noise and turns to investigate. When Chloe asks what is wrong, Minato brushes it off. Meanwhile, Yuka and Ruka hide behind a huge teddy bear. Yuika complains about the narrow escape, while Ruka notes that despite suppressing her magic, Minato's senses remain razor-sharp. Afterward, Eureka admits they are seeking the exact same thing, and Ruka nods. Following a tense stare-down, the two resume tracking Minato and Chloe, carefully eavesdropping on every single word. They listen as Chloe requests a typical high school date route, and Minato readily agrees. Throughout the outing, Uka and Ruka shadow their every step to ensure absolutely no romance blooms. While sipping drinks inside a cafe, Chloe asks Minato what usually follows such an outing. Minato explains it varies, but couples typically converse, eat together, and simply head home. By now, Uka and Ruka are bored, unable to hear much from their hidden spot. Chloe finally grasps the concept of a normal date, yet wonders about the true purpose behind it all. Walking, sightseeing, and eating hold no deep meaning for her, making her feel she missed something. Minato explains the actions matter less than the person beside you. With the right person, a simple walk is magical. Time spent with someone precious holds incredible value, no matter how mundane. Chloe asks if this defines a date, and Manato firmly agrees. He then asks Chloe if their time together today held any value for her. Chloe softly agrees. As Manato smiles, Chloe notes that while her erratic behavior shocks others, he never seems fazed. Moved by his acceptance, she blushes, calling him a wonderful person. Unfortunately, Yuika and Ruka overhear this and panic, terrified that Chloe has fallen for Manato. Clearly moved, Manato calls it a true honor. Noticing the crowd recognizing them, he suggests they leave, and Chloe agrees. A few meters down the road, their date concludes. Chloe thanks Manato for making her day truly valuable. She asks for another date someday, and Manato happily accepts. He wants to understand her better. Hearing this, the eavesdroppers gasp, their hearts aching. Chloe praises his bold spirit, admitting she shares his feelings. With that, their paths diverge for the day. Yuka and Ruka watch in pure shock. Did Minato really say that to a girl? Meanwhile, the man himself, entirely ignoring the sisters, locks his sharp gaze on Chloe. He is determined to unravel her true identity soon. The next day at the SMT briefing room, Ryuji, waiting for Shidu with the team, smirks. He asks Minato about his date with Chloe. Minato dismisses the teasing. To him, browsing shops and sharing tea hardly qualifies as a true romantic outing. Ryuji knows that is the exact definition of a date. Yet, he stays silent, letting his strict superior talk. Sudden tension fills the air. The boys notice sparks flying between the Mizuha sisters and Chloe, who chats with Sanada. Ryuji prays Minato's outing will not spark drama. He warns his friend, but the socially clueless Manato is confused. Moments later, Shidu enters. Everyone takes their seats. Shidu outlines the situation. Monster-related casualties have taken a massive, dramatic plunge recently. With BR gone, rogue mage crimes have plummeted. Even the Shadowbringers and Chrono have vanished into the dark. Sanada scans the web, reporting that public panic has completely faded, leaving the earlier hype behind. Manato deduces the police can handle standard rogue mages now. The Shadowbringers are likely biding their time. Despite the peace, Minato's gaze hardens. He warns the team to stay alert. Their training will become brutal. That night, Manato lies awake, plotting to unite his team and the magic nobles. Suddenly, his phone rings. It is Leona, calling while cooking. She has critical intel regarding Mumyu, Chloe, and Takigami Shizuku. Given the green light, Leona drops a bombshell. Chloe is not Hafumi's real flesh and blood, but an adopted stepdaughter. She joined his family just a few years ago. Her biological parents perished in a devastating traffic collision, right before Fumi claimed her. Minato asks about her academy transfer. Leona says it aligns with her SMT entry. Officially, Chloe's magic skills are rated as above average. Yet Manato knows she hides terrifying power. Beneath her calm facade lies a deeply mysterious, imposing aura. Leona pauses the briefing. She calls Kai for dinner help, gently scolding her recovering brother not to run. Manato cracks a rare smile at their laughter. Back to business. Leona targets Takigami Shizuku next. The woman has a daughter and young granddaughter, but both have vanished. Manato demands details. Leona explains the dark rumors suggest they fled overseas. Minato pauses the call to welcome the returning Mizuha sisters, then steps back into his quiet room. Resuming the report, Leona admits the escape is unverified. Her instincts scream that something is terribly wrong. Minato questions if the intel is a lie. Leona hesitates, admitting she cannot be entirely certain yet. She vows to dig deeper. Minato expresses his gratitude, and after a brief, warm chat, the line goes dead. Instantly, Kai asks if she was speaking with Chrono. Startled and confused, Leona asks why he assumes that. Kai smiles, noting how truly happy she looked. Flustered, she gently pats his head and resumes eating. The next day, Tokyo's police chief summons Takami. Her secret mission: uncover the truth behind Kusanagi Manato. He issues a grim warning. Unless they expose Minato's monstrous strength, the police will become obsolete. Surprisingly, Takigami nods. The old chief questions why the invincible Manato always lowers his guard. Hiding her dark secret, Takigami spins a lie. She claims it is due to her old age and his deep kindness. The GS scoffs but accepts the excuse. He coldly reminds her they have crossed the point of no return. Cornered by fate, Takigami accepts her mission. Meanwhile, Manato rallies his squad for their daily drills. Before the aura flares, Shidu steps onto the grounds, offering a swift apology for the delay, revealing the United States Army's elite mages are in Japan. They want to observe their training. Yuka, Ruka, and the rest gasp in disbelief. Why would Americans, famed for their elite mages, care about them? Minato smirks, recalling American power was weak during his time as Ichami. Judging by their shock, America has climbed the ranks. The SMT's legendary clash with Chrono has echoed globally. Chloe smirks. The Americans surely just want to witness Minato fight. Moments later, the main building doors burst open. As the Americans approach, Shidu whispers to Minato. They must be here to coordinate a response to the returning global calamities. The United States team arrives. Their colossal commander steps forward, radiating unnatural strength, flanked by equally massive subordinates. Skipping pleasantries, he bluntly demands why the SMT is here. Met with total silence, the towering brutes unleash overwhelming magical pressure. They aim to crush the SMT's spirit as they march closer. The giant commander soon steps directly in front of their captain, Kusanagi Manato. He unleashes his full physical and magical dominance, trying to break him. But Manato refuses to bow. He flares his own aura, perfectly matching the commander's overwhelming pressure. Caught in this terrifying clash of auras, the remaining SMT members struggle just to stand. After a tense stare-down, the fierce commander suddenly smiles and traps Minato in a massive hug. He is thrilled to finally meet the legendary Kusanagi. Yet, sensing Minato's slender frame, curiosity takes over. He inspects him, questioning if such a lean, fragile-looking body can truly survive a brutal battle to the death. Annoyed by this unwanted inspection, Manato politely demands to be let go. Stepping back with an apology, he introduces himself as Major Aaron Anderson of the United States Army's 1st Mage Division. Despite his brutish looks, he leads research at the Army's Magic Institute. Manato realizes they must study monsters, calamities, and magic itself. He then formally introduces himself as SMT Captain. Before he can introduce his team, Aaron stops him. He reveals he already knows every single name, praising their elite skills. As the team absorbs the compliment, Manato realizes how deeply Japan's magic research has stagnated. The mage nobles held them back. He views this encounter as a vital chance to update his own outdated knowledge. Respecting Aaron's status as a chief researcher, Manato says he wants to discuss the truth behind monsters and calamities. Before Aaron can answer, his men scowl. They flare their auras to crush Minato, confident they can win. The suffocating bloodlust nearly makes Yuka faint. Aaron violently barks at his soldiers to stand down. He apologizes, calling them loyal hunting dogs who are simply too cautious. Wanting to put them in their place, Manato casually mocks their killing intent as a mere gentle breeze. Returning to business, Manato apologizes for his ignorance. He asks about Aaron's latest findings on the true nature of monsters. Aaron admits it remains a mere theory, but they believe monsters are entities of pure magic. Calamities simply pull them to Earth. These disaster zones overflow with alien energy, distinct from human magic. They once relied only on the red sky as a warning, but new evidence has finally surfaced. The magical signature of the sky perfectly matches the monsters. This proves these beasts are pure magic. Their bodies dissolving into particles upon death confirms it. They act like wild animals, yet they neither excrete nor reproduce. They only mimic life. Manato questions why they attack humans. Aaron admits there is no definitive answer. However, many theorize they violently crave human magic. In fact, countless calamities have been directly linked to human magic awakenings. Advanced instruments recently revealed a dark truth. Calamity magic corrupts the atmosphere long after the disaster ends. The same happens with monster deaths. Both events bleed foreign magic into the world. The glowing particles from a slain beast are simply its body dissolving into raw power. Hearing this revelation, Uka gasps. It perfectly matches what Minato said. While she marvels at his foresight, Minato admits he once saw a monster actively triggering a calamity. Aaron acknowledges the report, but fires back. The first recorded calamity erupted without a single monster present. He suggests Minato misread the situation. But Minato's instincts remain unshaken. Aaron adds that chief demons can evolve to cause these disasters. Minato asks if he is dead serious. Aaron reveals a grim truth. They tested this by letting a calamity boss live. Monsters continuously spawned until they reached a precise limit. If one fell, another instantly appeared to maintain that exact number. Yet shockingly, the ambient Calamity magic in the air never increased. They suspect Calamity frequency is tied to the monster's sheer strength, but leaving them alive is a massive gamble. Once proven, the boss must be executed. Hearing this, Manato realizes the terrifying truth. Nothing is certain yet. Eren shifts gears. He praises Manato's incredible magic, eagerly begging to study his body. Naturally, Manato shoots down the absurd request. Eren playfully sulks, calling him cruel. After bantering, Manato asks about the mage nobles. Eren admits his knowledge rivals Manato's own. 50 years ago, when American mages were weak, Japan suddenly cut off all support. Manato suspects this was the mage nobles hoarding their knowledge. Manato thanks Eren for the vital history lesson, but Eren insists it is the bare minimum. America owes an eternal debt to Ichami Manato and Japan for their aid during the world calamity. Sensing hidden motives, Manato presses him. Eren finally confesses his true goal. He came to Japan to test Manato's raw strength. A bewildered Shidu asks why Eren lied about the important meeting. Eren scoffs. He could not care less about a dumb gathering of clueless elites. Minato calms Shidu, promising everything is fine if they stay quiet. Deeply amused, Eren praises Minato's fiery spirit and challenges him to go all out. The tension builds with trash talk. Manato sees a perfect chance to test America's magical might and dares the muscular major to unleash his power. First, Eren orders Manato to face his elite squad. Fed up with Eren's arrogance, Uka steps up. If his subordinates challenge the SMT, they will not back down. Hearing this, Eren smirks. He politely advises them to abandon their false hope. He coldly explains his reasoning to Uka. His men only hunt the strong, so unless they match Manato's legendary level, Eren warns the other SMT members to step aside. Defeated, Uka begins to sulk. To lift their spirits, Manato commands his team to watch closely. Since they usually hunt monsters, this clash will be a masterclass in fighting fellow mages. Fired up by their captain's words, the SMT members stand tall, eyes locked on the impending clash. Observing the unwavering focus of the SMT, Eren's smirk fades. He realizes these supposed chumps possess the discipline of true warriors. The stage is set. Manato and Eren's elites brace themselves for the greatest sparring match of their lives. Eren gives the signal. The battle ignites as the United States mages explode forward, dodging his strikes and surrounding him in a mere second. Yuika gasps in pure shock. She realizes the United States mages blitzed Manato and closed the gap using physical speed alone, completely devoid of any magic. Unfazed, Manato praises their footwork. He effortlessly evades a devastating grapple from a United States mage. Sensing Manato slipping away, the enemy swiftly chants, unleashing a violent burst of close-range wind magic. Manato gracefully dodges again, but before he can counter, they unleash fire and water, alongside deadly lightning. Manato masterfully evades every spell, creating distance from Eren's men. Or so he thinks. Thinking he is safe, another soldier swoops in for a brutal knee kick. Startled by the speed, Manato blocks with his elbow. Surviving that, the squad ruthlessly bombards him with a merciless barrage of elemental magic. Manato stops them. He deploys his level 4 null magic, High Magic Barrier. As the clash continues, Yuika and the team watch in sheer awe. The United States mages are forcing Manato on the defensive. Uka notes that while their magical tier remains basic, the raw firepower is immense. Even Manato's legendary defenses might crumble under this pressure. With their spell casting being monstrously fast, Eureka and the squad finally witness the terrifying might of the American Mage Division. Amidst the pause, Manato praises the United States military's flawless training. Then, he shifts focus to lecture the SMT. He explains the truth of mage combat. Massive spells are rarely cast unless both sides are highly skilled. Because incantations demand precious time, true battles happen at close range. Even elite mages rely on close combat. His lecture ends as 3 soldiers launch a synchronized strike of blazing fire, lightning, and water. As usual, Manato dodges them all. Eren watches in frustration. Mistaking Manato's lecture for arrogant showboating, profound disappointment crosses his face. Disgusted by the charade, Eren commands his men to end it quickly. But panic sets in when they still cannot land a single blow. Manato evades every strike. Eren stares in disbelief. Despite the absolute onslaught, Manato remains completely untouched. The American soldiers realize they cannot even graze him, and they have never faced a monster like Kusanagi Manato before. As their hope fades, Manato commends their relentless training and mental fortitude. He calls their combat skills truly splendid. To honor the strength they displayed, Minato decides to get serious. He amplifies his magical power, perfectly matching their aura. With the soldiers completely drained of fighting spirit, Minato lunges forward, delivering devastating kicks to every single one of them. He strikes them all down in one swift, crushing motion. Eren and the other SMT members watch in pure awe. After watching Minato effortlessly crush his men like mere cardboard, Eren admits he never expected a mere student from a complacent nation to possess such overwhelming power. Remaining modest, Minato praises their wonderful fight. Though honored, Eren knows his men suffered an absolute defeat. Intrigued, Eren asks where Minato mastered such hand-to-hand combat. Minato simply replies that he is mostly self-taught. Hearing this, Eren bursts into booming laughter. He slaps Minato on the back, calling him a truly fascinating man. With the weaklings cleared out, Eren removes his shirt. He urges Minato to witness his own true strength next. Exposing his fiercely toned muscles, Eren admits that despite his appearance, he absolutely lives for a good battle. Unimpressed, Minato thinks Eren looks exactly like a man who thirsts for combat. After a brief exchange, Eren initiates the battle with Minato. He instantly floods his entire body with surging mana. Minato keenly observes the mana flowing through Eren, but before he can fully analyze it, Eren lunges with a fierce attack. Recognizing Eren's blinding speed, Minato reacts just as fast. He flawlessly dodges every single explosive punch thrown his way. Realizing that sheer physical strikes are useless, Eren unleashes level 5 lightning magic, particle charge. He fires it at Minato, who gracefully cartwheels backward to evade. The moment Minato lands, Eren charges, attempting to crush Minato's slim frame in a grapple. But Minato is vastly faster, effortlessly slipping away, and leaving Eren completely stunned. He was certain the grab would land. As the clash pauses, Minato asks if Eren is enhancing his physical body with magic. Eren proudly confirms it, glad Minato noticed. He claims this technique is his personal creation, born from recent advancements in magical measurement and perception technology. America is developing methods for absolute magical control, and his unique technique is a direct result of that research. Before Eren can name the spell, Minato interrupts, revealing its true name, Mana Arts. He then unleashes his own version, utterly dwarfing Eren's power. Eren instantly recognizes the exact same spell Minato used to defeat Chrono. Sensing Minato's overwhelmingly superior magical power, Eren feels truly blessed to have encountered such a monstrous opponent. It took years to develop this technique, yet Minato wields it flawlessly. Shaking off the shock, Eren just hungers for the clash. As combat resumes, Minato reflects on his genuine shock at seeing Eren wield Mana Arts. He never imagined anyone else could recreate this divine technique. But with the stage set, Minato braces himself to truly enjoy this battle. With round 2 igniting, Minato lunges at Eren with terrifying blazing speed. They trade devastating blows to the gut simultaneously. Minato instantly unleashes a storm of rapid punches, though Eren manages to block most. Meanwhile, Uika and the SMT members are paralyzed by the sheer intensity. Even the typically calm Ryuji questions the absolute limit of Minato's terrifying strength. Despite being a mere student like them, Manato wields profound magical knowledge and flawless techniques, effortlessly destroying high-level threats. Flashing back to Minato's intense battle against Chrono, Ryuji notes that Manato is brutally overwhelming a US military major, dominating him not just in magic, but in brutal close combat. He finally asks the ultimate question: how in the world is this crazy bastard pulling this off? At that moment, Uika drops her denial. She finally accepts the harsh reality that Minato is overwhelmingly strong. She once believed brutal training would bridge their gap, but watching him casually annihilate high-ranking mages shatters any illusion of them ever standing as equals. In dead silence, Uka watches Minato, her invincible captain, land blow after blow. Eren violently strikes back, but Minato effortlessly blocks it all. Suddenly, Minato lands a crushing blow that sends Eren flying backward. Completely exhausted, Eren collapses to his knees, gasping for air. As Minato approaches, Eren surrenders, fully accepting defeat. He tells Minato the battle was entirely one-sided. He confesses he has rarely witnessed such absolute, monstrous strength. He urges Minato to visit America, promising he is always welcome there. Minato accepts with a firm handshake, promising to visit if given the chance. Grabbing his blazer, Aaron formally bids farewell to Manato and the SMT. Once they depart, the SMT members wildly celebrate their captain's absolute victory over the elite United States military mage division. Yet Ryuji, Uika, and Ruka remain perfectly silent. Swallowing their sense of defeat, they secretly vow to achieve greater strength. By nightfall, the three began clandestine training. They swore to stand beside Manato, not behind him. Days later, Manato was stunned to see SMT and Mage Noble merchandise on sale. Shidu explained that with Manato's rising media presence, their budget was swelling. Now, masses wanted to join or fund the SMT. They were entering Phase 2. Suspicious, Manato checked the records, ensuring Shidu wasn't embezzling funds. Shido nervously lied, claiming the cash was for operations. Manato disliked it, but admitted they desperately needed financial support. Reviewing the proposal, he found a concept design of a plush toy modeled directly after him. Recalling Takigami's past life plushie, he agreed, but only on one strict condition. Hearing Manato's hidden condition, Shidu panicked, questioning if their tight budget could even handle such a demand. Unfazed, Manato assured him the grand plans were already in motion. Soon after, SMT members received a sudden break time alert. A joint training camp with the Mage Nobles was set. Reactions were mixed, but orders were absolute. Days later, both factions arrived at a secured Tokyo zone for their brutal 2-week training camp. Immediately upon their arrival, the SMT members stayed optimistic. Meanwhile, the elite Mage Nobles, especially Hinata, bitterly complained about this unbearable burden. Seeing Mage Noble founder Hifumi Mumyu present, Yuika's squad was stunned. They doubted this training would be standard, fearing something far more grueling and intense. Shidu revealed President Mumyu was the camp's promoter. This was likely his personal method of atoning for the Mage Noble's grave past sins. Observing the nobles closely, Minato asked Chloe why the Fuka clan had failed to appear. She revealed their clan essentially crumbled once their head and successors were captured. To her knowledge, the Fuka family's revival was impossible. With key members gone, their noble glory was lost forever. Curious, Minato asked about the Fuka members completely uninvolved in the dark plot. Chloe stated they were cleared of charges and freed to start anew. Based on Leona's intel, the heroic butler who exposed the corrupt family was fully secured and completely safe. Still, Minato focused on the suffocating tension. The glaring lack of unity between the nobles and SMT was a grave threat. Amidst venomous glares, Uka's squad wondered why they were despised, especially since the elites never communicated during actual anti-Calamity warfare. Minato grew wary, fearing the fallout of this toxic negativity. After unpacking, both factions gathered on the vast field. Before the hellish training commenced, the founder delivered his formal briefing. Hifumi took the podium, offering thanks and light banter. Meanwhile, Minato's mind drifted back to the fragile defensive lines at home. Local police and SMT forces covered their absence, but the dread of sudden emergencies kept him on edge. Continuing, Humume stressed the absolute necessity of this joint camp. To survive the Great Calamity, both groups had to train relentlessly and forge real cooperation. Then, Hifumi announced the camp's supreme instructor, SMT Captain Minato Kusanagi. The Mage Nobles fiercely protested, refusing to take orders from an SMT officer. Annoyed, Hifumi challenged anyone who could beat Minato to step up. Unsurprisingly, dead silence followed. With order restored, Humume gave Minato the floor. Before speaking, Minato analyzed his hidden motives. Though the gifted nobles couldn't defeat him, Humume's bold words perfectly served his own selfish interests. Minato knew the proud Hifumi was using him. Yet, he embraced the challenge. He declared his only rule for the 2-week camp. They must follow his absolute lead, exactly as if their lives depended on it. Hellish training began with heavy tire push-ups. When questioned, Minato explained, urging them to break their own limits. Renowned family heads Riku, Tushio, and Hinata embraced the grueling challenge, stacking multiple tires. Next, brutal sprinting. Minato forbade slacking, demanding they run like hell. By the final sprint, the family heads pushed ruthlessly, their competitive spirits blazing. Wiko watched in awe. Shocked the proud nobles were actually obeying Minato. Post-sprint, Minato granted a brief 5-minute rest. Exhausted nobles complained, calling this brutal torture totally aimless. Overhearing this, SMT members fiercely defended their captain. The nobles mocked Minato as a talentless student, sparking a volatile clash, but Minato instantly intervened to crush the chaos. He ordered the instigator to obey, urging his SMT subordinate to endure the disrespect if he truly believed in him. Fragile peace was restored. Yet, Manato glimpsed the terrifying depth of the grudge dividing the two factions. With energy left to argue, he decided to push them straight through hell. Next, he makes them cast magic non-stop until their mana completely runs dry. The lazy nobles panic. Manato warns them to fight with everything, or face real death. Mocked by SMT members, the proud mage nobles rise up. Their competitive spirit awakens, sparking a fierce yet friendly clash. Manato smiles. He has finally achieved his goal of igniting their determination. Hours later, Manato concludes the brutal session, ordering everyone to rest for tomorrow. Hinata stops him, questioning if this brutal training will continue. When he asks if she is complaining, she claims it is just a suggestion. Manato explains that the alternate method, using shock therapy from an advanced mage to awaken magic flow, only works on beginners. It would fail on nobles. Hearing this, Hinata lists his abnormal traits: his vast magic, high-level spells, and chantless casting. She demands to know how he grew so strong. Recalling his own hellish regimens, Manato simply states he knows no other method. Hinata tells him to forget it and walks away, while Riku quickly apologizes for her. Watching them leave, Minato questions his own overwhelming power. The first calamity triggered his awakening. Since then, he has never met an equal. The more he ponders, the more he questions the true origin of his immense strength. Unable to find an answer right now, Minato abandons the thought of his power's origin and simply returns to his duties. Days of this grueling regimen pass. The frustrated mage nobles finally snap, questioning the point of training like dogs every day. Left without answers, one noble compares this hellish routine to strict military drills. Another complains that days have passed, yet he feels no improvement in his abilities. They conclude that Captain Kusanagi is nothing but talk. However, he is about to prove them entirely wrong. Manato leads the group into the magic room to officially measure their current power. En route, the arrogant nobles mock Manato. They highly doubt mere days of training could alter their magic power. However, when the first noble tests his magic power, he is stunned. His mana has surged by 33% in mere days. Seeing their absolute shock, Minato promises even greater power over the next 2 weeks, provided they train seriously. Instantly, the mage nobles throw themselves into the brutal regimen, a shift Minato clearly notices. If they achieved such insane results in days, giving their all for 2 weeks would make them unstoppable. Pleased to see their newfound fiery dedication, Minato spikes the difficulty. He forces both the mage nobles and SMT members to fire magic until they collapse. Pushed to their absolute limits, the exhausted SMT members finally groan in defeat. Still blazing with energy, the mage nobles mock the SMT as sloppy, claiming they cannot compare. Enraged, the exhausted SMT trainees ignite with fresh vigor. Refusing to lose, they dive back in. Ruka and her sister beam with joy, thrilled by this fierce new rivalry. However, as they chat and smile, Minato scares them with a blazing fire spell. Since they have time to talk, he promises them a much harder trial. Hours later, the lunch bell rings. Over meals, the mage nobles eagerly boast about their sudden spikes in magical prowess. Spell levels, mana capacity, and casting speeds have all skyrocketed in just a few days. One admits to shortening his incantations thanks to Minato. Embarrassed, they realize their foolish mistake. Kusanagi's power is truly absolute. If he can forge them into weapons, the SMT members will become monsters. Hearing this, 2 SMT members gloat about Manato. Faced with reality, the nobles concede defeat, though a few stubbornly claim their head mage still rivals Manato. Both factions finally bond as comrades. Watching from afar, Minato is relieved his master plan is working. Lunch concludes, and Minato drags them straight back to the battlefield. Everyone's magic has drastically improved. Watching Mu Chloe train like a beast, Minato recalls Leona praising her skills, but realizes her true magic power is far beyond that. Chloe catches his gaze and waves. Yet Minato senses the terrifying power concealed behind her gentle smile. Her true motives remain shrouded in mystery. He averts his gaze, shifting his focus to Hinata, who shows zero drive to train alongside Tushiru and Riku. He grasps her stance, yet her blazing fury in his presence remains entirely baffling. Whatever the cause, letting this bitter tension fester will only invite disaster. As training ends, Minato halts Riku and a restless Hinata. Given the floor, Minato questions her stagnant progress. He points out the training's ineffectiveness. Hinata coldly retorts that his entire regimen is utterly worthless. Such drills will never awaken her true power. When Minato questions her daily attendance, she bitterly claims her hands are tied. A command from above. Stunned by her obedience, Minato smirks. He discovers Humumai is the sole noble mage commanding their absolute, unwavering loyalty. Departing, Hinata vows her hostility will remain. Once she vanishes, Riku offers deep apologies, but Minato simply brushes it off. Intrigued by their constant bond, Minato questions Riku about his true ties to Hinata. Riku views them as mere comrades, though uncertain. He firmly denies any special bond, prompting Minato to apologize for prying into such deeply personal affairs. Once again, shouldering the blame for her fury, Riku insists her abrasive demeanor invites unfair judgment, hiding the truly kind soul buried deep within her. Minato admits he favors such blunt, honest spirits. Riku warmly thanks him for understanding. Parting ways, Minato resolves to shadow Hinata Homer. When dawn breaks, his piercing gaze tracks her every single movement across the grueling training grounds. During midday rest, her underlings tremble to approach her. He realizes Riku might be her sole genuine comrade. He wonders if she craves this isolation but swiftly discards the thought. Her aura says otherwise. Banishing those doubts, he vows to shatter her lonely shell at the very next opportunity. Driven by this firm resolve, Minato shadows Hinata relentlessly. Through morning drills and midday meals, he monitors her dark mood, never letting her out of his sight. Her patience finally shatters from his endless shadowing. Exploding in fury, Hinata demands the reason behind his stalking. Unfazed, Minato innocently replies he merely wished to speak with her. Dumbfounded, Hinata asks if that is his sole reason for stalking her. Minato confirms, stating he sensed the heavy loneliness of her constant isolation. Defiant, Hinata rejects his pity, claiming she relishes the solitude. When Minato pierces her lie, she bristles defensively. She snaps back, mocking that he could never grasp the true, crushing weight of utter isolation. Minato counters sharply. A true loner would never endure social spaces, nor would they silently tolerate the burning gaze of others seeking their attention. Her actions expose her lonely heart, desperately craving a true ally. Hinata barks, ordering him to stop acting like he fathoms her pain. Exhausted by this endless dance, Minato boldly asks her to become his friend. Crimson floods Hinata's face as she stammers in pure shock. Yet Minato stands his ground, boldly declaring his deep fondness for her. Burning red, she argues that people never go to such extreme lengths merely to request a simple bond of friendship. As he yields, she demands he drop his pursuit, claiming she is merely an annoying and deeply troublesome burden. Minato counters sharply. He harbors no hatred, instead deeply admiring her fierce, unfiltered honesty. Empty flattery deeply disgusts him. Therefore, he fiercely treasures the raw, unapologetic truth she always delivers. Struck by his words, her flushed face lights up as she shyly calls him a weirdo. A heavy silence falls. Snapping back to reality, she flees in total embarrassment, screaming that she will never accept his bond of true friendship. Absorbing the fierce rejection, Minato resumes his day, entirely ignoring Chloe, who lurks nearby, silently eavesdropping. Moments later, the intense training resumes. Watching Tushu falter mid-spell, Minato halts the fierce session. Gathering his breathless squad, he praises their relentless grind, declaring that their dormant strengths are finally sharpening into deadly blades. His piercing gaze then shifts to the Mizuha sisters as they swarm their stoic father, Tushiru. Reaching his side, Eureka and her sister beg their distant father to share a post-training meal, desperately seeking to mend their bond. Sadly, their rigid father coldly rejects the offer, citing urgent matters. Once he vanishes, Minato steps forth, mocking how Tushu remains frozen in ice even after shattering their harsh disownment. Yua sadly notes he was once warm. Intrigued, Minato questions what broke him. She explains his past kindness vanished, leaving him cold ever since the dark day their mother passed away. He grew silent and buried himself in work. Ruka admits she understands their father's burdened heart. After their mother passed, she sought strength to protect Uika, but that harsh path made her lose her true self. Uka reassures her she remains the same gentle sister. Touched, Ruka accepts the warm words. Yet both agree their father is a total mystery, hiding his true thoughts from everyone. As they doubt his love, Minato steps forward. He insists that if Tushu truly did not care, he never would have treated Minato as an enemy. Such fierce hostility proves he is a father guarding his precious daughters. Yet, Deep down in his mind, Minato questions why Tushiru's aura wavered in hesitation. Suddenly, Chloe pulls him into a private corner to speak. Panic sets in. He fears another romantic invitation is coming. Chloe confesses her growing desire to uncover his deepest, most hidden self. Closing the distance, her charm peeks through sweet praises. Flattered, Minato feels deeply honored by her words. Cradling his face, Chloe calls him strange while praising his undeniable charm, his innocence, his blunt nature, and every confusing trait she finds so endearing. She boldly asks him out, convinced that a romance between them would be truly magical. Swearing total devotion, she offers to sacrifice absolutely anything to stay by his side. Leaning in seductively, she asks if he will share his entire life with her. Minato sincerely apologizes for refusing. He confesses he has no plans for romance right now. Though crushed, Chloe smiles through the pain. She laments their star-crossed fate. Finishing her piece, she walks away, leaving Minato to finally catch his breath. Later, Minato spots Riku and Ryuji laughing like old friends. Stunned, he asks the Mizuha sisters about this sudden bond. Yuika reveals their shared sweat forged a bond. A fierce rivalry sparked a 1,000 push-up contest. Collapsing from exhaustion, they rose as true comrades. Grasping the situation, Minato drives the team through grueling drills. After that, camp life flows steadily. The bond between the mage nobles and the SMT reaches new heights. As the camp ends, Minato gathers everyone to praise their relentless spirit. He declares that this grueling training was merely the prologue. With the world calamity mere weeks away, death looms near. Yet he swears if they execute their roles perfectly, every demon will fall. His voice echoes with absolute certainty. No disaster can break their united front. He orders them to rest and sharpen their blades for the coming war. His final Spartan rallying cry ignites their souls. Mages and SMT members clasp hands in absolute trust. Watching from afar, Hinata marvels at Minato's flawless leadership over both groups. His guidance shattered their walls and unleashed their potential. Plus, his unexpected warmth touched her heart. Her defenses lower. She briefly considers accepting Minato's offer of friendship, but quickly hardens her heart against such useless bonds. Later, Hifumi approaches Minato with high praise. Minato bows gratefully. Humume marvels at how Captain Minato turned bitter enemies into trusted brothers in arms. He envisions this newfound unity ushering in an era of global peace. Minato hopes so. Thus, the training camp concludes. Through blood and sweat, both factions achieve flawless battlefield synergy. Tokyo's disaster casualties plummet despite relentless attacks. Damage reports drop to a historic 50-year low. Word spreads through Tokyo's streets. Citizens praise this glorious new era of safety and unity. Fear of disaster vanishes, replaced by absolute faith in the SMT. This alliance gifts true peace to Japan. Yet the SMT warriors find no rest. While civilians cheer, Minato's squad trains like demons for the coming apocalypse. His Spartan roars echo across the field, forging them into Japan's ultimate shield. Suddenly, Shidu interrupts the drills. The top brass orders a nationwide mobilization of all mages. Mission preparations continue. Minato praises Shidu's report. He then listens intently as Sonata maps out the massive calamity zones from 50 years ago. Forces are deployed everywhere, she reports. Everywhere except the greatest threat near Tokyo Tower. Minato tells her not to panic. He already has a master plan for that. Privately, Shidu confirms their secret task is complete. Minato thanks him for securing this crucial insurance. To give context, Minato views this world calamity as the ultimate threat. A disaster that will swallow the entire globe, not just Japan. He explains it is not a single strike, but multiple catastrophic disasters erupting at once. 50 years ago, humanity faced total defeat. But this time, with him leading the vanguard and preparing for everything, history will change. Facing his squad, Minato delivers a grim reminder. The world calamity arrives in mere days. Until that moment, he orders them to rest, to cherish this final peace with their families. Sensing their deep anxiety, he assures them their power is absolute. They will win. Yet, heavy tension remains. Noticing their lingering dread, Minato makes one unyielding demand. If nothing else, believe in him. He strengthens his vow, promising to shield this world and its people, no matter the cost. His absolute resolve ignites their spirits. The SMT squad erupts in fierce cheers, chanting Kusanagi's name before returning to duty. Weeks of fragile peace vanish. The world calamity has finally arrived. Frantic broadcasts warn all citizens to take shelter. As the public braces for impact, the authorities, police, SMT, and military lock into battle formations. 0-hour strikes. Manato warns his squad that doom is upon them as the sky bleeds a terrifying red. This very calamity once killed Manato Ichami, an invading army of thousands of demons. Now, Captain Manato Kusanagi holds the key to victory. As monstrous hordes descend from above, Manato rallies his warriors. He leads the desperate charge to save the world. To grasp the sheer scale, the world calamity is recorded as the single greatest catastrophe in human history. In this exact moment, the nightmare that once claimed Ichami Manato's life officially erupts in Tokyo. Moments before the bloodbath, Japan's prime minister and top officials huddle in a secure bunker. Their final hope rests entirely on the SMT. Meanwhile, high above the ruins of old Shibuya, Minato, the Mizuha sisters, and Ryuji assess the demonic swarm. Minato instantly realizes the terrifying truth. These demons are massive, far outnumbering the forces from his past life. The suffocating magical aura proves his worst fears. Yet, his resolve remains unbroken. No one will die on his watch. As the ultimate holy war brews, pure despair washes over Japan's citizens. The blood-red sky seals their doom. Yet, they fiercely cling to hope. The calamity officially begins. A news helicopter broadcasts the spreading crimson sky, capturing horrific demons materializing through dimensional rifts. Despite earlier mass evacuations, the frantic reporter voices absolute terror at the endless ocean of demonic invaders. Swarming the empty streets of Shibuya, the beasts trigger massive explosions. They instantly reduce the crumbling city into absolute rubble. Before destruction spreads further, Minato crashes into the battlefield. The reporter broadcasts his heroic arrival nationwide. Live cameras capture him annihilating the demon horde, unleashing his devastating null magic spells. As the fierce battle escalates, the Mizuha sisters and the SMT squad dive into the fray. Minato barks absolute orders. Eradicate the swarm and hold the front line until the Calamity boss reveals itself. He issues a grim warning. Multiple disasters are striking across Japan. They must conserve magical power for the true elite enemies. Grasping his tactical genius, the SMT squad instantly obeys. Ryuji violently crushes demons with heavy earth-style magic. Meanwhile, the Mizuha sisters unleash devastating greater water spells. But as the brutal clash drags on, a horrifying realization strikes the team. The demons are not just multiplying, they are evolving. Pushed to their absolute limits, they desperately need backup from the magic nobles. But those elites are nowhere to be found. Shidu frantically tries to contact them. Dead silence. Ruka reports her father is also unreachable, forcing Minato to confront Chloe for answers. Playing her part perfectly, she feigns total innocence. She claims to know absolutely nothing. Sonata desperately tries to reach the other squads. The result is terrifying. All communications have been completely severed. Minato's ironclad confidence wavers. Despite his flawless preparations, he realizes something has gone catastrophically wrong. Two frantic officers rush the command post. The police and self-defense forces are totally blacked out. Tactical coordination is now impossible. With terror in their eyes, they look to Manato for salvation. Knowing they cannot survive this apocalyptic wave without the mage nobles, pure dread suffocates the team. Shu heavily stresses the urgent necessity of restoring comms. Sensing his team's creeping despair, Minato's voice cuts through the panic. He commands them to stay calm and remember their sacred duty. He assures them that victory remains theirs to claim, even without the mage nobles' help. Reminding them of their relentless training, his words reignite their spirits to surge forward. Blazing with resolve, the SMT completely crushes the demons. Broadcasting live, the reporter assures the public that Minato's squad is battling with all their might. She begs viewers to hold on to hope, declaring that with Minato on the field, the demons cannot win. Yet Manato knows multiple disasters are striking Japan simultaneously, making this fight brutal without the mages. Still, thanks to his flawless preparations, he knows this battle remains under control. With the demon ranks swelling, he orders his comrades to stay sharp and press the attack. Facing a massive swarm, Minato ignites his mana arts. He empowers his physical form and strikes. Though outnumbered, he stands untouched, obliterating the horde with his level 9 null magic spell, Magic Sparkle. Assessing the endless monster waves, he decides to finally unleash his hidden strategy. Seconds later, the squad eradicates the bulk of the swarm, earning a fleeting breath of respite. Meanwhile, Minato realizes these fiends are vastly stronger and outnumber forces from 50 years ago. He knows the path ahead is treacherous. Suddenly, the Mizuha sisters and the squad sense a dark aura. In an instant, a colossal demonic entity emerges from a dark portal. Gazing at the towering nightmare, the squad recognizes a demon king, frozen by its overwhelming aura. But the very moment this titan materializes, the demon king unleashes a level 10 fire magic spell, the Big Bang, turning the field to ashes. Miraculously, the squad survives the blast untouched, saved by Minato's level 9 magic fairy shield. Facing this ultimate threat, Minato glares at the demon king, who smugly assumes they are all dead. He stops the beast, declaring this battle has only just begun. As the king reacts, Minato dispels the level 10 Aegis shield, protecting the squad. He tells the Mizuha sisters their safe response is what matters. Reminding them they face a literal demon king, Minato commands everyone to raise their absolute defenses. Meanwhile, Chloe, perfectly unharmed, turns to Shidu in shock over Minato dual casting 2 ultimate spells. Shidu reveals the fairy-like magic is autonomous, noting the protective barrier was likely cast by Minato himself. Confused, Sonata asks Chloe if casting 2 magic spells at once is possible. Sonata further details that autonomous spells are supreme techniques, granting subconscious magic control. Through this method, every standard requirement for casting is bypassed completely, ensuring lightning-fast efficiency. Helping Sonata grasp this, Chloe compares it to muscle memory. She notes Minato has mastered both conscious and subconscious spell control. Hearing this, Ryuji praises Minato's legendary skill, but his words fall short as the Demon King violently lunges at the entire squad. Dodging the strike, the Mizuha sisters unleash a level 8 greater water magic spell, Tidal Wave, at the king. Simultaneously, Chloe, Ryuji, and Sonata fire their magic in unison, bombarding the beast with heavy attacks. Tragically, before their powerful combo can leave a mark, the king violently roars, effortlessly shattering their magic. Watching it trigger another massive explosion, Minato steps in. He orders the squad to the other calamities while he crushes this arrogant demon himself. Though Uka fiercely protests, Minato reminds her of the ongoing disasters. Without the mage nobles, the remaining city defenses are crumbling fast. Their only tactical choice is to reinforce the other squads, leaving him alone to unleash his true power on the king. At this moment, Ruka and Yuika finally realize that staying behind will only hinder Minato's true potential. They command their subordinates to leave this zone to Mianto and instantly move to the next disaster. Soaring away, the sisters vow to believe in Minato until the bitter end, absolutely certain he will never lose, regardless of his foe. His squad now safe, Minato fixes his deadly gaze upon the Demon King. Muttering a brief incantation, he launches forward. The Demon King scrambles to defend itself. Minato vows to suppress his aura. Crushing a Demon King is child's play for him. Yet his mana is not infinite. He must conserve every drop of power to perfectly execute his secret strategy. Leaping high into the sky, he descends with absolute fury. He delivers a devastating full-force blow right to the beast's skull. The moment his strike connects, Minato unleashes level 11 holy magic, Holy Ray. Devastating beams strike the Demon King, though the monster barely dodges the worst of it. Before Minato can strike again, the fierce Demon King readies a deadly counterspell. Right as the dark spell begins to form, Minato reacts instantly. Surging his mana output, he casts level 12 Fire-Earth Synthesis magic, Ground Zero. The earth melts into boiling lava. The fierce Demon King burns to ashes instantly. Yet, Minato worries about his heavy mana drain. He realizes this king was vastly stronger than his past foes. With the beast dead, Minato resolves to heavily restrict his remaining mana. He must wait for the demon god's arrival. High above, a news chopper reporter addresses the anxious public. Citizens hiding indoors hear the news. Captain Kusanagi Manato has slain the Demon King without breaking a single sweat. Yet, she adds that the police, SMT, and defense forces are overwhelmed by other calamities. With the cowardly mage nobles missing, the fierce demons are winning. Ending her broadcast, she spots a dark anomaly upon a ruined comms tower. She quickly alerts the trembling masses. Minato locks eyes on the anomaly. It triggers a grim, familiar memory. A massive rift tears through the blood-red sky. Are they summoning a calamity? Countless demons flood old Shibuya's streets. Soon enough, Minato recognizes this nightmare. It is the final world calamity, the demon god's arrival, the exact disaster that claimed his past life as Ichami Manato. Meanwhile, Uka fiercely commands the SMT members. She orders them to ignore the final calamity. Their sole mission is to slaughter every demon in sight. Amidst the chaos, she recalls the terrifying magic pressure from earlier. She smiles, sensing it has completely vanished. Minato crushed the Demon King, exactly as she expected. Seeing her squad's extreme fatigue, Yuika prays her sister survives the other battlefront. Suddenly, static floods her comms. Hoping the signal is restored, she answers immediately. Adjusting her earpiece, a clear voice finally pierces the static. The desperate voice warns Uika's team of a massive calamity near Tokyo Tower. All personnel are ordered to rush there at once. A soldier asks Uka for orders. Without the mage nobles, even a small calamity is a death sentence for them. Thinking quickly, Uka orders her squad to hold the line against local threats. She alone will fly out to support Minato's group. She blasts into the sky, rushing straight toward Minato. Minato faces an endless demon wave, blasting them with his inorganic cannon null magic. The enemy numbers are suffocating. He contemplates unleashing a higher-level spell, risking his precious mana reserves. Suddenly, the Mizuha sisters and the 4 others arrive to back him up, apologizing for the wait. Minato asks about the troops left behind. Uka and Ruka admit it was their only choice to survive the absent mage nobles. Minato understands their grim logic. He orders everyone to brace themselves. They will slaughter the demons here. The captain charges forward. High above in the trembling chopper, the reporter broadcasts the horrific final stage of the Great Calamity, the very disaster that killed Ichami Manato. As the live feed airs across Japan, terrified citizens doubt the SMT can truly prevent apocalypse. The panicking pilot begs to retreat, yet the fierce reporter refuses, declaring Japan must witness the SMT's brave stand. She boasts about their safe anti-mon fittings. Instantly, a monstrous demon violently strikes their aircraft. The chopper spirals toward the ruined streets. Minato instantly casts a null magic shield, yet one demon violently shatters it. Seeing his barrier crack, he obliterates the beast with holy magic. He then rockets upward to save the doomed crew. Arriving, Minato addresses the citizens of Japan. He acknowledges their fear, vowing he will let no one die. Promise made, he dives back into battle. The crowd swoons over his mighty aura. The reporter ensures the cameraman captures the other SMT members bravely battling the demon horde. Amid the chaos, a demon fires a level 6 Firewind fusion spell, Flare Cyclone, at the SMT. Minato counters with a level 7 null magic attack, Banish, and crushes the fiend with mana arts. His squad marvels at the power, but Minato reminds Ryuji and Ruka, null magic is flawed. Its efficiency is poor, only neutralizing spells up to a strict limit. Before they can even breathe, Uka warns that more demons are swarming their way. Minato orders everyone to keep their guard up. Knowing hesitation means death, the SMT charges forward, unleashing every attack spell in their arsenal. Minato surges his aura, activating level 11 Holy Magic, Holy Ray, obliterating a massive enemy horde. Later, Ryuji contacts allies at other calamity sites, only to learn that demon forces have drastically multiplied. They all need immediate backup. Minato mentally tracks the crisis zones. At one site, cornered SMT members panic, unsure what to do, until they suddenly spot mage nobles arriving to help. Overjoyed, they beg their former training partners to stop joking and help, but relief shatters into pure horror. A noble approaches one member, firing lethal magic directly into his face. In his final breath, the SMT member sends a desperate message through comms, warning everyone the magic nobles have betrayed them. Minato catches fragments of the dark warning before the signal dies completely. As the squad processes this grim truth, Humume and several elite mage nobles descend upon the battlefield, arrogantly mocking the noise. Deeply confused, Yuika recognizes one as Chairman Mumyu, paralyzed, wondering why her own father stands right behind him. After a tense silence, Shidu steps up, demanding if it is true that the mage nobles have truly betrayed the SMT. Smirking coldly, Hifumi replies there was no betrayal. From the very start, they never intended to ally with the SMT. Hearing this, the SMT gasps in sheer shock. Ruka reminds Humi they are comrades. Flaunting her power, Hinata strikes Ruka, coldly warning her not to misunderstand their true place. She declares they never once considered the SMT as true allies. Shaken by this grim revelation, Minato turns to Riku, asking if he feels the exact same. Tragically, even their laid-back teammate sides with Hifumi's madness. Gripping his blade, Riku declares the mage nobles have forsaken the SMT, police, defense forces, and all of Japan itself. Meanwhile, Chloe fakes crocodile tears. No one falls for the act. With 0 obstacles left before true absolute power, Hifumi cackles madly. Thrilled to witness the fruits of his twisted experiments, he ascends into the crimson sky, summoning a massive magic circle to cast his ultimate, world-ending spell. The SMT stands frozen in awe, unsure of Humime's dark endgame. Then Chloe appears, vowing to stop the apocalyptic spell before it even activates. She casts a 4th-rank dark magic spell, Shadow Edge, blasting it at her father. Shockingly, a demon catches the lethal strike like nothing. It dispels the magic, joining the dark demonic horde encircling and protecting Hifumi. Seeing this impossible feat, Shidu assumes it is mere coincidence, refusing to believe demons guard Humi. Meanwhile, the reporter grasps the terrifying truth, broadcasting the mage nobles' demonic alliance to the entire nation of Japan. As the SMT scrambles to process the nightmare, one member laments, believing they all bonded during the joint training camp. Humi boasts that with Calamity controlling magic, every demon in Japan will become their ally. Minato questions how Hohumi learned magic to manipulate calamities and demons. As Hifumi greedily absorbs red energy from the sky, he sneers that Calamity magic holds hidden special effects, endlessly drawing in the sinister power. Chloe asks if the Calamity's energy is flowing directly into her father. Eureka, utterly baffled, swears she has never seen anything like this bizarre red magic. Minato, however, recognizes the dark sight. He remembers it perfectly. It is just like the first Calamity, the exact moment his own magic awakened. He explains the grim truth to his team. Calamities do not just bring magic to the land. They grant magic to those with latent potential. He fiercely warns of the danger of absorbing such power. Humi arrogantly praises his sharp mind. He explains Calamity magic infinitely amplifies a person's core, but only if their body survives the crushing burden. Minato asks Hinata and Riku if they absorb Calamity magic to amplify their own power. Hinata bluntly agrees. Having devoured power from every disaster, the mage nobles only faked their SMT alliance. This ruse let the Calamities rage undisturbed. This perfect guise masked their treason, secretly fueling disasters and harvesting magic. Minato freezes, slowly grasping the horrifying truth of their absolute power monopoly. Hinata smirks. Their first goal was his death. But as his utility exceeded expectations, they chose to exploit him instead. She notes that completely ignoring the disasters would incite unwanted backlash. To awaken the Great World Calamity, they absolutely had to follow history's natural flow. Minato demands why this timeline matters. Hinata reveals disasters strike specific magical convergence zones. One calamity must be conquered before the next can officially erupt. They used Minato to conquer each threat, preserving the timeline. Now, Chairman Mumyu devours the Great Calamity's energy. Upon completion, he will reign as history's ultimate magician. Shattered, Minato asks if this treason was their original design. Without a shred of guilt, Hinata confirms his nightmare. Minato asks if their shared bonds meant absolutely nothing. Disgusted by his naive heart, Hinata orders him to drop these delusions, declaring that bonds are a total myth. She has zero need for a comrade like him. Ryuji confronts Riku. Is he truly committed to this catastrophic treason? After a heavy silence, Riku states Japan's doom is sealed by the Mage Noble and Demon Alliance. He coldly warns Minato that his legendary might cannot save a whole nation. The demonic onslaught escalates, overwhelming the SMT, forcing civilian mages into a brutal survival war. Shidu urgently reports a rapid collapse, while Sanada grimly reveals their reserve forces are completely wiped out. At this pace, absolute ruin is inevitable. Suddenly, two shadows emerge, mocking that everything perfectly aligns with their grand scheme. Stepping into the light, they paralyze Shidu. It is Koi and Fukajina. Moments later, Takigami steps out, shattering Shidu's nerves further. Minato struggles to process Takigami's presence. Kuroi smirks, vowing to personally slaughter him with his own bare hands this time. Shidu demands why Kuroi escaped his cell. Kuroi boasts of the Mage Noble's shadowy network of allies, deeply rooted in the police and across Japan. Uka fiercely demands why the Mage Nobles dare betray humanity. The wretched bastard merely sneers, claiming it is their divine right as nobles. Emphasizing the title of nobles, Kuroi declares their souls transcend humanity, totally separated from the worthless commoners. The arrogant fool unleashes the 8th rank dark magic spell, Chaos Raven. Flaunting this cursed aura, he taunts the SMT. He brags that their magical might can easily obliterate half a city. Going all out, a single magician could wipe an entire city. Yet, bizarrely, Kuroi rants that the mighty mage nobles are currently shackled by powerless, incompetent fools. Clenching a furious fist, he roars at the SMT. He finds it sickening that supreme mage nobles, born to rule from the absolute heavens, remain chained by bottom-feeding trash, who grew unbearably arrogant. Fukuin then seamlessly hijacks Kuroi's unhinged manifesto. He lectures the SMT. Their ancient clans ascended as mage nobles to fiercely monopolize magic, destined to dominate the weak. However, those deceitful weaklings somehow managed to manipulate the grand nobles instead. He mockingly praises Hifumi for evolving the mage noble's power through these calamities. Kuroi warns the SMT that their absolute power leaves zero genuine threats. As they aggressively channel their dark auras, the fools proclaim the era of mage noble supremacy has finally dawned upon this weak world. Their suffocating magical pressure erupts. The terrified Mizuha sisters observe that these monsters feel like entirely different beings. Meanwhile, Minato stands perfectly unfazed, fueling Kuroi's blazing wrath. Dismissing Kuroi's tantrum, Fuku-jin gleefully anticipates watching true despair shatter Minato's unbreakable spirit. Minato completely ignores them, turning his piercing gaze to Takigami. Had she fed him vicious lies, despite claiming absolute truth? Realizing Minato ignores them, Kuroi finally snaps. Screaming at Minato in a blind rage, he slaps Takigami's back. He brands her as selfish trash, who manipulates everyone for personal gain. The arrogant family heads grow restless with this drama. Kuroi cuts the chatter, joining Fuka to unleash the true, devastating calamity. Instantly, a monstrous demonic horde storms past the SMT frontline. Shido spots the terrifying swarm, shocked that these beasts bypassed the disaster-free zones. Sadly for the SMT, reality is far worse. The beasts breach old Shibuya, pouring straight into the quiet residential zones of Tokyo. In a flash, monsters invade apartments, hunting down defenseless civilians. Across the city, desperate family heads risk everything to physically shield their loved ones. Meanwhile, panicked SMT members warn Minato about the street invasion, begging him for their next orders. Kuroi cruelly mocks their despair. Fuka sneers that even the almighty Minato cannot save all of Japan from his current location. Fearing total slaughter, Klo and Shidu desperately seek answers. Seeing their fear, a manic Kuroi boldly declares the SMT will be crushed and slaughtered by their own weakness. Fukujin joins the mockery, but Minato cuts them off, calmly bringing up the 3 types of anti-magic gear. The first, Minato explains, is standard mage gear, which strictly requires a direct infusion of magical power. The second is the interference type, designed to actively disrupt incoming spells and magic. Both SMT and mage nobles wear uniforms falling into this exact category to suppress magic. At this point, Fuka asks if he has lost his mind, but Minato reveals the third type. This gear has a short lifespan, triggers under specific conditions, and works for the magicless. Hearing this truth, the mage nobles finally grow anxious. Nationwide, the anti-magic plushies Shidu secretly infused, mass-produced, and distributed are finally activating. They project absolute null magic shields over homes and shelters everywhere. As the magic surges, Minato reveals he used the SMT's fame to mass-produce merchandise, secretly embedding defensive anti-magic gear, sold nationwide as ultimate insurance. When Shidu first heard this wild scheme, he thought it a joke. He is now endlessly grateful he obeyed Minato's orders. That plan is saving Japan. Seeing Minato's terrifying foresight, Fukujin screams that mere defense is useless. He reminds them that offensive anti-magic gear burns out incredibly fast. Minato calmly agrees. Since his own magic is woven into every item, it now powerfully overflows nationwide. Through this network, he can instantly sense and trigger his magic anywhere simultaneously. With that, Minato detonates the offensive magic stored inside, unleashing a level 13 null magic spell, Unlimited Magic Bullet. This spell obliterates thousands of demons hunting families across the nation. Meanwhile, a frantic reporter broadcasts that a divine wave of magic from the sky just wiped out the hordes. The media remains completely stunned by this miracle, yet networks confirm most citizens are totally safe. Witnessing the godlike scale of Manato's power, Eureka stands speechless. She and her sister finally grasp his true strength. Furious, Koi throws a fit, refusing to believe Manato cast spells across all of Japan. Fukujin urges him to keep his cool, pointing out that some demons still survived the blast. Grasping hope, Koi taunts Manato, warning that the mage nobles are still out there, and since anti-magic gear is single-use, the merchandise is now useless. But Manato smirks, hinting Koi might be forgetting a crucial detail. When Koi angrily demands answers, Manato states the SMT still has powerful allies to call. Suddenly, familiar silhouettes emerge from the darkness. The legendary Shadowbringers enter the fray. Stunned by the Shadowbringers' sudden arrival, the SMT and police officials demand to know if these notorious rogues actually plan to help them. Instead of words, the shadows flex their deadly magic, effortlessly slaughtering the approaching demons. They proudly announce an alliance with the SMT to eradicate the monsters and fully protect all civilians. Knowing civilian lives are on the line, the SMT swallows their pride and formally teams up with the Shadowbringers. Above the chaos, the news chopper broadcasts the epic team-up to the nation, revealing the SMT and Shadowbringers are finally fighting on the exact same side. Within seconds, the die-hard fanboys and girls of the Shadowbringers erupt into absolute cheers. Social media explodes with hype, praising this legendary crossover between the SMT and Shadowbringers as they unite to completely crush the monsters. Since Manato is busy commanding the SMT, he cannot physically act as Chrono on the battlefield. So, he forces Leona to play Chrono to maintain the illusion. Standing in the bloodbath, Leona intensely questions her life choices, bitterly complaining about the absolutely hellish training regime she just endured. She furiously grumbles about memorizing complex anti-magic gear, while awkwardly teaming up with people she already knows. She already bid farewell to the shadows after Chrono and Manato's epic clash, but it is too late to back out now. Leona goes all out, destroying her foes. Slaying demons with rank 7 anti-magic gear, Geyser Wave. She earns high praise from her Shadow Squad. Fueled by their leader's burning spirit, the Shadowbringers push limits to destroy the enemy before the SMT. Refusing to lose, the SMT, police, and defense forces launch swift counterattacks alongside the Shadowbringers, fighting to defend the nation's future. Still disguised as Chrono, Leona vows to make the real Chrono buy her a grand feast once this war finally ends. Unaware of the chaos, Kuroi receives urgent word from the nobles. The Shadowbringers have invaded the entire country. Burning with rage, he asks Manato if he doubted the mage nobles all along to plan such a flawless trap. Manato fiercely agrees. Enraged, Fuka and Kuroi ignite their magical auras, vowing to end his life here. Before the final clash with Manato, Kuroi turns to the hesitant Takigami, who fears betraying Manato today. He orders her to fight. Cornered by fate, Takami ignites her magic and prepares for battle. Seeing no other path, Riku and Hinata summon their auras for war. Pushed to the brink, Minato finally snaps. He tells the Mizuha sisters and the rest that it is time to end this battle right now. The ultimate war erupts between Minato's SMT Special Squad and the elite mage nobles led by Kuroi Akudo. Striking first, Kuroi unleashes the 5th-rank dark magic spell, Night Raid. Cloaked in shadows, he ambushes Uika to eliminate the weak. Manato rushes to save her, but Hinata suddenly intercepts with a crushing punch to his face. Luckily, just as Kuroi strikes the off-guard Uka, her sister Ruka blasts him away using 6th-rank water magic, Burst Stream. Uika gives thanks, but Ruka warns her to keep her guard up. Meanwhile, Minato tanks Hinata's heavy blow by casting a focused null magic barrier at the impact. With no time to breathe, Kaiichi lunges, swinging his magic-infused katana at Minato's stomach. Evading with ease, an enraged Manato delivers a fierce split kick to both attackers at once. Free at last, he dashes toward his squad, but Takigami blocks him with 7th-rank water magic, Emerald Aqua, refusing to yield. Hinata warns Minato they know his true power, yet they will fight to the bitter end to isolate his allies. Minato recognizes this division tactic and realizes the grave danger ahead. His magic reserves drained, he needs to eliminate Mumyu first. Going all out is a deadly gamble he cannot risk. Reading his mind, Hinata vows to block him from reaching the chairman at all costs. Riku coldly states that Minato must kill them to pass. Seeing through their delay, Minato gets serious. He swiftly crushes several mage nobles, preparing a high-level spell. Shocked by his speed, Hinata urges Riku to match his pace. Elsewhere, Kuroi and Jin struggle fiercely against the relentless SMT troops. Meanwhile, swarmed by endless enemies, Yuika and Shidu feel their hope fading and consider surrender. Suddenly, Chloe rallies them. She urges them to stand tall, reminding them of their vital strength to the nation. Realizing they cannot let despair win, Ruka and Uka reignite their fighting spirit. For the first time, they truly respect Chloe's blazing determination. Chloe chuckles, admitting their bravery sparked her own. Wasting no time, the three warriors charge the enemy head-on. Activating 8th rank dark magic Chaos Raven, Kuroi mocks their pride and unleashes a devastating strike. The girls strike back with 8th rank Grand Water Magic Tidal Wave, completely shattering Kuroi's dark spell. Fukujin praises their might. However, Kuroi turns his wicked gaze to the trembling Takigami, mocking her fear. Minato watches in silence as Kuroi demands an answer from Takigami. He darkly hints at the grim fate awaiting her defiance. Defeated, Takigami unleashes 8th rank wind magic, Raging Storm. She fires it at Manato, begging for forgiveness. As the attack nears, Manato completely drops his guard. Shocking his loyal squad, he stands perfectly still, silently embracing the devastating wind magic strike. At the last second, Takigami intentionally misses. She realizes her heart refuses to harm Manato. Seeing her waver, Kuroi erupts in blazing fury, cursing Takigami for her bold defiance. He viciously reminds her of the bloody fate awaiting her family if she dares to play the hero now. Broken by blackmail, Takigami pleads for her daughter and grandson's lives, her only remaining light in this dark world. Kuroi coldly smirks. She broke their blood pact. With just one simple phone call, her beloved family will be erased forever. Listing gruesome fates for her family, he shifts all blame onto Takigami. He sneers that she brought this suffering upon herself. Suddenly, Minato makes an unexpected phone call. Kuroi and Takigami both freeze in shock. He calmly thanks the voice on the line for arriving right on time. Kuroi erupts in rage. He demands answers for this casual call, threatening to slaughter Takigami's family that very instant. Minato smirks. It is too late. He already saved them. Kuroi spots a video on Minato's screen. Disguised Shadowbringers guarding her family. Kuroi gasps in horror. He screams it is impossible for Manato to know their hidden location, a secret kept by only a select few. Even the police took bribes. Manato calmly praises Kuroi's forces for hiding their tracks so well. However, the Calamity evacuation exposed their fatal flaw. It gave him the perfect opening to trace and strike. Silently, Minato thanks the Shadowbringers for maintaining their disguises. A shaken Kuroi demands to know when he figured it out. Minato explains his deduction. Despite carrying a family photo, Takigami never spoke of them. Her deep fear of the mage nobles raised alarms. He ordered a background check, quickly uncovering the dark truth. Minato turns to Takigami, stating she should know by now that she cannot hide anything from him. Overwhelmed by relief, Takigami bursts into tears. Her captive family is finally safe. As she drops her guard to thank Minato, Kuroi snaps. He lunges to take her as a hostage. Free from his chains, Takigami blasts him away with a fierce wind magic spell. She casts Raging Storm, calling him filthy scum and warning him to back off. She then bows deeply, apologizing to Minato for her lies. Minato waves it off. Saving a friend is simply second nature to him. Takigami smiles, deeply moved. Suddenly, a furious Kuroi interrupts their heartfelt moment. He orders Fukujin to stop holding back and slaughter them all. Left with no choice, Hinata and Riku prepare for bloody combat. Minato steps forward. He expresses pure disappointment that they used hostages despite his clear warnings. Unfazed, Hinata tells him to shut up. She needs no lectures. Fortunately, at that exact moment, the SMT elites had wiped out the nearby monsters and crushed the remaining mage nobles, leaving only their leader. Seeing this, Jin admits SMT is stronger than expected. Fed up with the mage nobles' vile tricks, Takigami flares her mana. She stands beside Minato, ready for war. Tushiru suddenly arrives, backing the mage nobles. The girls cry out for their father, praying he will fight alongside them. Kuroi warmly greets Tushiru as a true partner. The girls furiously curse Kuroi for corrupting their father. Kuroi smirks at their anger. He dares Tushiru to declare his true allegiance. Ruka and Yuika silently pray he is just undercover again. Their hopes shatter completely. Tushiru declares absolute loyalty to the mage nobles. The devastated girls cannot process their beloved father's betrayal. Kuroi mocks them, explaining he once thought Tushiru became a traitor during the old bombing incident. But their dark bond never faded. Even after facing exile, Tushiru remained tied to the Shadow faction. While the mage nobles aimed to conquer the surface world, BR sought absolute rule over the underworld. United, they could conquer everything. But the Shadowbringers ruined it all. BR crumbled, leaking affiliate data. Kuroi reveals the conspiracy went far beyond the mage nobles. The government, banks, and police were all tied to BR. When the massive data leaks began, these cowards abandoned BR to save face. The corrupt police rebuilt their image while hiding their dark sins. This forced the mage nobles and SMT to ally. All of Japan was played, and the mage nobles revel in that glory. Jin steps up, warning the SMT. He declares the mage nobles have not changed in 50 long years. They still crave absolute supremacy through pure magic. Jin claims their dark return is now inevitable. Hearing this, the desperate girls beg their father to say he is only undercover. Tushiru glares coldly. He is a pure-blooded mage noble, and he refuses to ever betray his true comrades. The brutal truth shatters their world. Their beloved father was the enemy all along. Disgusted, Manato demands to know why Tushiru defends false nobles who selfishly oppress the weak. Having no real answer, Tushiru simply barks at Minato to shut up. Ignoring his excuses, Minato reminds Tushiru of his deep love for his daughters. He reveals his earlier test confirmed this undeniable truth. Yet, Tushiu fiercely denies it. Disgusted, Manato calls out his blatant lies to everyone, especially himself. He demands to know what turned him into a spineless coward. At these words, Tushiu finally snaps. He silences the conversation, declaring that the real battle begins now. He threatens to slaughter them all and restore the mage noble's glory. In response, Minato scoffs at the stubborn old man and readies his stance. Surging with mana, Minato and his allies stand face to face with the corrupt mage nobles. The stage for a deadly clash is finally set. The inevitable battle erupts, and Hinata launches the first devastating strike. She unleashes the 10th rank fire magic. Big Bang. A catastrophic explosion erupts, annihilating absolutely everything in its destructive path. Fortunately, the SMT members narrowly escape the consuming blast. However, the sheer force of the explosion separates Minato from his comrades once again. Manato nervously wonders if his team survived. Pushing aside his worry, he faces Riku and Hinata alone. Both enemies are practically trembling with excitement to begin round 2 of their deadly duel. Manato issues a cold warning that his restraints are fully off, but his bloodthirsty foes couldn't care less. Meanwhile, on the other side of the blast, Fuka and Kuroi mockingly sigh at facing mere side characters. They arrogantly insist that such pathetic weaklings should just die quickly. Enraged by their blind arrogance, Ryuji stands beside Takigami, Shidu, and Sanada. He claps back, branding them the true side characters. Takami aggressively joins in, threatening a brutal beatdown for their endless underestimation. After trading a few more sharp insults with the SMT, Fukjin scoffs at their bold confidence. He chants the 8th rank wind magic, Raging Storm, but his execution is painfully slow. Ryuji perfectly counters with his 7th rank earth magic, Comet. The heavy boulder instantly crushes and neutralizes Jin's turbulent winds. Kuroi harshly scolds Jin for his pathetic display. Jin violently snaps back, roaring to shut up, while blaming the terrible elemental matchup between earth and wind. Eager to assert total dominance, Kuroi draws his dreaded anti-magic pistols. These absolute weapons erase magic and possess 0 elemental weaknesses. He loudly complains about wasting precious bullets, but ruthlessly swears to guarantee their deaths. But before his finger can even pull the trigger, Takigami blasts him with a fierce wind spell. The impact violently disarms him, rendering his ultimate weapons completely useless. With freezing calmness, she reminds him that anti-magic gear is merely a tool, and dropped tools hold absolutely 0 value. Boiling with humiliated rage, Kuroi rapidly gathers his dark mana. He screams a vow to annihilate them all with his maximum power. Refusing to surrender an inch of momentum, Ryuji, Sanada, and Shidu ignite their auras in unison. Ryuji steps forward, boldly declaring his time to shine has arrived. Sensing their explosive potential, Takigami takes up rear support. Using her custom anti-magic gear, she hurls enchanted stones that incredibly amplify their combined magical output. To push them even further, Sanada chants the supreme 10th rank holy magic, God's Breath. A divine aura envelops Shidu and Ryuji, granting them rapid holy regeneration to heal incoming damage. Empowered by these massive buffs, an unshakable confidence surges through Shidu and Ryuji. They are completely ready to crush the arrogant nobles. Pushed to the brink, Jin unleashes his signature 10th rank atmospheric magic, Absolute Atom. Kuroi follows with his terrifying 10th rank dark magic, Death Parade, nightmare-inducing, scythe-wielding Wraith's Claw from the Underworld. In defiance, Ryuji triggers his unique 10th rank gravity spell, Infinite Magic. Beside him, Shidu releases the roaring 10th rank Holy Thunder composite magic, Koranos. The ultimate clash begins. Ryuji's gravity violently collides with Jin's atmosphere, while Shidu's holy lightning mercilessly tears through Kuroi's abyssal darkness. For several agonizing seconds, these absolute powers grind against one another in a terrifying stalemate. But inevitably, Ryuji and Shidu's overwhelming magic shatters the enemy defenses, inflicting massive, bone-crushing damage upon Jin and Kuroi. Having poured their souls into those devastating attacks, Ryuji and Shidu fall to their knees, their mana reserves completely drained. Miraculously, Kuroi and Jin, utterly shocked at being pushed to death's door, stagger back onto their trembling feet. The girls gasp in pure disbelief at their monstrous endurance. Though standing, Kuroi painfully realizes his mana is drained, and his anti-magic equipment is completely gone. Bleeding and utterly exhausted, he adopts a cautious stance, carefully watching for the SMT's next move. Takami pants heavily from pure exhaustion, bitterly cursing her past self for neglecting her daily training. Sonata still holds a fraction of her mana. However, she wisely conserves it for critical, life-saving healing if the situation worsens. Knowing her weakness in direct combat, she tactically remains on the sidelines. With both sides pushed to their absolute limits, the chaotic battlefield falls into a tense standstill. Elsewhere, a tragic family clash unfolds. The Mizuha sisters cross wands with their own father, Tushiru. They launch their 7th rank water magic, Geyser Wave, but he casually nullifies it with the exact same spell. Instantly countering, he casts the 4th rank water magic, Waterfall. It speeds toward Uka, leaving 0 reaction time. In a split second, Chloe desperately shoves her to safety. She takes the blow and falls unconscious. Relieved Chloe is merely knocked out, Uka thanks her for the rescue. Tushiru readies his next attack. Uka finally grasps the cold truth. Her father intends to crush them like any enemy. Meanwhile, Tushiro steals his resolve. He makes it clear he has 0 room for sentimentality. Seeing this, the sisters drop all restraint. Vowing to surpass their foolish father, they channel their remaining magic into a new 11th rank Great Ice spell, Diamond Dust. They unleash the strike. In response, Tushiu casts his 11th rank water magic, Maelstrom, aiming to shatter whatever powerful spell his daughters cast.